I saw myself lying on the ground at the bottom of the mountain, looked at the dull look of the people around me, thought that I had just been dazzled by anger, and finally knew what I had just experienced. He was a powerful man of the supreme level, a powerful elder, and a big man who controlled the life and death of countless people in the sect. He was stunned by a disciple of a small spirit period and fell from a height of 10,000 meters. This feeling of humiliation made him ashamed to face the people of the sect, use the supreme strength, put into the army, and directly disappear in the same place. As for where to go, the rest of the people don't know except Jiao Jun and Shen Fengxing. Ladies and gentlemen, the younger generation has successfully broken through the divine soul period. Next, we need to consolidate the post-breakthrough realm, so please go back for a while. When the younger generation has completely consolidated the realm, we will have a big banquet and invite you to participate. Chu Zhongshan arched his hand and said, Fu Zhujun has disappeared, and Yuan Xuan has also hid in the veteran peak. The strong who can really control the situation have not appeared for a long time. The world in Chu has reached the order of expulsion, hoping to end today's complex and changeable situation, or force the strong who are hidden behind the scenes to come forward. Nephew Chu, wait a minute. After thanking, Chu Zhongshan motioned Jiao and Jun to open the defense array of the other courtyard, a posture of closing the door and thanking the guests. But at this time, more than 300 miles away from Qianlong Peak, a strong man at the top of the imperial territory warned. What else can I do for you, elder? Chu Zhongshan knew that these people would not leave easily in front of him, so he didn't ask any unexpected questions about the voice of the powerful in the imperial territory. My surname is Qian. You are the deputy head of the refining pavilion. After a brief introduction, Mr. Qian then said, Marshal Nephew Chu, I have 3 questions. I want to ask for your opinion. I wonder if you can tell me the truth? Say. Seeing that the other party finally showed his real intention, Chu Zhongshan sneered in his heart, but motioned calmly. The first question, as far as I know, Marshal Nephew Chu is only 18 this year. It's only 2 years since he officially entered the martial arts. In 2 years, he has been promoted directly from an ordinary person to the divine soul stage. The speed of promotion is too terrible. I don't know what kind of anti-heaven skill Nephew Chu practices. There should be a copy of the skill I practice in the Clan Classics Pavilion, named about the Taikshuan Heart Sutra. Interrogating a person's cultivation skills is a taboo in the cultivation world, but Chu Zhongshan is neither angry nor hiding, and truthfully confesses his cultivation skills. Although the skill of Taikshuan Heart Sutra is powerful, because it lacks the core mental skills of the following layers, its real grade is only the lower level, which is not a very precious mental skill. At the same time, he knew very well that the real purpose of the other party's interrogation of practicing kung fu was not whether the kung fu itself was precious, but intended to use the kung fu to lead to the next purpose. Chu Zhongshan didn't worry about confessing his cultivation skills, which stunned everyone on the scene. However, after hearing that he was familiar with and understood the origin of Taikshuan Heart Sutra skills on the scene, the top power of the imperial realm didn't continue to investigate this issue. The second question is that after the ordinary talented martial artist is promoted to the divine soul period, the divine mind that is separated from the sea can only extend for tens of meters at most. Even for the demon-level genius, the divine mind can extend for more than 9,000 meters at most. I have never heard of anyone who breaks through the divine soul period. The distance of the divine mind can reach nearly 10,000 miles. I don't know what secret method Marshal Nephew Chu has practiced. Seeing that the other party finally showed his greedy face, Chu Zhongshan snorted coldly and said with a sarcastic tone, Elder Qian, since you are the deputy leader of the weapon refining pavilion and must be a master of weapon refining, can you tell me the secret method you used in the process of refining? Nephew Chu, don't change the subject. I hope you can answer my question truthfully. Seeing Chu Zhongshan shifting the topic to himself, Qian Changlao was worried. He thought that Chu Zhongshan could feint the supreme strong with words alone. He quickly led the topic to the question just now. Seeing that Qian Changlao didn't dare to answer his own topic, Chu Zhongshan snorted in disdain and then explained. Haven't heard of it doesn't mean no. When you want to break through the divine soul period, the divine mind extends more than 10,000 meters. The method is very simple. As long as your mind can be transformed into divine mind earlier than your accomplishments, you can do this step. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan pointed to the due north direction with his hand and said, I am not the first person to transform my mind into a divine mind. Qin Wushuang, the 99 prince of the Qin Empire, has already reached this step. Therefore, if you want to know whether what I just said is correct, just ask Qin Wushuang about his performance in breaking through the divine soul period. It's not a very important secret in the southern region that the mind changes before the cultivation. As the deputy leader of the refining pavilion, Mr. Kaiyan has known about it before. Therefore, he doesn't know how to refute what Chu Zhongshan just said. Nephew Chu, even if you have answered the second question, the next third question is. Since it is impossible to know the authenticity of the extension method of divine thoughts from Chu Zhongshan's mouth, he has a way to find out whether the facts are as true as Chu Zhongshan said after today's affair. If so, he won't pursue it. If not, with the special status of the refining pavilion in the sect, he had a way to let Chu Zhongshan teach the secret method of really extending the divine mind. So he continued to ask the third answer he wanted. Elder Kaiyan, do you want to ask the third question? Why can I separate 3 souls and 7 souls so quickly? And why can I temper Liying souls so quickly, right? Before Elder Kaiyan asked, Chu Zhongshan said it directly for him. Since Marshal Nephew Chu already knows, I wonder if you can solve the elder's doubts. In just 2 years, he can grow from a young man who has just grown up to a peerless strong man in the southern region. In addition to the demon-level talent, Chu Zhongshan must be very intelligent. Therefore, Elder Kaiyan is not surprised that he can guess what he thinks in his heart. Elder Kaiyan, what I want to tell you is that the rapid separation of 3 souls and 7 souls and the rapid training of Liying's soul are related to the idea that is earlier than the cultivation and transformation of mind. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your business and has nothing to do with me. After answering Elder Kaiyan's 3 questions, Chu Zhongshan looked up at the depths of the sect and showed an inexplicable smile on his face. Then he said to the people of Kaiyanlong Peak, Well, I have answered the questions that should be answered. Should you leave? Unfortunately, everyone at the scene didn't believe Chu Zhongshan's answer just now. They still looked at Chu Zhongshan with a look. Chu Zhongshan, who has a proud temperament, can patiently answer all the questions. In Zhao and Jun's opinion, he has given these people enough face. Today these people still stay, which is obviously a naked provocation, so he plans to use force to expel these people from Kaiyanlong Peak. However, just before he came and started, a very depressing roar sounded. Accompanied by a depressing roar, a golden scroll suddenly appeared over Liyan's sect. When the roar is over, the golden scroll automatically unfolds, and thousands of golden light spots appear on the scroll screen. These light spots leave the scroll one after another, and then fly to the peaks of Liyan's sect. There is a golden light spot running directly to the central sky of Chu. The inexplicable appearance of the golden scroll made Chu Zhongshan confused. The sudden golden light spot made him alert. Therefore, when he saw the golden light spot rushing towards him, the reaction of Chu Zhongshan consciousness was to avoid it. However, Zhao and Jun directly said, Chu boy, don't move around and accept the selection of the conscious rules of the Hidden Dragon List. Hidden Dragon List. When Zhao and Jun mentioned the list of hidden dragons, Chu Zhongshan seemed to remember that he had heard of the name, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. When he tried to recall, the golden light flying to him floated directly on his head. Then, the golden light spot shone everywhere, directly enveloping him. Chu Zhongshan, shrouded by the golden light, felt a special energy and began to check his roots, bones, flesh, blood, meridians, danshan, divine thoughts, and soul. On the contrary, it was related to the factors of cultivation and potential. All the golden light should be checked. After all the golden light was checked, the light began to shrink and finally returned to the floating golden light spot. The golden light spot turned around Chu Zhongshan 3 times and then returned to the golden scroll again. After the golden light spot returning to the painting axis is integrated into the painting axis, 7 big characters of Chu Zhongshan seed players appear on the painting axis picture. The 7 big characters appear for nearly 3 seconds and then turn into a golden light and re-integrate into the painting axis. Looking at the strange performance of the golden scroll, Chu Zhongshan quickly looked up at Zhao and Jun and planned to carefully interrogate him and ask him what had happened, but he saw a surprised look on his face. Although he didn't know why Zhao and Jun was happy at the meeting, Chu Zhongshan knew that it must be an unimaginable good thing to see the painting axis just now, and his name and seed players appearing on the painting axis. So he wanted to know what the painting axis represented, what the golden light spot just appeared represented, and what his name and seed choice represented. However, just before he came and opened his mouth for interrogation, after the second golden light spot returning to the painting axis was integrated into the painting axis, it appeared that he had never forgotten his name, Bailey Fengyun Seed Player. Although the picture of the scroll shows 8 characters of the seed players of the 100-mile wind and cloud, the time for these 8 characters to appear is very short, only 1 second, which makes the smile on Zhao and Jun's face more brilliant. Just after the 8 characters of Bailey Fengyun Seed Player were integrated into the painting axis, another golden light spot returned to the painting axis, and the 6 characters of Zhang Yue Seed Player immediately appeared on the painting axis picture. At the same time, the 6 characters of Zhang Yue Seed Player appeared for 3 seconds, which made Zhao and Jun, who was originally full of a bright smile, look dignified immediately. After the 7 characters of Zhang Yue's seed players were completely integrated into the painting axis, the scattered golden light spots returned one after another. However, after most of the golden light spots were integrated into the painting axis, there was no name. Only a small number of golden light spots had names, but there were no 4 characters of seed players behind the names. After thousands of light spots were reintegrated into the painting axis, a text appeared on the painting axis. On the 10th day of October, Walong Castle, climb the ladder. The words appearing on the picture axis stayed for nearly 30 seconds, and then transformed into countless light spots and integrated into the picture axis. Then, the golden scroll ignored the town faction array of Lian sect and directly tore the void away. After the golden scroll left the sect, the whole Lian sect was completely boiling, and countless disciples on the mountain were talking about the golden scroll just appeared. The strong people around the Qianlong Peak were not in the mood to continue to investigate the secret method mastered by Chu Zhongshan. They got up and left the Qianlong Peak and returned to their respective forces. Even the elder and supreme strong who had been paying attention to the Qianlong Peak also withdrew their eyes and began to discuss the golden painting axis that had just appeared. Chu boy, your crisis of breaking through the divine soul period has finally been resolved. Seeing that all the strong sects who wanted to continue to force Chu Zhongshan and force him to hand over the secret dharma that can quickly improve their cultivation have left Qianlong Peak, Captain Zhao and Jun said with a sigh of relief. Master, thank you. It can be said that Zhao and Jun withstood most of the pressure with his personal strength. Chu Zhongshan is very grateful for this. Chu boy, protecting the dharma for you is what I should do as a master. If you thank me, you won't take me as a master in your heart. Zhao and Jun was very relieved at Chu Zhongshan's thanks, but he did not forgive criticism. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan tilted his mouth and didn't say much. Then he went to Shen Fengxing, bent over and saluted and said, Zhongshan thanked the Lord for coming to Qianlong Peak in person in his busy schedule and taking pains to protect the dharma for Zhongshan. Zhongshan will remember today's kindness. For Shen Fengxing's gratitude, Chu Zhongshan is completely from the heart. When answering Elder Qian's third question, he had a strong sixth sense. He obviously felt 2 very powerful thoughts and wanted to check his soul. However, when those 2 thoughts just came into contact with him, he hurried back. Chu Zhongshan knew that this was the result of Shen Fengxing's secret help. At the same time, he knew better that the reason why the supreme elders in the veteran group didn't show up was probably because of Shen's popularity. After all, Shen Fengxing is not only a strong man with the title of supreme level, but also the leader of Lian sect. As long as the supreme elders don't want to betray the sect, they must respect him in face. Therefore, in order to avoid conflict with Shen Fengxing, those supreme elders chose tolerance. Chu Zhongshan, you don't have to mention your thanks. I have a question for you now. Shen Fengxing accepted Chu Zhongshan's thanks, but he wanted to know what Chu Zhongshan really thought, maybe whether he could choose again. Lord, please speak. Hearing that Shen Fengxing had questions to ask himself, Chu Zhongshan quickly corrected his attitude and put on a posture of being taught. Chu Zhongshan, if I give you a chance to choose again, would you like to be my popular apprentice? Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who treats himself respectfully, Shen Fengxing knows his requirements. Chu Zhongshan is likely not to agree, but he still doesn't give up asking. Don't worry about answering. Listen to my conditions first. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to refuse, Shen Fengxing stretched out his hand to stop it, and then began to set out his own conditions. Elder martial brother, you've gone too far. Zhao Enjun stopped with great dissatisfaction. Zhao Enjun also knew that it was Shen Fengxing's credit for being able to let the Supreme Elders not visit the Qianlong Peak in person, so he had no opinion on Chu Zhongshan's separate thanks. But after seeing and accepting Chu Zhongshan's thanks, Shen Fengxing even began to dig his own corner, which made him unhappy. What's more, I'm afraid I can only meet one of Chu Zhongshan's outstanding and filial disciples in my life. In any case, he can't let Shen Fengxing abduct Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother, you were able to save your life in the hands of the Supreme Power 100 years ago, but I did it secretly, so you owe me a favor to save your life. Seeing Zhao Enjun come forward to block the solicitation plan, Shen Fengxing, who had already been prepared, directly took out his previous kindness to block his mouth. Today, I'll exchange this kindness for you to shut up temporarily, can you? You. Recalling that 100 years ago, in the face of the crisis that the Supreme Power was bound to die, Shen Fengxing made great efforts to help him save his life from the Supreme Power. Zhao Enjun immediately didn't know what to say. Finally, he had to point to Shen Fengxing and make the final concession. Okay, but you can't go too far. Concessions are concessions. Zhao Enjun also gave a warning in advance in case Shen Fengxing put forward the temptation that even he could not refuse. Chu Zhongshan, first of all, as the leader of Lian sect, I accept you as the successor disciple of the leader. When I abdicate, you can succeed the leader and become one of the real 9 giants in the southern region. The leader of Lian sect, one of the 9 giants in the southern region, was not impressed by the first condition put forward by Shen Fengxing. Since he crossed this strange world and learned that human beings can master the legendary flying, hiding, and immortality through practice, his biggest wish is to climb the peak of martial arts and see what the end of martial arts is, and whether human beings can really become immortals and gods, in addition to returning to the earth through these means and seeing his elderly parents. At the same time, he doesn't have much nostalgia for power. Even if he wants to be a man of honor, the 9th 5-year-old can achieve this goal through the battle of the Chu family. What's more, he has a good relationship with Long Xingyun and Tianjun. He doesn't want to be unhappy with them because of the position of the patriarch. After setting out the first condition, Shen Fengxing immediately paid attention to Chu Zhongshan, but found that there was no change in his look, and then set out the second condition. Secondly, as Shen Fengxing, I accept you as a true disciple, who can inherit all my skills and martial arts. Moreover, within 100 years, I have 9 levels of confidence to promote you to the rank of supreme power. The second condition set by Shen Fengxing is less attractive to Chu Zhongshan. The experience of Tianwang secret land makes him harvest the best barren stone, milk, and fat. According to Huang Lao, with these 3 treasures, it is not difficult for him to surpass one in 20 years. He may even achieve the legendary possibility of sanctification. Chu Zhongshan didn't hold much hope for the sanctification of the flesh, but the flesh surpasses the first grade, which is equivalent to the powerful person with the title of supreme level. Therefore, he was not interested in the second condition proposed by Shen Fengxing. What's more, the goal set by Chu Zhongshan at the beginning of his practice is to achieve a state of tearing the void within 30 years. If this step can be achieved within 30 years, it is not difficult to break through the title of supreme. Set out the second condition. Shen Fengxing also immediately paid attention to Chu Zhongshan's expression. After finding that he still didn't have the slightest heartbeat, he immediately set out the third condition. However, the third condition is that he speaks in the way of sound transmission. Before I became supreme, I accidentally broke into a supreme forbidden area and found a set of secret methods that can become immortals in the forbidden area. That's why I can quickly advance to supreme level and become supreme. If you are willing to worship my teacher, I will teach you this set of secret methods. The secret method of becoming an immortal. Hearing the third condition put forward by Shen Fengxing, Chu Zhongshan was a little excited, but only a second later he returned to calm. When he left the sect for the first time to go out for training, with the help of old Huang, he harvested one of the 3 spiritual roots from the cave left by the suspected peerless strongman. Later, Zhao Enjun and old Huang said, "There are 3 spiritual roots in the world. Those who get human spiritual roots can become immortals. Those who get the spiritual root of the earth can become gods, and those who get the spiritual root of the heaven can prove eternity. However, it has been more than a year since he took the human spirit root. He did not get any chance to become an immortal from the human spirit root. Therefore, he did not fully believe in immortals and gods, and he was not interested in the secret method of becoming an immortal. Originally, Shen Fengxing thought that after he put forward the third condition, Chu Zhongshan would happily agree, but when he saw the expression of Chu Zhongshan's heart, it lasted only less than a second, and his inner expectation turned into disappointment. The reason why he wanted to accept Chu Zhongshan as an apprentice was that he didn't hesitate to waste a great kindness. The main reason was that he saw the opportunity to become an immortal from Chu Zhongshan. Because from the set of secret dharma he got, he finally mentioned a sentence that the mind is earlier than the cultivation to break through the divine mind, and there is a chance of becoming an immortal. If Chu Zhongshan can break through the limits of heaven and earth through secret methods and finally achieve the realm of immortals, as his master, he may also get sufficient benefits. Lord, thank you for your kindness. When Zhongshan's attitude broke through the Qi transformation period, he once said that he would be a teacher for one day and a father for all his life. Zhongshan doesn't plan to change the court all his life. Although he refused Shen Fengxing's 3 conditions, Chu Zhongshan still wanted to maintain a good relationship with him, so he sincerely expressed his intention. Now that you have made up your mind, take it as if I didn't say anything just now. He waved his hand and Shen Fengxing motioned. As the leader of a sect and the most powerful person with the title, Shen Fengxing was in a strong mood. In less than a second, he readjusted his mind and faced Chu Zhongshan with a relaxed look. Although you don't want to worship me as a teacher, with the relationship between me and younger martial brother Jiao, we must be an ally in the trench in the future. Therefore, the stronger your strength is, it is also a good thing for our patriarch. Speaking of this, Shen Fengxing drew from the void, took out a white jade slip, and made a gesture in front of Chu Zhongshan. Seeing the white jade slips taken out by Shen Fengxing, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt that the Taichuan Heart Sutra skill had the trend of independent operation, and immediately thought of a possibility, so he stared at the white jade slips with longing in his eyes. Zhongshan, since you can cultivate to the soul stage with the incomplete Taichuan Heart Sutra, you must have supplemented the 4th and 5th layers of the Taichuan Heart Sutra. As if he didn't notice the longing in Chu Zhongshan's eyes, Shen Fengxing continued to introduce himself. As a peaceful Taichuan Heart Sutra, what kind of level does it belong to? If you don't collect all the skills, I'm afraid no one can be accurate, but judging from the Taichuan Heart Sutra skills collected in the Clan Classics Pavilion. Lord, can you give the jade slips in your hand to Zhongshan? Seeing Shen Fengxing's incessant introduction of Taichuan Heart Sutra and his thorough understanding of Taichuan Heart Sutra, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to hear him continue to talk nonsense. He immediately opened his mouth to interrupt his speech, and then directly asked for the jade slips in his hand. Zhongshan, you are excellent in all aspects, but you are still too impatient and need to be honed. Chu Zhongshan's impatient expression just now. As the most powerful person with the title, how can Shen Fengxing fail to notice that the reason why he talks endlessly to hook his taste is to revenge his sincerity of refusing to accept him as an apprentice just now? Who says that the lord of a sect has no character, and who says that the title of supreme power has no temper? Shen Fengxing just wants to use this means to express a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. Thank you for your instruction. Zhongshan remembers it. Chu Zhongshan is not a fool, but a very smart man. From Shen Fengxing's criticism, he gradually heard a trace of dissatisfaction and immediately knew why Shen Fengxing wanted to treat himself like this. He refused Zhang Zhufeng's solicitation for 3 times in succession and refused Shen Fengxing's conditions face-to-face for 2 times in a row. In this case, Shen Fengxing can come up with the skill behind the Taichuan Heart Sutra. Chu Zhongshan is grateful. How can he not accept the other party's difficulties? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had guessed what he was doing, Shen Fengxing stopped retaliating. He directly handed the white jade slip in his hand to him and said, "This white jade slip records the skills of the 6th and 7th layers of the Taichuan Heart Sutra, which is equivalent to the longevity period and the avenue period. If you want to break through the chaotic period and advance to the supreme level with the Taichuan Heart Sutra skill, you still need to find the remaining heart skills. Thank you for your gift." Reaching for the white jade slips, Chu Zhongshan thanked excitedly. In fact, as early as when the cultivation reached the peak of Kihai period, Chu Zhongshan began to worry about mental skills, especially the promotion of soul to divine products. After the separation of 3 souls and 7 souls in advance, his worry became more worried. The early separation of 3 souls and 7 souls means that the divine soul period still cannot stop him from rapidly improving his cultivation. Then he will face how to break through the longevity period and the cultivation of the subsequent realm of longevity. Originally, according to the plan of Chu Zhongshan, it was intended to use Huang Lao's rich experience and the ability of a Ray Master to search some secret places and relics in the southern region after the cultivation broke through the Divine Soul period, so as to find the follow-up skill of Taikshuan Heart Sutra. In case, when his cultivation reaches the peak of the Divine Soul period and he can't find the follow-up skill of the Taikshuan Heart Sutra, he has made a plan to change the skill. At this time, Shen Fengxing took out the skills of the 6th and 7th layers of the Taikshuan Heart Sutra, which undoubtedly sent charcoal in the snow. Chu Zhongshan really didn't know how to repay this kindness. Although it is said that among the treasures he owns, there is waste fat containing the law of time, which plays a great role in Shen Fengxing's supreme strength. Considering the importance and confidentiality of waste fat, Chu Zhongshan finally didn't take waste fat as a reward. Zhongshan, the golden scroll just appeared must have filled your heart with doubts. You must want to know the secret of the golden scroll and the meaning it represents. As for the golden scroll, your master knows more than me, so I won't bother you to know the secret of the golden scroll. I'll leave you earlier. Reaching out to greet Tianjun and Huang Fuqi, Shen Fengxing left Qianlong Peak with them. Elder Martial Brother Chu, you have just broken through the Divine Soul period. You need to close down and consolidate your accomplishments immediately, so I won't disturb your practice anymore. I'll leave first. When Shen Fengxing left with Tianjun and Huang Fuqi, Dongfeng Yangping came to bid farewell with Dongfeng Yuner. Yangping, you should also strive to practice hard, strive to break through the Divine Soul period 1 day earlier, and become a peerless strong man in the southern region. After 5 days of latent cultivation in the secret land of the wilderness, Dongfeng Yangping, whose physical quality and potential were all improved, broke through 3 small levels of cultivation in succession in more than a month. At this time, he is already the peak cultivation of the 5th floor in the Kihai period and can break through the 6th floor at any time, so Chu Zhongshan encouraged him. Don't worry, although I'm unlikely to catch up with you, I won't be left too much, Dongfeng Yangping said calmly. Brother Chu, when you are closed, you must come to the test peak to find me. Don't come to you every time. Chu Zhongshan broke through the Divine Soul period, and Dongfeng Yuner was really happy for him. However, considering that the higher the realm, the longer the time of closed practice, the less time they will meet in the future, Dongfeng Yuner, who was a little sad, made the girl's willfulness for the first time. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan was not angry but felt that she was more lovely. Reaching out and grabbing her jade hand, Chu Zhongshan said gently, "Try not to leave the trial peak during this period of time. When I finish my retreat, I'll find you at the first time. Brother Chu, keep your word." Since the two met, this is the first time Chu Zhongshan explicitly proposed that he take the initiative to come to the door. Dongfeng Yuner immediately felt very happy. "Little girl?" Reaching out and touching Dongfeng Yuner's hair, Chu Zhongshan said with some helplessness and some joy. When Dongfeng Yangping left with Dongfeng Yuner, Shijiang, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning also left one after another, and then turned to leave the other courtyard at the peak. When only Jiao and Jun and the Queen of Chu were left in the other courtyard, Jiao and Jun first started the defense array of the other courtyard, and Huang Lao, who was hiding in the sleeve of the heavenly clothes in Chu, immediately flew out. The body of the divine soul slowly separated from the body of the supreme wild beast. When the body of the divine soul completely separated from the body of the wild beast, the body of the wild beast, which was only 1 centimeter in size, instantly recovered to be 1 kilometer long. Fortunately, Old Huang used the secret method to shrink again in time and put away the bodies of wild animals. At the same time, Jiao and Jun opened the void in front of him and returned to the other courtyard with the removed stone pavilion, the removed garden, and the demolished room. In just 1 minute, Qianlong Peak was separated from the hospital and returned to its former appearance. After the other courtyard at the peak regained its original appearance, they came to the stone pavilion. After enjoying the clear tea made by Jiao and Jun, he took the lead in saying, "Chu boy, Do you want to know the origin of the Golden Scroll? Nodded, Chu Zhongshan put down his teacup and said with a puzzled look, Master, just when the Golden Scroll appeared, you once blurted out the 3 words of the hidden dragon list. I vaguely remembered that I had heard of these 3 words before, but I couldn't remember them for a moment. It's normal not to remember. Chu Zhongshan couldn't remember when he heard of the list of hidden dragons, but Jiao Enjun felt very normal and gave a reasonable explanation. The reason why you can't remember at the moment must be that you overheard it, and the person who inadvertently revealed the list of hidden dragons must be a young, peerless genius. The hidden dragon list is not accessible to ordinary people, and even the top talents can't access it, because the hidden dragon list is aimed at all the peerless talents in the south and the other 4 regions of the Eternal Continent, as well as demonic talents. It must be a young, peerless genius. After hearing Jiao Enjun mention this reason, Chu Zhongshan immediately flashed a memory in his mind. That was when he followed Chu Zhengshuan to participate in the first round of the test of Liyan Sect's recruitment of disciples. When he passed Luoyang, the capital of the Ming dynasty, he accidentally met Zhu Yunwen, the prince of the Ming dynasty, and fought with blood shadowless from the Demon Heart sect. At that time, I was just a little man on the 10th floor of the Qi refining period. When I was only 22 years old, my cultivation was already the peak of the 3rd floor of the Qi C period. My heart was full of fear and envy. I once imagined whether I could achieve their cultivation at the age of 22. The list of hidden dragons was revealed by Zhu Yunwen when the blood shadowless from the Demon Heart sect was defeated. However, according to the records of Tiananmen in the middle of Chu, at the beginning, Zhu Wang issued an invitation to fight, saying that the list of hidden dragons was fighting 5 years later. Now, more than a year has passed since he said 5 years ago. In other words, there should be more than 3 years before the competition for the hidden dragon list. Why did the competition for the hidden dragon list advance? When Chu Zhongshan recalled meeting Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Wang, Jiao Enjun continued to introduce information about the list of hidden dragons. In the Eternal Continent, the competition for 2 lists can affect 5 regions of the whole Eternal Continent. One is the Hidden Dragon List, and the other is the Supreme List. The list of hidden dragons is aimed at all accomplishments in the whole continent. In the Divine Soul period, they are between the ages of 18 and 25. They have more than peerless talents and have super challenging talents. The list of the Hidden Dragon List only records the 108 best geniuses in the Soul period in the mainland. On the contrary, the geniuses who can finally enter the list can not only gain unimaginable reputation, but also get special assistance from the Hidden Dragon List. This special assistance can not only enhance the potential, but also accelerate the power of understanding the law. The 108 geniuses who can finally enter the list will have the lowest achievement in the future, and they are also the strong ones at the peak of the imperial realm. The top 10 geniuses with the lowest cultivation are also the strong ones at the supreme level. The top 3 geniuses at the Divine Soul stage can be promoted to the supreme title 100%. As for the final champion, it is said that there are 3 levels of probability to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become immortals the throne of God. Jiao Enjun finally mentioned the role of the Hidden Dragon List, which made Chu Zhongshan very interested. Of course, the point of interest is not in the position of immortals, but in the power of the Hidden Dragon List to assist in understanding the law. The martial arts, secret arts, and fighting style he is practicing now favor the law of destruction. The space rules hidden in the Danshan, and the control rules contained in the meaning of just promoted Dao are all the top rules among thousands of rules. It is very difficult to understand the top-ranking rules, and it is even more difficult to fully understand the 3 rules he mastered by chance. Therefore, he is looking forward to the role of the Hidden Dragon List in assisting in understanding the law. Master, when did the Hidden Dragon List open? When was it last opened? Looking forward to the power of the Hidden Dragon List to assist in understanding the law, Chu Zhongshan asked the questions he had just recalled. The Hidden Dragon List is opened every 10 years. The last time it was opened was 7 years ago. Speaking of this, Jiao Enjun also showed a trace of confusion on his face. According to the process of opening the Hidden Dragon List for millions of years, it has always been opened once every 10 years. Every time, it is nearly 3 years ahead of time, which is not a good thing for some young talents. The precedent of opening the Hidden Dragon List in advance is not unprecedented. Although Zhao Enjun is already a top power at the supreme level, he is not very old and has not rich experience. He doesn't know much about some secrets. He is far inferior to old Huang, who has lived for millions of years. Therefore, when Zhao Enjun is also confused, old Huang, who hasn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "Brother Huang, have you ever met the precedent of opening the hidden dragon list in advance?" Zhao Enjun widened his eyes and asked with an expression of great shock and interest, "I haven't seen it." Shaking his head, Huang Lao then said, "When my body was destroyed and the body of the spirit was looking for a place to hide, I accidentally entered a particularly mysterious relic. In that relic, there were neither shocking cultivation skills, nor pills to improve cultivation, nor any sharp weapons, but only countless classics. Chu boy, the reason why I know so many things and know so many secrets lies not only in the fact that my array master can enter different secret areas and forbidden areas, but also in my original harvest in that relic." Recalling his grief after losing his body at the beginning, his confusion in the future and his unwillingness to blade his enemies, old Huang still can't forget. It is precisely because of his unwillingness that he has infinite motivation to check all the classics in the ruins and find ways to reshape his body in the classics. I can't remember the specific year, but in the era of the prosperity of the Mantra Master, the Hidden Dragon list was opened once in advance because of the Mantra Master's all-round talent, and the opening time was also 3 years in advance. In that competition for the Hidden Dragon list, the Mantra Master's all-round talent finally won the championship. Speaking of this, old Huang couldn't help looking at Chu Zhongshan and said with regret, "The Mantra Master all-round talent, who won the first place in the list of hidden dragons, has reached the peak of title supremacy in just 20 years. At the beginning, many people thought that the Mantra Master all-round talent is the most promising to break through the title supremacy and achieve the position of immortal. Unfortunately, later, because the magician created a taboo skill that can devour the martial god's mind, all the strong people in the Eternal Continent joined hands to hunt down the magician. The spirit of the magician was afraid to die in this hunt, and lost the hope that he might eventually be promoted to the position of immortal. Brother Huang, the list of hidden dragons was opened more than 3 years in advance. Is it because of the boy Chu?" Zhao Enjun asked with some expectation and some disbelief. Zhao Enjun didn't know who the Master of Incantation was, but it took less than 20 years for the Master of Incantation to improve his cultivation from the Divine Soul stage to the highest peak of the title, which made him very much look forward to the early opening of the list of hidden dragons because of Chu Zhongshan. If the opening of the diving dragon list this time is due to Chu Zhongshan's original reason, according to the experience of Curse Shu's full strength, he is likely to become the first in the competition for the diving dragon list this time. 20 years later, the 3 powerful men with the highest titles worked together to rectify the sect. Presumably, the law enforcement peak, the Hall of Merit and Virtue, and the Veterans Regiment were also unable to stop and destroy it. Unfortunately, old Huang's answer made Zhao Enjun very hopeful. Although Chu Boy is very excellent, even in my age when my body was not damaged, he is also the top demon genius, but he is not a bit worse than the Master of Mantra. Therefore, it is definitely not because of him that the list of hidden dragons was opened in advance." Shaking his head, old Huang said without any contempt. Then, old Huang suddenly got up and left the stone table, went straight to the stone pavilion, looked at the north, and muttered to himself, "I guess that this time the list of hidden dragons was opened in advance, probably because there was a genius comparable to the versatile spell master in the central domain, which is likely to be the protagonist of the Eternal Continent in the future." Zhao Enjun, the future protagonist of Eternal Mainland, was shocked when he heard that Huang gave such a high evaluation to the genius who could lead the list of hidden dragons to open in advance. But for Chu Zhongshan, Huang Leagang's introduction has no influence at all. Even if the genius of the central region is excellent, what does it have to do with him? Even in the competition for the list of hidden dragons, it's not a shame to encounter a genius in the central domain, fight once, and admit defeat if you can't fight. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan most wants to know how to participate in the competition for the hidden dragon list. "Master, before the patriarch left, he said you knew the hidden dragon list better than him. What's the matter?" Ha ha. When Chu Zhongshan asked this question, Jiao and Jun smiled a little proudly, then the tone was full of schadenfreude and said, "The elder martial brother of the patriarch has the same talent as me, but his luck has always been better than me. He has more opportunities to go out and practice than me, and his accomplishments have been improved faster than me." Later, due to an accident, he was unable to control his accomplishments, broke through the longevity period half a year earlier than me, and missed the competition for the list of hidden dragons. "Master, so you've participated in Qianlong Peak. I don't know how many places you finally ranked on the list." Jiao and Jun even participated in the competition for the list of hidden dragons, which aroused great interest in Chu Zhongshan. He looked forward to watching Jiao and Jun. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation about his ranking when competing for the list of hidden dragons, Jiao and Jun showed a complicated look on his face. The second time on the list, ranking 3rd in the Battle of the Southern Region and 32nd in the Battle of the Eternal Continent. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, Jiao and Jun immediately knew that he didn't understand the rules of the competition for the hidden dragon list, didn't understand the meaning of his ranking just now, and immediately explained in detail to him. Through Jiao and Jun's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood the details of the competition for the Qianlong list and the difficulty of competing for the final list of the Qianlong list. According to Jiao and Jun, the competition for the hidden dragon list is divided into 2 times. The first time was the competition for the regional top 108, which was the preliminary race before the real opening of the hidden dragon list. On the contrary, those who are between the ages of 18 and 25 have reached the level of peerless genius or above, and are in the spirit period are eligible to compete for the list of hidden dragons. The first competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was the promotion, and the second round was the qualifying. Before the Qianlong list is officially opened, there will be a scale selection process, through which seed players and ordinary players will be determined. On the contrary, the warrior who is designated as the seed player has a choice, that is, he can choose to participate in or not participate in the first round of promotion. If you choose to participate in the promotion competition, the qualification of seed players will be cancelled immediately, and you will be promoted successfully and eliminated in failure for ordinary players. If you choose not to participate in the qualifying competition, you can wait until the end of the qualifying competition and participate in the qualifying competition with the final contestants. According to the number of seed players, a total of 540 players will be selected to participate in the second round. Chu Boy, according to the test results of the hidden dragon list, you are selected as the seed player. Are you going to give up the identity of the seed player and participate in the competition through the promotion competition, or keep the identity of the seed player and directly participate in the second round of qualifying? Jiao and Jun ask strangely when talking about the promotion and qualifying. The reason why Jiao and Jun's question is a little strange is that the identity of seed players can avoid participating in the promotion competition. It can not only avoid exposing their strength in advance, but also have sufficient rest time. I'm afraid every player who becomes a seed will choose to retain the identity of seed players. However, in the face of Jiao and Jun's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan replied without any hesitation, "Give up the identity of seed player and participate in the promotion competition." Why? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan directly chose to participate in the promotion without worry, Jiao and Jun was very happy, but he wanted to know the reason. The reason is very simple. I like fighting. I like to stimulate the boiling blood in my body through fighting. I prefer to reach the list all the way through my own spirit knife. Chu Zhongshan said very domineering. "Well, this is my apprentice Jiao and Jun." Chu Zhongshan's domineering reply made Jiao and Jun beat the table hard and said excitedly. Subsequently, he adjusted his mind and continued to introduce the process of the competition for the hidden dragon list. The second round of qualifying takes a one-on-one mode. In other words, for the players participating in the second round of qualifying, everyone will play against 539 players once, and then the top 108 will be ranked according to the final points. After 108 contestants are selected, the list of hidden dragons from 5 regions will immediately merge together to form an independent space. the 108 players from the 5 regions immediately entered the independent space formed by the Hidden Dragon list and began the second competition. 5 regions, 108 players in each region, just 540 players, compete according to the qualifying method of the first competition for a long time, and then rank in the top 108 according to the final points. These 108 people are the people who can finally climb the list of hidden dragons and also represent the strongest in the realm of the divine soul of the Eternal Continent. Among the 5 regions of the Eternal Continent, the southern region has the weakest overall strength, and the central region has the strongest overall strength. The gap between the two cannot be described as too different. When Zhao Enjun mentioned his ranking just now, he said that he ranked 3rd in the competition in the southern region, but only ranked 32nd in the 5 regions. The most important reason is that he lost too much to the talents of the central region, resulting in a relatively low final ranking. According to Zhao Enjun, most of the players representing the central domain can have the combat power of half a big realm, and even the top non-human players can be said to have the combat power beyond a whole big realm. In other words, they can have the strength of the peak state of longevity with the cultivation of the peak state of the soul period. More importantly, the champion of the competition for the list of hidden dragons in which Zhao Enjun participated was able to display the strength of the half-step road period with the cultivation of the peak state of the soul period and the power of the law that can be used by the realm of the road period, which was unimaginable in his mind at that time. Later, Zhao Enjun was able to make rapid progress in cultivation and broke through the supreme level in less than 100 years, which had a lot to do with the original stimulation. Everyone has the strength to surpass half of their own realm. Zhao Enjun describes the players in the central domain. Chu Zhongshan's feeling is not fear and fear, but some excitement. Even the blood in his body begins to boil. Chu boy, calm down and concentrate. As if he felt the change in the heart of heaven in Chu, Zhao Enjun quickly reminded him while appreciating it. Who? Take a deep breath, adjust the excitement, and suppress the boiling blood in your heart. Chu Zhongshan motioned that Zhao Enjun could continue to introduce the information about the hidden dragon list. Chu boy, since you plan to give up the identity of seed player and participate in the promotion competition as an ordinary player, you must learn how to hide your strength and strive to reach the top 180 in qualifying. After Chu Zhongshan regained calm, Zhao Enjun did not immediately introduce the information of the competition for the hidden dragon list, but put forward requirements to Chu Zhongshan. It's not a problem, Chu Zhongshan responded. Even if Zhao Enjun doesn't remind him, as a man who has experienced hundreds of battles and has rich combat experience, he will pay attention to this situation. No, Chu boy, you must pay attention to it. You can't tolerate any mistakes in the competition for the list of hidden dragons in the southern region. Because being able to squeeze into the top 108 is not only related to whether you can participate in the real finals, but also related to your ability to realize the power of the law of destruction in advance and the key to improve the level of knife intention when participating in the finals. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's casual answer, Zhao Enjun, who was worried about the capsizing of the sewer, immediately made a serious criticism. Master, what do you mean? Entering the finals is about whether we can understand the power of the law of destruction in advance and whether we can improve the level of the meaning of the knife. Zhao Enjun's reminder made Chu Zhongshan, who was originally very casual, quickly correct his attitude and listen carefully to Zhao Enjun's explanation. Through Zhao Enjun's more detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why he solemnly told himself that there was a 540-mile-long dragon of the spirit in the independent space formed by the list of hidden dragons. This dragon of divine spirit is formed by the purest energy of the eternal continent. In this energy, there are not only the power of divine soul that can improve the cultivation of divine soul, but also the spiritual power that can enhance divine mind, as well as special energy that can improve understanding. Cultivation reaches the peak of longevity. If you want to break through the road period, you need to understand the power of the law. If you want to understand the power of the law, accept that you have a certain understanding of the power of the law that needs to be understood. All the rest depends on your own understanding. The better the understanding is, the stronger the ability to perceive the power of the law, and the faster it can help, control, and integrate the power of the law. All the top 108 players in different regions will get the first benefit after entering the dugout room formed by the Hidden Dragon list, which is the return gift of the divine dragon formed by pure energy. The reward method of the Hidden Dragon list is that the divine dragon with a length of 540 miles will be divided into 540 parts, each of which is 500 meters, which is also a 1-mile-long divine dragon. The divine dragon with a length of 500 meters will be temporarily integrated into your body. Although you can't refine or absorb the divine dragon into your body, you can use the divine dragon to radiate the energy that can improve your understanding, temporarily improve your understanding, and practice the secret dharma, or realize the power of the law you can use in the future through your proficient martial arts. When the real final starts, every time you beat an opponent, the dragon 500 miles long in the opponent's body will be divided into 1-meter dragon and integrated into the dragon in your body. The divine dragon integrated into your body not only increases in size, but also emits more energy to improve your understanding, and the effect of assisting your practice will be stronger. If you can win the championship, the dragon in your body can not only restore your true body of 540 miles, but also you can practice in the independent space formed by the Hidden Dragon list for 1 to 3 months with the help of the dragon integrated into your body. Therefore, the champion of each Qianlong list will successfully break through the road period in 2 to 3 years after the end of the competition for the Qianlong list and become a powerful man in the Eternal Continent. Master, don't worry, I will not only break into the 108 of the list of hidden dragons in the southern region, but also win a place you can't imagine in the final. Chu Zhongshan expressed his confidence 100 times. Participating in the Hidden Dragon list can have so many benefits. Chu Zhongshan originally held that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. As long as he could stand the final, his mentality suddenly changed. He should not only stand the final, but also the final champion. Chu Boy, in addition to the benefits I mentioned above, all the players who can squeeze into the top 108 will receive a 1-year protection period from the potential rules of the list. In this year, no matter from any danger, it can't hurt you half a point. It's definitely a great time for you to take advantage of this opportunity to explore the secret and forbidden areas. There's another thing. After hearing the news, Chu Zhongshan almost jumped up with excitement. The reason why Old Huang promised to inherit his array at the beginning was to break into a particularly dangerous secret place, which can be said to be a narrow escape, and find 3 treasures that can help him reshape his body. According to the original mutual agreement, I intend to venture into that secret place after my cultivation breaks through the supreme level. Now, I have the ability to avoid injury for 1 year. Isn't it the best time to venture into that secret place? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking excitedly at Huang Lao standing by the stone pavilion. Huang Lao, who was aware of Chu Zhongshan's gaze, turned around, returned to the stone table and said, "Chu Boy, the protection period just mentioned by your master is not comprehensive. The 1-year protection period is not any danger and can't hurt you. If you are a strong person with the title of Supreme Level, or the top 30 forbidden areas in the Eternal Continent, as well as the secret areas with a degree of danger no less than the top 30 forbidden areas, you can also be killed." Brother Huang, that's not right. When I participated in the war for the Hidden Dragon list, I heard what the rule consciousness of the Hidden Dragon list said. Seeing that Huang refuted what he had just said, Jiao and Jun retorted somewhat unconvinced. Brother Jiao, from the perspective of the most powerful person with the title of Supreme Level, can the martial arts in the Divine Soul period enter their magic eyes? How can the martial arts in the Divine Soul period enter the forbidden area in the top 30 of Yunheng Dashan? For Jiao and Jun's retort, Old Huang immediately gave his reasons. This. Jiao and Jun didn't know how to refute the reason given by Huang. When my body was not damaged, I also participated in the list of hidden dragons. Although my Huang family is only a 3rd-class family and is not a top force in the central domain, when I was cultivating in the spirit period, I already had the level of array masters. With the help of defense array and self-explosion array, I not only entered the 108 position in the list of hidden dragons in the central domain, but finally ranked 11th. Ignoring Jiao and Jun, who didn't know how to refute, old Huang continued. When I participated in the final, with the help of the dragon power in the independent space of the hidden dragon list, I not only realized the power of the law that I need to rely on in the future, but also made a breakthrough in array cultivation. With the help of the breakthrough in array cultivation, I finally ranked 9th in the hidden dragon list. 9th. Hearing Huang Lao's final ranking, Jiao and Jun stood up in shock. As a person who has participated in the diving dragon list, Jiao and Jun is too aware of the difficulties and cruelty in the final of the diving dragon list. No matter the demon players from other regions or the talented players from the central region, each player is not so easy to deal with. What's more, when Huang Lao's body was not damaged, but more than 1,000,000 years ago, the spirit of heaven and earth was much stronger than now, the number of natural materials and earth treasures was much richer than now, and the number of demon genius was much more now. How terrible Huang Lao's talent, potential, savvy, and strength should be if he can stand out among 540 talented athletes and finally rank 9th. Indicating that Jiao and Jun, who was shocked, was calm, old Huang continued. At that time, I believed too much in the 1-year protection period given by the consciousness of the rules of the hidden dragon list. 2 months after the end of the competition for the hidden dragon list, I ventured into a secret place with a dangerous degree close to the top 30 forbidden areas of the Eternal Mainland and almost died in it. If I didn't have the life-saving card given by my family title and supreme ancestor at that time, I'm afraid that adventure would be buried in the secret place. Speaking of this, old Huang looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and said, "After that near-death adventure, I came to a conclusion that what can really ensure my safety in this world is my strong strength, and no foreign objects are safe." "Huang Lao, I see." Standing up, Chu Zhongshan said with an educated attitude. He waved his hand and motioned Chu Zhongshan to sit down. Then old Huang said with a strange look, "Chu boy, although the 1-year protection period given by the rules of the diving dragon list is not too safe, other rewards are real, and I have a feeling that the competition for the final of the diving dragon list will be a chance for you to transform into a dragon. Because when I first met you, I once felt that there was a Jaya Along trapped in shallow water in your body, waiting for the chance to turn into a dragon in water. Maybe the battle for the final of the diving dragon list is the chance for the Jaya Along to jump into shallow water and become a divine dragon." A Jaya Along trapped in shallow water was hidden in his body. Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly when he heard Huang tell his feelings, because he doesn't know what's in his body. There's a trapped dragon. Dragon? The different types of names of dragons make the memory of Chu Zhongshan gradually return to the Chu family, the city of Lu, and the jade dragon peak thousands of miles away from the city of Lu. At the end of the hunting contest in the state of Qi, Liu Yuzhen was invited to make an appointment. The two men had a thrilling challenge at the top of Yulong Peak. When they really defeated Liu Yuzhen, they had a feeling that there was a special breath in Yulong Peak, but they couldn't find it no matter how they checked it later. With the passage of time, coupled with the desire to pass the test of Lei Yun sect, I gradually forget this thing. Huang Leagankai's reminder and the legend of Yulong Peak, Chu Zhongshan has a feeling that Huang Leagankai's statement is likely to be true. There may be a dragon trapped in his body, which is waiting for the opportunity to degenerate into a dragon. Although there is speculation in his heart, Chu Zhongshan does not confess to Huang Lao and Jiao and Jun, but hopes to verify whether there is a dragon in his body through his own observation, and whether the battle for the hidden dragon list is an opportunity for the dragon to transform into a divine dragon. Chu Zhongshan's confused eyes gradually cleared up. Old Huang knew that the speculation he had just made through feeling was true. Chu Zhongshan had thought of the origin of the hidden dragon in his body. He had expected him to tell him the origin of the matter, but found that he poured his own tea and had no intention of confession. Old Huang suddenly snorted angrily. "Mr. Huang, master, I don't know if you have anything to add to the competition for the hidden dragon list." After drinking a cup of Chinese tea, Chu Zhongshan calmed his excitement and asked for the news. "Yes." After looking at Huang Lao, he found that he was still angry. Jiao and Jun took over the topic again after feeling that his temper was funny like an old child. Through Jiao and Jun's next introduction, Chu Zhongshan's calm look gradually became dignified, and his right hand holding the teacup also made a slight effort. According to Jiao and Jun, because there are too many benefits to enter the list of the Hidden Dragon list. All the Soul stage players who can be selected to participate in the competition of the Hidden Dragon list will do their best in every game, and there are no restrictions in the process of the competition of the Hidden Dragon list. In order to win, any means can be used. In other words, the competition for the Hidden Dragon list is a process that can kill opponents and win. When Zhao and Jun participated in the promotion competition of the Hidden Dragon list, there were nearly 50,000 contestants. When the promotion competition was over, nearly 15,000 contestants with peerless talents in the Soul period died miserably in Walong Castle, which brought a disaster of near extinction to many forces in the southern region at that time. It can be said that every competition for the Diving Dragon list is a meat grinder of peerless talents. After each competition for the Diving Dragon list, the Eternal Continent will lose at least half of the peerless talents. Chu Boy, do you feel pressure? After talking about the cruelty of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, Zhao and Jun asked seriously. Pressure? Nodded. Chu Zhongshan didn't deny the pressure brought by the cruel battle. Then, his attitude changed and he said with some excitement, when there is pressure, there will be motivation. The more motivation, the faster the improvement of cultivation and strength. What's more, the cruel battle is also an opportunity to harvest a lot of wealth. Smelly boy. Chu Zhongshan's initial answer satisfied Zhao and Jun and Huang Lao very much, but when they heard the second half of his sentence, they were immediately angry and happy. Chu boy, today is the first day of March. There are still 7 months before the promotion of the Qianlong list. In these 7 months, you should not only improve your cultivation to the peak of the Divine Soul period, but also improve all your martial arts and secret methods to Xuanpin. Time is very tight, and there is a lot of pressure. Yes! The early opening of the Hidden Dragon list is both good news and bad news for Chu Zhongshan. The good news is that he can have the opportunity to participate in the Hidden Dragon list that can only be opened once in 10 years. When the soul is promoted to the divine product, let his 3 souls and 7 souls separate in advance, which means that the realm of the Divine Soul period does not have too much pressure for him, nor will it delay his speed of improving cultivation. With the help of the secret method of soul training taught by Old Huang, he knows the pure energy provided by the spirit beast in the independent space of the sea at any time, as well as the 2 blood essence fruits harvested from the blood god tree. Even if he stays in the closed practice of Qianlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan is confident that his cultivation will reach the peak of the soul period within 10 months and break through the longevity period within 1 year. If the Hidden Dragon list is opened according to the normal law, he will lose the opportunity to participate in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list after the cultivation breaks through the longevity period. The bad news is that the Qianlong list has been opened in advance for only 7 months. In such a short time, he not only needs to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Soul period, but also needs to raise all the martial arts and secret places he has mastered to Xuanpin. At the same time, in order to ensure the 108 finalists, in addition to the martial arts and secret skills he now mastered, he also needs to cultivate some martial arts belonging to the Soul period, so the time is a little urgent. In the face of this dilemma, Chu Zhongshan can only turn his attention to Huang Lao and Zhao and Jun, especially Huang Lao with rich experience. Master Huang, I don't know if you two have any good suggestions that can help me improve my cultivation and strength in 7 months. Brother Jiao, say it first. Huang had his own idea about Chu Zhongshan's cultivation plan for the next 7 months, but anyway, Zhao and Jun is Chu Zhongshan's master, and Chu Zhongshan is his only disciple. He can't go beyond Zhao and Jun and arrange Chu Zhongshan's next cultivation plan in advance. Chu boy, I didn't expect that the list of hidden dragons would be opened in advance, so I didn't consider your cultivation plan for the next 7 months in advance. This is a dereliction of duty as a teacher. First, he apologized to Chu Zhongshan, and then he targeted Huang Lao. However, with Brother Huang's rich experience and the ability of the array master, we must have arranged everything for you long ago, so we can listen to his arrangement later. Speaking of this, Zhao and Jun took out 2 wooden boxes and a storage bag from the storage ring, then put them in front of the stone table and said, "When you visited your relatives and returned to the sect, didn't I borrow the residual branches of the god tree from you?" "Yes." Chu Zhongshan nodded, indicating that he remembered that thing. When you were preparing for the breakthrough of the Divine Soul period, I took the remaining branches of the Divine Tree to a hidden danger. In that danger, I got a lower-level 5-grade soul clearing grass that can increase the power of 3 souls and 3 upper-level 6-grade soul washing flowers that can condense 7 souls, which is just suitable for you to accelerate the cultivation of the Divine Soul period. Open 2 wooden boxes and point to a palm-sized grass in the box and 3 flowers like holding flowers, Jiao and Jun said. Master, thank you. Feeling the strong soul power of spirit grass and spirit flower, Chu Zhongshan flashed a warm current in his heart and waved back the spirit grass and spirit flower, as well as the storage bag containing the residual branches of the divine tree. He only said a thank you to Jiao and Jun. Brother Huang, how much trouble do you have for the next arrangement of Chu Boy? After Chu, Zhongshan collected the spirit grass and flowers, Jiao and Jun motioned to Huang Lao to tell him his arrangement. Chu Boy, with the lower-level 5-grade soul clearing grass and the upper-level 6-grade soul washing flower, the time you want to break through the peak of the Divine Soul period is reduced by at least half, so you have more time to practice some martial arts and secrets. First, I evaluated the efficacy of Jiao and Jun's gift of spirit grass and spirit flower, and then Huang Laoduan was positive and said in a very solemn tone. Chu Boy, after a period of contact, I found that your boy is not a stable master, but a master who likes to take risks everywhere and crazy, improve his cultivation and strength with the help of adventure. Therefore, if you want to improve your cultivation to the peak of the Divine Soul period and have the strength of the peak of the longevity period in 7 months, you can't stay in the hidden dragon peak for closed cultivation. You must be like before risk everywhere like that. Speaking of this, old Huang paused a little, thought about the next 7 months of experience and training, and then said, according to the records I saw in countless ancient books of that special site, there are 3 secret places in the southern region, and 1 dangerous place is more suitable for your next experience and training. Huang Lao, where are the 3 secret places and dangerous places? Chu Zhongshan asked quickly. Chu Zhongshan raised his hands and feet in favor of Huang Lao's arrangement. For more than a year, his cultivation has been able to cross 4 major realms. The experience of different secret realms and the adventure of dangerous places have played a vital role. Without the experience of Purgatory City, which belongs to the secret realm alone, he cannot obtain the Xuanlong fruit to improve the realm physique in the exercise period, and it is impossible to speed up the improvement of the realm in the exercise period. If there is no cave left by a suspected peerless strong man, he can't get one of the 3 spiritual roots in the world, and the cultivation talent can't be directly promoted to a high level. Without the experience of the Blood Devil secret realm, the improvement of state-of-mind cultivation cannot exceed the realm, and it is impossible to fully improve cultivation, let alone get the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill on the 4th and 5th levels. Without the experience of Shura secret realm, he could not get the blood core that can improve his potential and understanding, instantly restore the blood essence of essence, chi and God, and even less could he get the second space law among the thousands of laws. Without the adventure of Blood God Tree's living space, he can't build the Jiazhuan genuine pill in Zhuan theory, nor can he achieve the perfect Danshan, and his cultivation can't break through the gas sea period so quickly. The experience of secret and dangerous places, although there is great danger, contains endless opportunities. Chu Zhongshan is very happy with the next arrangement of old Huang. Of course, the premise is that he must understand the specific location of the 3 secret places. Because when he captured the spirit beast that assisted in cultivation, he promised to abandon Zhou, the 97th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and continue the battle they had not completed in Weishan Island 6 months later. More than a month has passed since the originally agreed time. If the secret and dangerous places of Li Lion are far away from Weishan Island, he will find a way to inform Zhou Qi and postpone the challenge time. In other words, it's okay to set the time for 2 people to challenge on the hidden dragon list. If the secret and dangerous places of Li Lion don't deviate too much from Weishan Island, he will pay the appointment on time and really defeat Zhou Zai. Taking Liyun's sect as the origin, the 3 secret places are located in due south, due north, and due east respectively, and the dangerous place is also located in due east. Recall that he saw the records in the classics at the beginning, and then according to the actual environment, Old Huang drew the general location of 3 secret places and dangerous places on the stone table. First, go to the secret place and dangerous place in the due east direction, then go to the secret place in the due south direction, and finally go to the secret place in the due north direction. According to the position drawn by Huang Leibiao, Chu Zhongshan made arrangements. Okay, listen to you. Huang didn't have much opinion on the order of the 3 secret places and dangerous places. After the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, Chu Zhongshan can use his divine soul power to play a stronger strength. Although he can't tear the void temporarily, there is no problem in speed. That is, he won't delay the promotion of the diving dragon list in the beginning of October. Chu boy, you've just broken through the divine soul period. You need to consolidate and understand the state after the breakthrough immediately. Since you already know the information about the hidden dragon list, then you'll go back to number 9 other hospital for latent cultivation. I have something to discuss with Brother Huang. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan and Huang had discussed the cultivation plan for the next 7 months, Zhao and Jun signaled that Chu Zhongshan could leave the other courtyard. Master, Old Huang, I'll go back first. He got up and left the stone chair. Chu Zhongshan said goodbye. Even if Zhao and Jun doesn't mention it, Chu Zhongshan will say goodbye next, because he also wants to know the change of his strength when he breaks through the divine soul period. At the same time, he also wants to return to the practice chamber immediately and then copy and paste King Hun grass and a Hun flower. Go! Waving his hand, Old Huang motioned. After Chu Zhongshan left the other courtyard, Huang Lao and Zhao and Jun looked dignified at the same time. Brother Zhao, in the next period of time, I will accompany Chu boy out to practice and try my best to improve his cultivation and strength. And with the help of this time, you can make use of the waste fat and the spiritual enlightenment I gave you to break through the title of Supreme within 7 months. Seeing Zhao and Jun with the same dignified face, Old Huang reminded him. Hard. Shook his head, Zhao and Jun did not have much confidence to respond. If it's difficult, we should try our best to break through. For Zhao and Jun's reply with insufficient confidence, Old Huang criticized with some dissatisfaction. Brother Zhao, you and I have participated in the competition for the hidden dragon list. We know the cruelty and the process of the competition and the consequences of the competition. With the ruthless character of Chu boy and the habit of seeing money and opening up, I'm afraid this competition for the list of hidden dragons will be another massacre. After the massacre, I don't know how many powerful forces to offend, as well as the supreme class and the supreme powerful. Speaking of this, Old Huang glanced at the depths of the sect, then he said, Brother Zhao, in the process of breaking through the divine soul period, you can clearly see that except for the sect leader and the blood robe that left without saying goodbye just now, I'm afraid no one in the sect wants Chu boy to really grow up. At that time, it's a delusion to expect the strong ones of that sect to support him. Therefore, if you want to let Chu boy give full play to his strength in the competition for the hidden dragon list, and if you want him to continue to live safely after the competition for the hidden dragon list, all the dependence is on you. As long as you can break through the title of supremacy and truly become a strong man who can affect the situation of the eternal continent, those who want to move the Chu boy behind have to be afraid of your existence. Looking directly at Zhao and Jun, Old Huang clearly explained the advantages and disadvantages of Chu Zhongshan's participation in the list of hidden dragons. Huang Lao, Zhongshan's current situation is mostly due to me. If it wasn't for my bloody means 100 years ago, if it wasn't for my irreconcilable contradictions with most sects, Chu boy would be taken care of by the sects, so he wouldn't have to worry too much about the consequences of the competition for the hidden dragon list. Lao Huang agreed with Zhao and Jun about the advantages and disadvantages of Chu Zhongshan's participation in the competition for the hidden dragon list, and took the main responsibility on himself. Then he stood up, walked out of the stone pavilion, came to the courtyard, swore to the sky, and said, I, Zhao and Jun, swear here that if I can't successfully promote to the supreme title within 7 months, then I will stop at the Qianlong Peak. Seeing that Zhao and Jun forced himself to fight back in the form of an oath, Old Huang nodded with satisfaction, and then a special thought was transmitted to Zhao and Jun's ear. Brother Zhao, if you can integrate the power of the laws you master in this place, the probability of breaking through the supreme level in 7 months will be increased to level 9. When the transmission was over, Old Huang said proudly, Brother Huang, you Zhao and Jun couldn't help laughing bitterly after learning that it could help break through the mysterious space of the supreme title and the special energy contained in the mysterious space. If he had known this place in advance and its auxiliary role in breaking through the title, he would not have used the way of breaking the boat to force his potential. Test Peak. As the mountain peak, where Liyun sect factotum disciples and external disciples live and practice, few strong people with high cultivation come on weekdays. On this day, a young man dressed in light blue clothes with beautiful appearance but extraordinary temperament suddenly appeared on the hillside of the test peak and in front of the girls' dormitory of the test peak. The girls in the chi refining period and body refining period who came in and out of the girls' dormitory showed a trace of interest on their faces when they saw the boy in blue standing at the door. However, the boy in blue exudes a special smell, which makes these girls who want to get close dare not approach rashly. "Excuse me, are you Chu Zhongshan, elder martial brother Chu, who ranked first in Dabai, a disciple from outside the sect last year?" Among the many women who paid attention to the young man in blue, a girl with outstanding appearance and cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th floor during the physical training period, looked forward to asking. "Yes, I am Chu Zhongshan." The boy in blue smiled at the beautiful girl and admitted his identity. The boy in blue who appeared in the girls' dormitory was Chu Zhongshan, who had just finished his seclusion. After returning to the practice chamber of number 9 other courtyard, he used one day and one night to consolidate his accomplishments after breakthrough, and then tried the power of Dao Yi after promotion. After she was promoted to Dao Yi, although he lost the ability of she to solidify the surrounding environment and restrict the other party's action, it enhanced his attack power. After the experiment, Chu Zhongshan found that with the cooperation of Dao intention, the first-level Dao technique of Huangpin can give full play to the power of the lower-level Dao technique of Chuanpin. In other words, the promotion of potential to Dao Yi not only did not weaken his strength, but increased dozens of times. The body skill, which had just broken through the lower level of Chuanpin, has been improved once with the cultivation breaking through the soul period. It has reached the peak of the lower level of Chuanpin, and it is possible to break through the middle level of Chuanpin at any time. After checking the breakthrough of the realm and improving his own strength, Chu Zhongshan tried to temper the separated second soul, which is the essence, with the help of the lower-level 6th-grade polyester soul flower presented by Jiao and Jun and the soul training secret method taught by Old Huang. As a spirit, it represents the evil in human nature. It is the best separated soul among the 3 souls, but it is difficult to temper. Even with the help of Dai Soul Flower and the secret method of tempering his soul, it took him 3 days and 3 nights to exercise 2/3. Originally, he wanted to temper himself into a spirit and let his cultivation break through the 2nd floor of the Divine Soul period before he left the customs. But Old Huang suddenly informed him to be ready to go out for training at any time. Thinking that he had promised Dongfeng Yun'er's request, he would come to her in person, so Chu Zhongshan could only temporarily end his seclusion, and then came to the trial peak to fulfill his promise of that day. "It's really elder martial brother Chu." After being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, the girl with outstanding appearance screamed excitedly, then called a dozen friends nearby and began to introduce Chu Zhongshan's great achievements of wind power. After hearing the introduction of girls with outstanding appearance, the voices of surprise, admiration began to spread among the more than a dozen girls around. "Elder martial brother Chu is so powerful. Elder martial brother Chu is so handsome. I don't know if elder martial brother Chu has a sweetheart. Will he like me? If I want to find a man in the future, I must find a man like elder martial brother Chu." Listening to the more and more explicit words of more than a dozen girls around him, Chu Zhongshan felt embarrassed, and his head was getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to stop the explicit evaluation of these girls, but when he saw the girls falling into madness and thought of the madness of those idle fans before crossing, he immediately dismissed this attention. "Hee, I thought it was an elder in the spirit period or the hall leader who came to my trial peak. Unexpectedly, it was you." Just when Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to resolve the embarrassing situation in front of him, a kind voice sounded. "Disciple Chu Zhongshan, I've seen Lord Zhongfeng." Since there was no need to turn around, Chu Zhongshan could also hear who the voice was, so when he turned around, he saluted directly and respectfully. At the beginning, when Dabai, a disciple outside the sect, tried to take care of Zhang Fakan, the leader of Fengfang. Chu Zhongshan never forgot his secret care and always wanted to look for opportunities to repay him, but he always lacked time. "I've seen Lord Feng," Chu Zhongshan saluted. A dozen girls surrounded him also saluted quickly and dared not talk casually. Alas! Ignoring the dozen girls, looking at Chu Zhongshan who had not changed before, Zhang Fakan's heart was very complex. The first time I noticed Chu Zhongshan was when the sect recruited disciples. Chu Zhongshan surpassed many disciples in the physical training period with the cultivation of the 10th floor in the Qi refining period, and finally became the elite disciple of the sect with the total score of the 3rd place. The second time I noticed Chu Zhongshan was when he participated in the sect disciple dabai. He took part in the competition with the cultivation of the peak of the 7th floor of the body training period, broke through the 8th floor of the body training period on the spot, and finally won the 1st place of the sect disciple dabai. The third time I noticed Chu Zhongshan was when he broke through the period of transforming Qi and revealed his demonic talent. At that time, Zhang Fakan knew that his future was unlimited, but in just a few months, he broke through the spirit period and became a strong man in the same realm as him. In this regard, how can Zhang Fakan not sigh? "Chu Zhongshan, now your cultivation is not weaker than me. You don't have to be so polite in the future." The future of Chu Zhongshan is something he can't catch up with, and he may have a place to ask for Chu Zhongshan in the future, so he doesn't dare to ask for it as much as before. All right, Chu Zhongshan did not object to Zhang Fakan's proposal, because he knew that with the continuous improvement of cultivation, the identity of his former peers, teachers, brothers, elders, and even those who had looked up to him would gradually turn over, and he would become the object of others. "Chu Zhongshan, you just broke through the spirit period and are not closed at the Qianlong Peak. How can you come here when you have time?" Zhang Fakan asked, puzzled. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the divine soul period, there was a lot of noise. At that time, Zhang Fakan also wanted to come forward to help, but when he saw that the hidden dragon peak appeared, it was not the strong person at the peak of the imperial realm, but also the supreme level strong person. He was a small peak leader on the 6th floor of the divine soul period, and he didn't come forward enough for others to clap, so he stayed in his own courtyard to observe honestly. Nothing, just looking for someone. Hearing that Zhang Fakan asked why he was here, Chu Zhongshan felt his head shyly and said something uninteresting. "I'm looking for Dongfeng Yuner." Recalling Chu Zhongshan's participation in the competition, Zhang Fakan said with a smile like an elder, the excellent girl with a silk veil who followed him. "Yes," nodded. Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to say more. "You go to invite Dongfeng Yuner and say that Chu Zhongshan is looking for her." Facing a girl surrounded by Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Fakan ordered. "Chu Zhongshan, if you have time in the future, you can go to another hospital at the top of the test peak. Let's have a good chat. When men and women meet alone, they continue to stay here, which makes each other feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable." Therefore, after a little politeness with Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Fakan flies back to the other hospital at the top of the peak. After Zhang Fakan left, a dozen honest girls who had been scared didn't have the enthusiasm just now. They also looked at Chu Zhongshan with awe. Being able to have a conversation with the peak master like an ordinary generation is enough to show that the strength of Chu Zhongshan is no longer weaker than the peak master, which is an unattainable realm for girls whose cultivation is still in the period of Qi refining and body refining. Chu Zhongshan can understand the changes in the mentality of the girls around him. Now that they are quiet, it just suits his heart, so Chu Zhongshan can finally wait for Dongfeng Younger quietly. In the middle of Chu, the sky was quiet. In less than a minute, Dongfeng Yuner in a long white dress came running quickly. Since she met Dongfeng Yuner, she is similar to her own habits. She has been wearing blue clothes. This is the first time he saw Dongfeng Yuner wearing pure white clothes. Chu Zhongshan felt that her eyes were bright because she came quickly, like a fairy coming from fairyland. "Brother Chu, you're here." While running quickly to Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yuner shouted in surprise. Nodded. When Dongfeng Yuner came to her, Chu Zhongshan directly hugged her small waist and then got up and flew to the peak. Less than 100 meters from the top of the trial peak, Chu Zhongshan chose a raised cliff and landed on the raised boulder with Dongfeng Yuner. After falling behind the boulder, he bent over and sat on the boulder. Dongfeng Yuner leaned closely against Chu Zhongshan's shoulder. For a moment, they didn't say anything, but quietly enjoyed the rare tranquility. Relying on nearly 3 hours, Dongfeng Yuner, who was full of happiness, fell asleep directly. Brother Chu, I'm sorry. Dongfeng Yuner, who was awakened by a gust of breeze, found that he not only fell asleep, but also slept for nearly 3 hours. He immediately apologized with embarrassment. It doesn't matter, I like to let you sleep against your back. Reaching out to tidy up her slightly messy hair, Chu Zhongshan said gently. I like it too. Shyly lowered his head and Dongfeng Yuner whispered. Yuner, in order to fully prepare for the competition for the Hidden Dragon List 7 months later, I will leave the sect and go out to practice for a long time. He held Dongfeng Yuner in his arms, and Chu Zhongshan said with some reluctance. At the beginning, when choosing Huang Lao to give the order of 3 secret places and 1 dangerous place, Chu Zhongshan put the secret place in the north last, hoping to go directly to Walong Castle after exploring this secret place and prepare to participate in the promotion competition of the Hidden Dragon List. The result of this is that he will go out for more than 7 months or even more than a year. If he can't see Dongfeng Yuner for such a long time, of course he will miss him. Especially after seeing the real peerless face of Dongfeng Yuner, this yearning becomes, Brother Chu, no matter how long, I will wait for you in the sect. Chu Zhongshan has been away for more than 7 months. Dongfeng Yuner is also very reluctant to give up, but she knows that this is the road that Chu Zhongshan must take in the future. All she can do is to support behind her back. Brother Chu, you should pay attention to safety when you go out. Yuner, during the period when I went out to practice, your practice not only can't be delayed, but also needs to redouble your efforts. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have reached the peak of qi transformation. Dongfeng Yuner's considerate behavior made Chu Zhongshan feel that he liked her more and more and couldn't live without her more and more. In order for the 2 people to be able to look good in the future, he must urge Dongfeng Yuner to practice hard and not let her cultivation fall too much. Otherwise, the gap of reality will form an insurmountable gap between 2 people. Brother Chu, don't worry. Rising from the embrace of Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yuner said very seriously. When I returned to the sect, my father not only gave me a lot of practice resources, but also entrusted an elder surnamed son, a king peak of Kingxia peak of the sect, to instruct me to practice in person. Now, I have reached the top of the 10 levels of cultivation in the physical training period. It is time to break through the qi transformation period. However, in order to ensure that I can break through the qi transformation period and try my best to improve my talent, Sun Changlao asked me to continue to accumulate potential. When the potential reached the limit, I chose to break through the qi transformation period. Elder Sun did a good job, nodded. Chu Zhongshan also agreed with Elder Sun's practice. Delaying the breakthrough of the realm temporarily and accumulating deep potential seems to delay the time of breaking the realm, but it is not. Because when you break through the Reiki period, the wider the scope of the Reiki of heaven and earth, and the more Reiki of heaven and earth integrated into the elixir field, the faster the cultivation of the Reiki period will be improved when you use the condensed pill to transform the Reiki of heaven and earth. Yuner, there are some pills that can improve strength and potential. You can use them first. Chu Zhongshan took out a storage bag from her waist and stuffed it into her hand as he explained. Brother Chu, thank you. Holding the storage bag tightly, Dongfeng Yuner didn't have any delayed thanks, because she knew it was Chu Zhongshan's intention. If she delayed it, she would certainly annoy him. Yuner, this is a storage ring. There are some barren stones used to improve the physical quality, several blood nuclei that can improve the potential and understanding, and pills that can improve the cultivation talent. You should collect them well and remember that they can't be found by others. When Dongfeng Yuner put away the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan took out the already prepared storage ring from his arms and stuffed it into her hand. Brother Chu, this storage ring is too precious. I can't take it. Besides, you still use the storage bag. You should use this storage ring. Put the storage ring back into Chu Zhongshan's hand, and Dongfeng Yuner refused. She accepted the storage bag because she couldn't accept Chu Zhongshan's kindness, but the storage ring was so precious that even her brother Dongfeng Yongping didn't have it. How could she accept such a precious gift? Yuner, I started using storage rings when I reached the peak of the 8th floor during the physical training period, and I still have several storage rings like this, so you can take them with ease. Put the storage ring back into Dongfeng Yuner's hand, Chu Zhongshan said with a smile. This. There were several storage rings in his hand. Chu Zhongshan's explanation stunned Dongfeng Yuner immediately, so he didn't continue to refuse. Seeing that Dongfeng Younger officially accepted the storage ring, Chu Zhongshan continued to tell. Yuner, the treasures in the storage ring are very precious. Even the strong at the peak of the king's territory will be greedy after seeing it. So, as I said just now, before your cultivation reaches the soul stage, you must not let others find that you have a storage ring, nor can you let others find that you use treasures such as barren stones and blood cores to improve your strength. Without answering Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Dongfeng Yuner took a sachet made of millennium silk from her neck and put the storage ring into the sachet to show her protection for the storage ring. Yuner, come to my arms. Chu Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction for Dongfeng Yuner's move, and then hugged her in his arms again to continue to enjoy the rare tranquility. Surabaya City, located in the southeast of the Mishai Kingdom, is a good place with beautiful scenery near mountains and rivers. Many nobles and rich people will choose to build other homes here as a place for leisure and relaxation. Yiju Inn, located in the southeast of Surabaya City, is a 6-story tall building. Yiju Inn is very famous in Surabaya City. Basically, no one knows it. The reason is that the owner of the inn is not only the owner of Surabaya City, but also the elegant room on the highest floor of the inn. You can see the whole Surabaya City and the Surabaya River in the east of Surabaya City. On this day, at the door of Yiju Inn, which was open, a group of special guests suddenly came. This group of special guests are all dressed in gorgeous costumes and have extraordinary temperament. They look like big people at a glance. Shopkeeper am I, hurry to sort out the elegant room on the 6th floor. His Highness the 5th Prince wants to eat in it. Before and after the group of special guests came to the gate of Yiju Inn, a young man who was about 20 years old and reached the 7th floor of the physical training period whispered to the shopkeeper guarding the gate of the inn, "Your Highness Wuwuzi is coming." After hearing the young man's reminder, the shopkeeper surnamed me quickly looked up and found that the young man surrounded by several powerful men immediately wanted to kneel down and salute, but was stopped by the young man around him and ordered in a hurry. "After entering the elegant room, you are saluting. Now hurry to prepare." "Thank you, young masterling." Looking back, he thanked the young man who reminded him. The shopkeeper surnamed me hurried to clean up the elegant room on the 6th floor. "Come here." After entering the inn with a group of people, the young man raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the noisy hall. When he saw the frown of the 5th prince, his face changed greatly and greeted the waiter in front of the counter. Master Ling quickly ran to the young man, and the waiter said respectfully, "Tell these people that Yiju Inn was chartered by our young master today. Let these people leave quickly." While ordering the waiter to chase the customers, he motioned the 5th prince upstairs, but when he saw a one-armed swordsman in the northwest corner, his face changed and quickly told him again, "You tell those guests that all the expenses today are paid by our young master." Good. Originally, it was against the way of business to rush customers by force, and a considerable number of diners in the hall had bad temper. The waiter was worried that these people might make trouble for a while, but when he heard that someone was willing to pay the expenses they had consumed, he was happy to rush customers immediately. Get out. Most of the guests in the hall knew the young man who had just entered the inn and his extraordinary origin, so when they heard that the inn was wrapped by the young man and was willing to help them pay the expenses they had consumed, they immediately got up and left happily. But when the waiter came to the one-armed swordsman, he didn't allow the waiter to speak, and there was a sound wave containing real yuan. The waiter stepped back 10 steps directly. Fortunately, the one-armed swordsman was very measured. The sound wave containing genuine just pushed the waiter away and didn't hurt him. "Brother Kong, I'm going to entertain a VIP today. Can you give me a face? I'll leave here for the time being. I'll give a banquet to make amends another day." When the one-armed swordsman scolded the waiter, the young man who took the 5 princes upstairs happened to come to the corner leading to the staircase on the 2nd floor. So he just heard and saw what the one-armed swordsman had just done, and immediately felt very unhappy. However, the youth who knew the strength and means of one-armed swordsman still suppressed his inner anger and begged, "If you want me to leave, you don't have such a big face." Glancing at the young man coldly, the one-armed swordsman said mercilessly, "Kong Rulin, don't be shameless, I'm so angry. Please, it's not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't want to disturb the elegance of distinguished guests. If you're unkind, don't blame me for not leaving any affection." Seeing that the one-armed swordsman didn't give himself face at all, the young man was immediately angry, and he looked gloomy and threatened. "Zuling, I want to see how ruthless you are." Put down the wine cup in his hand. Kong Rulin picked up the weapon wrapped in black cloth on the table and said coldly, Seeing that Kong Rulin was about to start when she picked up the weapon, Zhu Ling flashed a trace of fear on her face. She didn't know whether she should let the guards around her do it. Zhu Ling, what happened? When Zhu Ling was in a dilemma, the 5 princes who had already climbed the 2nd floor returned to him and asked for information. Your Highness, that's one thing. Seeing the active interrogation of the 5th prince, Zhu Ling flashed a trace of conspiracy in her heart and quickly told the 5th prince the reason of the matter. Dragon 7, kill him. Hearing that someone dared not give Zhu Ling face is tantamount to not giving him face. The 5 princes, who had been spoiled since childhood, ordered directly to a bodyguard on the 7th floor of the Qi transformation period. Yes. Hugging his fist, Long Qi took out a cheap spirit sword, jumped over the fence of the stairs, and rushed directly to Kong Rulin. Long Ba, kill that man too. After telling Long Qi to kill Kong Rulin, the 5th prince wanted to turn around and go upstairs, but unexpectedly saw a young man in blue sitting at the window and immediately ordered the bodyguard to kill him. Chu boy, your trouble is coming. Looking at the Dragon 8, whose cultivation is only the peak of 6 layers in the Qi transformation period, the voice of ridicule came from the blue boy's mind. Alas, you can't let people have a good meal? In the face of the tea can in my mind, the boy in blue, no, it should be Chu Zhang Tiancheng sighing. Since he was at the top of the trial peak that day and kept warm with Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan returned to the Qianlong peak. After watching the whole process of Zhang Qian's breakthrough in the gasification period, he quietly left Li Yun's sect under the guidance of Huang and the help of Jiao and Zhen. According to the established plan, it took nearly 5 days and 5 nights for Chu Zhongshan to reach the area designated by Huang Lao. Unfortunately, the information Huang Lao saw at the beginning did not explain the specific location of the secret place, so during this period of time, he and Huang Lao used their ideas to look around and finally locked their target in Surabaya City. Chu Zhongshan has just broken through the spirit period. Among the 7 spirits, only Ying spirit and Jing spirit have been tempered. There is not much power of the soul that can support the spirit. Therefore, after the spirit has been consumed to a certain extent, he chose a unique inn. First, he wanted to have a rest and taste the local delicacies. Second, he also hoped to chat with the diners in the inn, see if you can find valuable information. However, what he didn't expect was that the originally relaxed mood because of delicious food was disturbed by these people who came suddenly. Surabaya City, in Yeju Inn. Looking at the Dragon 7 who rushed to kill, Kong Rulin, a one-armed swordsman, looked dignified. Then he took off the black cloth wrapped on the weapon and revealed the original appearance of the weapon. Impossible, this magic knife has been completely destroyed. When Kong Rulin took off the black cloth wrapped around the weapon and revealed the original appearance of the weapon, Huang Lao, who was inadvertently attracted by the smell of the weapon, was shocked and shouted out after seeing the shape and smell of the weapon. After glancing at the magic knife in Kong Rulin's hand, Chu Zhongshan did not interrogate Huang Lao and Kong Rulin about the origin of the magic knife and why it shocked him so much. Instead, he stretched out his hand to the rushing Dragon 8. An invisible force formed by the power of the mind and the soul directly grabbed the neck of the Dragon 8. When the mind cooperated with the power of the soul, he only heard a very simple voice. The neck of the Dragon 8 was crooked and completely had no breath. Huang Lao, what is the origin of the magic knife in the one-armed swordsman's hand? It surprised you, the supreme strong man and the array master. Shenian loosened Longba's neck and let him fall to the ground. Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Laixun. Chu boy, please introduce me to adjust my mood. I'll tell you about the origin of the magic knife later. Even with the power of God and soul, even with the supreme state of mind cultivation, old Huang could not suppress the shock, so he motioned Chu Zhongshan to wait a moment. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan can only temporarily suppress his inner desire for knowledge and deal with small things that are not too troublesome at present. Chu Zhongshan easily killed a man. He didn't feel much about it, but he startled the people in the hall. The one-armed swordsman Kong Rulin, who originally took off the black cloth on the weapon and planned to fight against Long Qi, was stunned there. Long Qi, who originally killed Kong Phelan with a sword, was also stunned there. Long Ba, who was just killed, is not just an ordinary person. He is not only an expert at the peak of the 6 layers of Qi, but also a well-trained, experienced, and powerful palace guard. An expert bodyguard like this, even an expert at the peak of the Qi transformation period, can hardly beat him in one move, let alone kill him in one move. Chu Zhongshan not only killed with one move, but also killed across the air. How can he not shock everyone? Standing in the stairwell, the 5 princes and Zhu Jun, who had planned to go upstairs, were also stunned. They didn't believe that the blue boy, who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, could kill an expert at the peak of the 6th floor of the Qi transformation period so easily. Coldly glanced at the 5 princes standing in the stairwell, Chu Zhongshan returned to his seat, then poured a cup of liquor unique to Ju In, tasted it bit by bit, and was not disturbed by what had just happened. Senior. Seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting back in the guest chair, Kong Rulin, a one-armed swordsman, thought about it a little, wrapped the magic knife in his hand with black cloth again, and then walked to Chu Zhongshan and saluted respectfully. Looking at Kong Rulin walking towards the sky in the middle of Chu, the Dragon 7 holding the spirit sword was worried. Instead of attacking Kong Rulin, he returned directly to the 5 princes. Don't call me senior, I'm still young. Hearing Kong Rulin calling himself an elder, Chu Zhongshan always felt strange, as if he had become a white-haired old man in his eyes, so he quickly stretched out his hand to stop. My surname is Chu and my name is Zhongshan. If Brother Kong doesn't mind, you can call me Zhongshan or Brother Chu. I don't know why, since I first saw Kong Rulin, a one-armed swordsman, Chu Zhongshan had an inexplicable favor for him. This favor was not because he was a swordsman or a disabled person, but because he showed a kind of loneliness in his bones. Brother Chu. Although Chu Zhongshan indicated that he could be called Zhongshan, Kong Rulin dared not call him by his name, so he called him according to his peers. Brother Kong, if it's convenient, I'd like to talk to you. Reaching out for a sign, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to invite. Brother Chu, excuse me? Holding a fist, Kong Rulin sat opposite Chu Zhongshan. Reaching out to pick up the wine pot on the table, he found that the spirits in the wine pot had been drunk by him, so he greeted the shopkeeper who had been scared silly. Waiter, take the wine. The sound containing the power of the divine soul directly woke up the waiter in the dull state, saw the corpse lying in the living room, and saw Chu Zhongshan, who was talking and laughing and had no sense of urgency after killing. The waiter couldn't help shivering, then hurried to the counter, held a 10 kg wine jar and put it on the table in a panic. It's none of your business. Stay, waving his hand, Chu Zhongshan expels rudely. Thank you, sir, thank you. When Chu Zhongshan told him to stay aside, the waiter quickly thanked him happily. As an inn business that welcomes guests and sends them off after closing the door, the waiter not only has a pair of golden eyes to distinguish the guests, but also has very smart brain claws. Chu Zhongshan just asked him to stay aside, that is, he is not blaming him for driving the guests just now. How can he not make the waiter happy? Who are you? After a period of relaxation, the 5th prince and Zhu Ling finally woke up. Seeing that the experts in the Qi transformation period, who were carefully trained by the royal family, were not the enemy of each other, the 5th prince asked with a dignified look. Brother Kong, I don't know where you come from and who you learn from. Carrying a 10-kilogram wine jar and pouring wine into a wine glass that can only hold a few dollars is a test of technique and eye skill, as well as a means of subtle control of power. The control of technique, eyesight, and power is a piece of cake for Chu Zhongshan. Even without using any power, he safely poured the wine into the glass. Brother Chu, good means. Seeing that the wine in the wine jar was steadily poured into the glass, Kong Rulin couldn't help praising. Boy, I'm still your highness, the 5th prince of Mi Kingdom. You not only kill my bodyguard, but also dare to ignore me. Do you believe I let the city lord send an army to destroy you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin, who ignored him, the 5th prince said with a gloomy, if you don't want to die, just stand there. Otherwise, I won't break your head. Turning his head, Chu Zhongshan's original smiling face suddenly became indifferent and threatened to kill without concealing his intention. You dare? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan dared to threaten himself and had never encountered such humiliation, the 5 princes were completely crazy. He ordered the bodyguard around him, go to the city lord's house and ask the city lord to send 100,000 troops to stamp the boy to pieces for me and feed the dog. Yes. Just returned to the 5th prince, Lonqi answered his life, and then quickly left the inn and ran to the city master's house. When Long Qi went to ask the city lord's residents to send a large army to encircle and suppress him, Chu Zhongshan neither stopped nor paid too much attention to it. Instead, he directly picked up the wine cup and motioned to Kong Rulin, Brother Kong, cheers. Brother Chu, please. Although there was a lot to say in his heart, Kong Rulin still held up the glass and motioned, and then drank the wine in the glass at one breath. After putting down the wine glass, Kong Rulin looked worried and advised, "Brother Chu, you'd better leave Surabaya city quickly, because the city lord's house not only has 100,000 soldiers, but also the city lord is a top expert at the top of the three-tier peak in the period of Gas Sea. If the city lord leads the army, Brother Chu will be in danger. It's nothing to worry about being a three-tier peak city lord in the Gas Sea period." Also put down the glass, Chu Zhongshan disdained. "Don't say it's the city lord of Kihai period. Even if it's the city lord of Wanshu period, Chu Zhongshan is not afraid at this time. Because after his cultivation broke through the divine soul period, the power of Miki Fist he mastered was increased by 10 times, and he can play a great realm more and more. In other words, in his current cultivation, if he uses Miki Fist, he can kill the strong at the peak of the early stage of longevity. What's more, with the help of his body and sea knowledge, Huang Lao can basically give full play to the peak strength of the imperial realm. In the face of the three-tier peak of the city lord in the Kihai period, Chu Zhongshan not only showed no fear, but showed a contempt attitude, which made Kong Rulin doubt what the real strength of the 17-year-old boy has reached. Is it difficult that he is already a top expert in the middle level of Kihai period? "Brother Kong, drink." "Pour the liquor again," Chu Zhongshan motioned. "Brother Chu, do it." Similarly, there was no delay. Kong Rulin also raised his glass and shouted with great pride, "Chu boy, ask me where he got the magic knife." Just as Chu Zhongshan drank his second glass of wine, Huang Lao, who finally stabilized his mood after adjustment, said in a murderous tone, "Brother Kong, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if Brother Kong can solve his doubts." Put down the glass in his hand, Chu Zhongshan asked with an expectant expression, "Brother Chu, if you have any questions, just ask. As long as you can answer them, I will tell you the truth." Similarly, put down the glass, Kong Rulin responded with a correct attitude. "Brother Kong, you also know that when our martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, we will have a very strange feeling for some special things." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan pointed to the weapon he put on the table and was wrapped in black cloth. "Just now, when Brother Kong opened the black cloth and revealed the face of the spirit knife, I had a special feeling in my heart. I felt that this spirit knife was extraordinary and by no means an ordinary spirit knife. I don't know where Brother Kong got this spirit knife. This." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan noticed the weapon wrapped in black cloth, Kong Rulinton became nervous for fear that the other party would like to see his weapon. At the same time, he didn't know how to explain the strange way to get the spirit knife. "Brother Kong, don't be nervous. I'm not interested in the spirit knife in your hand." Seeing Kong Rulin suddenly nervous, Chu Zhongshan could vaguely guess the reason. In order to find out the real origin of the magic knife for old Huang, he had a thought, and a spirit knife that had been upgraded to semi-fine spirit tool appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of the promotion of Jiyushin Xingyao Stone, Chu Zhongshan's Benaming spirit knife has always been one level higher than his realm. Just when he broke through the spirit period, the top-grade Benaming spirit knife was also promoted to the semi-top-grade spirit weapon. This is also an embodiment of his strength improvement after breaking through the realm this time. The momentum and aura emitted by the semi-fine spirit weapon are quite amazing. All the people standing in the living room, whether Wang Wuzi and Zhu Ling, or the bodyguards on the 9th floor who have reached the Qi transformation period, are pushed to the wall by the momentum emitted by the spirit knife. When Kong Rulin, sitting opposite the sky in the middle of Chu, was faced with the power of the semi-best spirit knife, the magic knife he put on the table suddenly raised a momentum that was not weaker than the spirit knife, protecting Kong Rulin from being affected by the momentum. Feeling wrapped in black cloth, but exuding the magic knife that is not inferior to the spirit knife momentum, Chu Zhongshan's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Then he quietly put away the semi-prime spirit knife and introduced it with a smile. "Brother Kong, the spirit knife in my hand is still my life spirit weapon. The spirit knife has been upgraded to semi-prime, so I don't have any wrong thoughts about the weapon in your hand. Please rest assured." At the same time, he hurriedly asked Huang Lao in his mind, "Huang Lao, what is the origin of Kong Rulin's magic knife and why it can stimulate the momentum of the spirit knife that is not weaker than my life?" "Boy, when you find out how the boy got the magic knife and the specific process of getting the magic knife, I'll tell you the specific origin of the magic knife in detail." Without answering Chu Zhongshan's questions, Huang looked very dignified and stared at the magic knife that had just recovered its momentum. "Brother Chu, you are also an expert with a knife." Seeing Chu Zhongshan put away his life spirit knife, Kong Rulin didn't care about Chu Zhongshan's explanation of the grade of the spirit knife at all. Instead, he stared at him tightly, with a look of excitement on his face. Yes, since I entered the path of cultivation, the weapon I chose at the beginning is the sword, and all the people in my family are experts in using the sword. Seeing the excited color on Kong Rulin's face, Chu Zhongshan knew why he was excited. In the southern region, although there are many kinds of weapons, the weapons used by martial artists above the 9th floor are swords. Not many martial artists choose to use swords. Moreover, most martial artists choose to use swords with low realm and average strength. Therefore, it is normal for every master who really likes to use swords to be excited when he meets a master who also uses swords. That's great. I wonder if I can ask Brother Chu for advice on some saber techniques later. After being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, Kong Rulin asked with great expectation. Of course. Just as Kong Rulin wants to compete with a sword master to improve his sword skills, so does Chu Zhongshan. Although Kong Rulin's cultivation is too low, and there are only 7 peaks in the Qi transformation period, the fight when suppressing the same level may also have unexpected gains for the improvement of saber skills. After getting the affirmative reply from Chu Zhongshan, Kong Rulin was so excited that he didn't know the station. He'd better sit down. Fortunately, as he lost an arm, he could still cheer up again. Kong Rulin's state of mind was still good. He soon stabilized his excitement and began to answer Chu Zhongshan's questions. Brother Chu, the origin of this spirit knife in my hand is a little special. Speaking of this, Kong Rulin glanced at the 5 princes and others. Fall! The divine mind cooperates with Huang Lao to inject the power of the divine soul into the Danshan. Chu Zhongshan uses the sound wave to directly stun the people in the hall, and then looks at Kong Rulin with a smile. The sound wave alone can stun all the people on the scene, and among these people, there are experts who have reached the 9th floor of the Qi transformation period. In Kong Rulin's consciousness, the strength of Chu Zhongshan has been further improved and has reached the high level of the Qi C period. Brother Chu, this spirit knife is both a disaster and a blessing for me. Because this spirit knife is neither from the promotion of the life spirit knife, nor from chance, but from the arm I lost. Pointing to the sleeve that lost his right arm, Kong Rulin said with a very complicated look, "What the spirit knife in your hand was changed by your arm?" After hearing Kong Rulin's explanation, Chu Zhongshan stood up in shock, and Huang Lao in his mind almost rushed out of the sea and appeared in front of Kong Rulin. Brother Chu, do you believe it? Do you think I'm lying? Seeing Chu Zhongshan standing up in shock, Kong Rulin said bitterly. Just after his arm changed the spirit knife, many people who knew him were very surprised that he suddenly lost his arm and suddenly got a spirit knife. After hearing him explain the relationship between the arm and Lingdao, everyone's reaction was that they didn't believe it. Even some good friends mistakenly thought that there was something wrong with his spirit and gradually alienated him. No, there have been examples of arms changing into weapons before. In order to comfort Kong Rulin with a bitter face, Chu Zhongshan said against his heart, "Really, such a thing happened before." Kong Rulin, who was originally depressed, asked excitedly after hearing Chu Zhongshan's words against his heart. Since his arm changed into a spirit knife, Kong Rulin felt that he had become a madman in the eyes of others. Especially when he explained the origin of the spirit knife to others, others not only didn't believe him, but ruthlessly satirized him, which gradually turned Kong Rulin, who was originally cheerful, into this cold and arrogant character. Chu boy, please help me ask him about the grade of the magic knife when the arm becomes a magic knife, and the help of the magic knife to his cultivation. After I really determine the origin of the magic knife, I can tell you an example like this. When Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to respond, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. Yes, I've seen records of things like you in sectarian classics, but I still need to ask a few questions whether they are the same as those recorded. Huang Lao's reminder made Chu Zhongshan happy and pushed the source of the case to the sect, and then asked. There Kong, I don't know the grade of the spirit knife when your arm changes into a spirit knife, and what impact it will have on your cultivation and strength after your arm becomes a spirit knife. Too much change. With a sigh, Kong Rulin told Chu Zhongshan everything that had happened to him. Through Kong Rulin's introduction, Chu Zhongshan's face was more and more shocked, but Huang Lao in his mind was more and more dignified, and even showed a strong murderous spirit in his eyes looking at Kong Rulin. It turned out that Kong Rulin was not from Surabaya City. He came from a very remote mountain village in the Mycales kingdom. There are only 100 families in that mountain village. They rely on planting and hunting for a living on weekdays. Although there are martial arts practitioners practicing mental skills in the village, most of them practice only some ordinary mental skills that have no quality at all. As a result, the strongest martial arts practitioners in the village are only the 7th floor of the chi refining period. It is precisely because of the remoteness and less contact with the outside world that the children in the mountain village have no special means to test their talents when they grow up. They can only determine their cultivation talents by cultivating ordinary mental skills and martial arts and the length of time they enter the chi refining period. Kong Rulin is an orphan whose parents died early and grew up on 100 meals. Fortunately, the villagers in the mountain village are very simple, which makes Kong Rulin, who was an orphan since childhood, feel a lot of love and makes his character quite cheerful. At the age of 16, when he was an adult, when he obtained the mental skills that could be practiced, Kong Rulin was eager to practice. He wanted to become the strong man in the village who had 7 layers of chi refining period and mastered the power of life and death in the whole village. Then, he married and fell in love for 2 years and made vows to each other. I don't know whether his cultivation talent is too poor or his mental skills are not suitable for his physique. For 3 months, he didn't feel the existence of heaven and earth aura. His companions who practiced mental skills and martial arts at the same time had already sensed the existence of heaven and earth aura. Even 2 companions had achieved the goal of introducing aura into the body and breaking through the first level of chi refining. Fortunately, the orphan's career has made him very tough, and his bones also have an unyielding spirit. Since 3 months is not enough, I'll take 5 months. If 5 months doesn't work, I'll take a year. In order to concentrate on practicing mental arts and martial arts, Kong Rulin ran to the mountain alone and found a cave where wild animals lived as a place for his practice. On weekdays, he would go down the mountain and go back to the village. He spent the rest of his time in the cave. In fact, just as he encouraged himself, it took him a full year. He finally felt the heaven and earth aura and smoothly guided the heaven and earth aura into his body, becoming a martial artist at the first level of chi refining period. The joy of a martial artist in the chi refining period makes him want to tell Xiaohua at the first time, let her share this joy together and really determine the time of marriage. However, when he happily returned to the village to look for Xiaohua, what he saw was that Xiaohua had been wearing a big red dress and red satin on her head, becoming the wife of the first peer in the village who was promoted to the gas refining period. Seeing the happiness of Xiaohua's face and the undisguised love in his eyes when looking at his companions, Kong Rulin felt that his heart was broken and his faith that he had adhered to for a year was broken. He went back to his dilapidated house and put it on the slate bed, as if he had completely lost consciousness and became a walking corpse. As an orphan in the village, few people take care of him at ordinary times, let alone pay attention to him. Especially, he has spent nearly a year and has not become a powerful warrior, let alone noticed him. Lying on the stone bed for 7 days and 7 nights, Kong Rulin, who had not eaten anything, gradually felt that his body was getting lighter and lighter. He soon broke away from the hard stone bed and the dilapidated stone house, and finally came to an independent space completely formed by black gas. When his body drifted into the independent space, Kong Rulin completely lost consciousness. He didn't remember anything that happened after entering the independent space, but only one voice, "Wake up!" When his body drifted into the independent space, a momentum like Tianwei made him completely lose consciousness. He didn't remember anything that happened after entering the independent space, but a vaguely recorded voice, "Devil, wake up!" When he woke up again, he found himself still lying on the hard stone bed in the shabby house, as if the sound just now was just a dream. It is precisely because of this person's dream that Kong Rulin temporarily alleviated the pain of his beloved woman marrying others, and reconsidered why he chose to betray himself for a woman who has vowed to be with him and will never be separated. After careful consideration, Kong Rulin came to a conclusion that because of his poor talent and low cultivation, he was far inferior to the companion she married. As an orphan, Kong Rulin is very humble and gentle, but he is very cold and arrogant. Since you have chosen a companion with outstanding talent and high accomplishments, I will practice hard to surpass the companion she married and make her regret her choice. After making a decision in his heart, Kong Rulin fell back into his beginning career of cultivation. In order to make his cultivation surpass his companions, he completely took the cave as his home, stayed in the cave for cultivation day and night, picked some wild fruits when hungry, opened the wild animals, and drank some mountain springs when thirsty. Under this kind of sacrifice, the next year, his cultivation broke through the second level of qi refining period. In the third year, the cultivation broke through the third floor of the gas refining period. In the fourth year, the cultivation broke through the 4 layers of the body training period. Just when his cultivation broke through the 4th floor of the qi refining period, he suddenly felt some pain, paralysis, and fever in his left arm. This feeling made him very worried about whether there was any mistake in practicing mental skills alone. Therefore, in the next practice, he carefully observed his left arm while operating his mental skill to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Later, he found a surprising phenomenon. That is, whenever there is pain, numbness, and burning in the arm, the operation speed of mental skills will be accelerated, the speed of absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth will be accelerated, and the speed of cultivation will also be accelerated. 99 days. In only 99 days, his cultivation reached the peak of the 4th floor of the gas refining period and could break through the 5th floor of the gas refining period at any time. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 4th floor of the qi refining period and was about to break through the 5th floor of the qi refining period, his left arm, which had been assisting him in practice, suddenly changed, and the whole arm suddenly separated from his body and floated in front of him without his awareness. Looking at the arm suddenly separated from his body, Kong Rulin was completely frightened, because he had never seen or heard of such a strange thing. Looking at the arm suddenly separated from his body, Kong Rulin was also worried to death. Because the arm out of his body is the right arm he is best at using in his daily life. If he loses his left arm, it will not affect his next practice, but also have a great impact on his next life, let alone defeat the companion who wins and marries Xia Ohua in the future. Even more frightening to Kong Rulin was that after his arm was separated from his body, there was not any blood flowing from the wound, not even scars, as if his lost arm was born. Separated from the arm of the body, gradually began to emit a trace of black gas. 3 minutes later, the whole black air dispersed in the cave, making Kong Rulin's sight completely useless. The cave, completely shrouded in black gas, is filled with a strange smell. This smell makes Kong Rulin want to leave the cave, but when he just stood up, before he came and left the cave, a steel knife suddenly flew out of the black fog. It seems that after having close contact with the steel knife, although he can't see the flight track of the steel knife, Kong Rulin subconsciously stretched out his hand to pick it up, but just held the handle of the steel knife. After completely holding the steel knife, the black gas in the whole cave poured into the steel knife, allowing him to completely restore his sight. Looking at the nearly perfect steel knife in his hand and the missing arm, Kong Rulin knew that the steel knife in his hand was his own arm without looking carefully. He was not good at using his left hand. After holding the steel knife, he felt that the steel knife in his hand was separated from his right arm without a trace of strangeness. Holding a steel knife in his left hand, Kong Rulin performed a set of basic knife techniques. Kong Rulin found that, when using his left hand to perform basic knife techniques, there was not a trace of astringency, but he was very familiar with them. Moreover, the power of basic knife techniques was far stronger than when he used his right hand. Although he lost his arm, he was very happy with the sudden increase of steel knives and the cultivation of successfully breaking through the 5th floor of the gas refining period. The cultivation of the 5th floor during the gas refining period basically belongs to the top expert in the mountain village. It is also that he can reappear in the mountain village and appear in front of Xia Ohua, making her realize how wrong her choice was. When he reappeared in the village with a steel knife on his back, the villagers in the whole village were shocked. No one thought that Kong Rulin, who had been hiding in the cave for more than 3 years, was an expert on the 5th floor of the gas refining period. No one in his generation was his opponent. The sensation of the villagers made Kong Rulin a little happy and proud, so he couldn't help accelerating his steps and rushed to his companion's home. When he appeared in his companion's home and watched Kong Rulin, who had not smiled for nearly 4 years, finally showed a happy smile when when he was the first to sense the aura of heaven and earth, the first to break through the first layer of the gas refining period, and was tied by the villagers with high expectations. His cultivation was only 3 layers of the gas refining period. However, when he saw his beloved woman, the indifference in his eyes, and the love and heartache in his eyes when he saw his disheartened husband, Kong Rulin's heart, which was hard to repair, was broken at one time. He wanted to return to the cave on the mountain and think about his future quietly. But his companion, after readjusting his mood, held him and had to buy him a drink to congratulate him on his promotion to the 5th floor of the gas refining period. Kong Rulin, whose consciousness fell into confusion again, let his companions arrange everything like a walking corpse. After 3 glasses of wine entered his stomach, he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found that lying on the hard stone bed in his shabby house, a cold feeling made him subconsciously want to seek protection. What could protect him was the steel knife turned from the arm handle, but he looked for the whole room and didn't find the steel knife. Thinking that he was drinking at his companion's house last night and that the steel knife might have been left at his companion's house, he hurried to his companion's house to look for it. However, when he came to his companion's house, he found that not only his companion's family was there, but also the village head with the strongest strength in the village. Although Kong Rulin was disappointed, he was not in a hurry. Because the steel knife is transformed by his arm, connected with his flesh and blood, and has the same mind. As long as the distance between them is no more than a mile, he can find it by induction. When he began to feel the specific position of the steel knife, he unexpectedly found that the steel knife was less than 20 meters away from him. In other words, the steel knife he lost was in this yard at this time. Looking up at the village head, his companions, his former lovers, and his companions' parents, Kong Rulin saw the indifference in their eyes and the ruthlessness in their eyes. Although Kong Rulin has never left the mountain village and his experience is not rich, his more than 10 years of orphanage career has made him a pair of skills to observe words and colors. He guessed some things from the eyes of these people, but he still doesn't understand. Because the steel knife in his hand is not a peerless treasure, why do they hide their own steel knife? Why? Looking at the village head, companions, and former lovers, Kong Rulin asked sadly, "It seems that you have guessed." Seeing Kong Rulin, who opened his eyes again and showed a sad color in his eyes, the village head who went out for training knew that he had thought or guessed, so he didn't hide it. "Rulin, you are an orphan. You survived with the help of the elders of the whole village. You can become an expert on the 5th floor of the Qi refining period by relying on the mental skill and martial arts I taught. You must repay the villagers and my nominal master. An ordinary steel knife is worth using such indiscriminate means." Seeing that the village head admitted that he had swallowed the steel knife, Kong Rulin asked, puzzled, "Ordinary steel knife?" Hearing Kong Rulin's evaluation of the steel knife, the village head couldn't help sneering. He looked very excited and said, "Rulin, I didn't expect you to lie. It's not an ordinary steel knife, but a 10 refining top-grade steel knife that reaches the limit has no less power and value than a 100 refining top-grade steel knife. If I have this steel knife, I can not only greatly increase my strength, but also kill more prey, defeat the experts in several surrounding villages, and bring endless benefits to the village." If it weren't for the fact that the steel knife was still transformed by his arm, when he heard that the village head was considering for the whole village, he would be willing to send out the steel knife. But the steel knife was still transformed by his arm and belonged to a part of his body, so he couldn't give up the steel knife anyway. Since the village head and his companions have torn their faces, Kong Rulin is not talking nonsense. He calls back for a steel knife. At his call, the steel knife hidden under the bed in his companion's bedroom rushed out as if it were spiritual and fell back into Kong Rulin's hands. Looking at the steel knife that fell back into Kong Rulin's hands, the village head's face suddenly changed, because he has never seen such a strange thing. Even if he has seen the half-step Qi melting period master with the highest cultivation, he can't directly call his life spirit knife to appear. Seeing the steel knife in his hand again, Kong Rulin didn't say anything. He turned and planned to leave his companion's home, and then return to the cave on the mountain to continue his practice. Reaching the extreme of 10 refining, it is comparable to a 100 refining steel knife, which is worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This has made the village head on the 7th floor of the cultivation period greedy. Seeing that the steel knife has such intelligence, His greed made him directly draw out the ordinary steel knife he carried and cut it directly into Kong Rulin's back, a posture of cutting him under the knife. When he turned around, Kong Rulin was already on guard against the sneak attack of the village head or his companions. Therefore, when the village head used the knife technique to cut his back, one move in the basic knife technique was to cut directly on the ordinary steel knife cut by the village head. There was no sound. The steel knife in the village head's hand was like tofu, which was directly cut in half by the steel knife in his hand. At the same time, the power of cutting directly cuts to the village head's chest. Although the village head has the cultivation of the 7th floor during the chi refining period, his combat experience is not rich. Facing Kong Rulin's move, he didn't know how to resist it. The final result is that a wound of more than 20 cm was cut directly from his chest by a steel knife. Through the wound, the beating heart can be clearly seen. After looking at the steel knife in Lin's hand and the wound, the village head on the 7th floor of the gas refining period closed his eyes and fell down directly. Kong Rulin didn't expect that his ordinary basic saber technique would not only cut off the village head's weapon, but also kill the village head. The panic after the first killing made him flee the mountain village and leave the area where the mountain village is located. After he adapted and accepted the psychology of killing, he began to practice everywhere. He didn't know whether it was because of the steel knife or whether his talent was suddenly stimulated after killing. Originally, he could only increase the speed of a small realm in a year, but now he can increase the speed of a small realm in a month. This promotion is regardless of the realm, whether it is the chi refining period, the body refining period, or the chi melting period. Looking at Kong Rulin, who told him all his experiences from birth to now bit by bit, Chu Zhongshan had a trace of pity in addition to admiration. "Brother Kong, it's all over. You don't have to worry about the past. Moreover, the village head of your village is willing to die for his evil intentions. If this matter is on me, I will not only kill the village head but also his accomplice." Looking at Kong Rulin, who showed a trace of regret and sadness, Chu Zhongshan gently persuaded him. "Brother Chu, I'm fine, I'm just feeling for a moment." He waved his hand and Kong Rulin indicated that it didn't matter. Then he looked at Chu Zhongshan with great expectation and asked, "Brother Chu, didn't you just say that there were people like me before? I don't know if you can tell me in detail." "Brother Kong, it's been a long time. I need to recall it carefully," Chu Zhongshan said slightly with some unpleasant meaning. In fact, he is not a memory, but to verify with the old Huang in his mind, the real origin of the magic knife and the examples he promised to tell himself. "Chu boy, the magic knife in that boy's hand is extraordinary. It's still the life spirit knife of the Devil King, the strongest devil in the central domain when my body is not damaged. Devil. Being able to be called the king in the realm of title supremacy is enough to explain the power of the Demon King. But why the Demon King's life spirit knife appeared in Kong Rulin's hand, and it came from his arm?" "Yes, Lord." With a sentence from Chu Zhongshan in surprise, Huang Lao introduced in a very complicated tone. "Chu boy, in the age when my body was not damaged, there were 3 powerful people with titles in the Eternal Continent. Their real strength has exceeded the realm of title supremacy, but I don't know whether they lack follow-up skills or because of the shackles of heaven and earth, they can't break through the realm of title supremacy. The Demon King, born to be an abandoned child, was born in the remote mountainous area of the central region. The Demon King in his youth had ordinary talent and no reputation. He was regarded as a member of ordinary beings. Demon King, when his cultivation broke through the Qi transformation period, he unexpectedly revealed his demon-level talent. He was favored by a supreme strongman of Zhuxin sect, the first demon sect in the central domain. He not only brought him back to the sect, but also accepted him as an apprentice. Maybe it's because the mental skill provided by Zhuxin sect is just suitable for the Demon King, or maybe it's because he suddenly opened his mind when his cultivation broke through the Qi transformation period. Since then, the Demon King's cultivation has soared. 3 months to break through the sea of Qi, 8 months to break through the soul period, 9 months to break through the longevity period, 1 year and 3 months to sense the power of the double law of killing and destruction, and smoothly advance to the avenue period. 1 year and 5 months to break through the peak of the kingdom, 1 year and 6 months to break through the peak of the kingdom, 2 years to advance to the supreme level, and 2 years and 6 months to advance to the title of supreme. creating a difficult situation for future generations to surpass the record. Huang Lao, you said that it took only 10 years for the Demon King to break through from the period of transforming qi to the supreme title. Huang Lao's introduction to the cultivation of the Demon King made Chu Zhongshan's breath increase, and his tone showed a trace of excitement and tension. At the beginning of his practice, he vowed to break through the title of supreme within 30 years, master the ability to tear the void and roam the sky, and be able to return to the earth and take a look at his elderly parents. However, Chu Zhongshan knew in his heart that although his early cultivation increased rapidly, it was because he could use the copy and paste program to paste pills and treasures that could help improve his cultivation. However, in the realm after longevity, if he wanted to improve, the auxiliary ability of pills would be weakened, mainly relying on his own perception. What's more, he has never heard of anyone who can be promoted from the period of gas refining to the supreme title within 30 years. Therefore, he was not sure that he would be promoted to the supreme title within 30 years, but he was encouraged to hear that the devil could do so within 10 years. Yes, it took only 10 years for the Demon King to complete the promotion that others need hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Moreover, the Demon King is also a super genius who can surpass his own realm and beat invincible hands in the same realm. Huang Lao, since the devil is so powerful, no one in the Eternal Continent must be his opponent, so why did his life magic knife appear in Kong Rulin's hands? Huang Lao's introduction to the Demon King, as if he were close to metamorphosis, puzzled the heart of heaven in Chu. That's what I'm going to say next. Maybe it's because he's an orphan. In addition to some bad effects in the cultivation of the devil's way, the devil's personality is perverse. He does things at will, and he has a desire to dominate the world. After he achieved the supreme title and felt that no one in the Eternal Continent could suppress him, he began his bloody journey to dominate the world. Countless families, kingdoms, emperors, and sects in the central region are all occupied by the Demon King, and he pursues the means of those who follow us to prosper and those who oppose us to perish. As long as the attacking forces do not surrender before his army arrives, there will be only one result: massacre. As long as there is one thing that makes him unhappy in the process of surrender, there is only one result: slaughter. As long as this force's collection can't satisfy him, there is only one result: slaughter. Speaking of this, Huang took a deep breath and said in a trembling tone, "You know, Chu boy, in 10 years, only 10 years, the number of martial arts and ordinary people slaughtered by the Demon King in the central region is nearly 10 billion. 10 billion. If they are superimposed together, they can even reach the sky, but the Demon King directly slaughters without mercy. This is not an evil thing that human beings can do at all. It was precisely because of this inhuman massacre of the Demon King that all the strong men in the central region resisted. Of course, under the leadership of the two most powerful men, the other two array masters in the central region, set up a set of first-class array to seal the sky and lock the earth at the same time. And then 15 most powerful men and 99 most powerful men jointly surrounded and suppressed the Demon King. Speaking of this, Huang Lao paused for a moment, looked at Kong Rulin's magic knife wrapped in black cloth on the table, looked up at Kong Rulin, who was thinking deeply, and continued in a frightened tone. When we trapped the devil in the array and planned to gather the strength of all the strong and strive to blow the devil into powder, we were frightened to find that the devil could still resist the combined strength of all of us. The fundamental reason why he can resist the attack of so many of us is his life magic knife. After the identification of a master of weapon refining at the scene and the speculation of a master of prophecy at the cost of 10,000 years of life, it is finally determined that the purpose of the Demon King's war in the central domain is not to dominate the world, but to kill countless creatures by means of war, so as to improve the grade of the magic knife. He wants to make the magic knife really upgrade to the legendary magic weapon, and then he is using the magic weapon, break through the shackles of the supreme title, and enter the realm of immortals. Chu boy, to tell you the truth, since the destruction of ancient times, I have checked countless classics and wandered through countless secret places and relics. I have never found any records that can be upgraded to immortal gods through my life weapons. In other words, the devil wants to kill countless creatures and improve the grade of his own life magic knife with the help of the spirit and spirit of the creatures. It's an unworkable way. Even if the original life magic knife can really be promoted to the magic weapon, I'm afraid all the creatures in the central domain and the whole eternal continent will become the victims of the promotion of the magic knife. In the face of the demon king who has been possessed by the devil, it is also for the safety of himself and his relatives behind him. The 99 most powerful people and the 15 most powerful people who have been granted the title barely kill the demon king under the condition of overdraft potential. Then I and the 2 array masters explode the array of locking the sky and the earth, and completely destroy the already spiritual world with the help of the destructive power formed by the array magic knife. Chew boy, among the 3 array masters, my array cultivation is the highest, and I finally detonated the array, so I witnessed the whole process of the destruction of the magic knife, so I can't believe that the destroyed magic knife appeared in front of me alive at this time. Huang Lao, what do you want to do? The destroyed magic knife reappears in the southern region. As the witness of the original destruction of the magic knife, old Huang can't accept this reality. It's normal, but Chu Zhongshan needs to know what he wants to do. Do you want to destroy the magic knife at once, or do you want to have it? Chu boy, I have a doubt now. I doubt that the demon king who was killed by everyone is not dead. He doesn't know what secret method he can use to reincarnate into an adult in 1,000,000 years. And the magic knife that was blasted into powder by my array at the beginning should be possessed by the spirit of the devil and reincarnated with the devil. Looking at Kong Rulin and the magic knife he put on the table, old Huang speculated. Huang Lao, what do you want to do? Chu Zhongshan continued to ask. Chu boy, in order to prevent the demon king from being born again, and to avoid the disaster of the eternal continent, I hope you can kill this boy, and then I will use the array to completely seal the magic knife and find a chance to plunge into the abyss of eternity in the future. Looking at Kong Rulin, old Huang said murderously. Huang Lao, I disagree. Chu Zhongshan only considered Huang's suggestion a little and refused directly. Chu boy, you should know that he is likely to be the reincarnation of the demon king and will probably become the executioner of countless creatures in the future. Do you want all the people of the Chu family to die at the hands of the demon king? Do you want your lover, your friends, and your master to become the energy for the promotion of the magic knife to the magic weapon? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan refused his proposal, old Huang was in a hurry and couldn't help reminding him. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Zhongshan was too important for his future, he needed to respect Chu Zhongshan's opinion and would have killed Kong Rulin. Huang Lao, the so-called reincarnation is just a folklore. Have you really seen the reincarnation? Seeing some angry old Huang, Chu Zhongshan immediately persuaded him. Chu boy, although I haven't seen anyone reincarnated, according to the process of this boy getting the magic knife, it is enough to prove that there must be a deep relationship between him and the devil. Old Huang retorted with reason. Okay, even if Kong Rulin is the reincarnation of the demon king, so what? Anyway, he doesn't remember the memory of his previous life. When he gets stronger in the future, he may become a good man who performs chivalry and righteousness. Chu Zhongshan couldn't object to Huang's reasonable refutation. He could only continue to explain the Tao according to his own ideas. Chu boy, as long as the magic knife follows him, don't fantasize that he can become a good man who can perform chivalry and righteousness, because the magic knife with spirit will affect his mind all the time and make him return to the evil road of the devil king sooner or later. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan still had illusions or goodwill, Huang Lao was very dissatisfied and criticized. Huang Lao, maybe you're right. Kong Rulin is likely to become a person like the devil in the future. So what? As long as he doesn't become an unforgivable person now, I won't kill him or even allow you to do it. Chu Zhongshan said with some scoundrels. Chu boy, you are not a kind-hearted person. Why are you so kind to Kong Rulin? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't agree to kill Kong Rulin, old Huang asked very puzzled. Feel. After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan gave Huang Leijun a reason he couldn't believe. Feel, haha. After hearing the reason given by Chu Zhongshan, Huang couldn't help sneering twice and then mocked. Chu boy, just by feeling, you decide to let go of the demon king who may slaughter the creatures of the whole eternal continent in the future. Your reason is too funny. Huang Lao, whether you believe it or not, I believe in my feelings anyway. Chu Zhongshan said overbearing. Just after seeing Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan had a good feeling for him. This feeling is very special. There is a feeling that the Tao is unknown. Chu boy, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer a loss in front of you. I hope you can think about it. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan still obeyed his feelings and refused to kill Kong Rulin, Huang Lao made the final persuasion. At the same time, he also secretly mobilized the power of the spirit. If Chu Zhongshan still protects Kong Rulin, he will do it himself and try to make up for Chu Zhongshan afterwards, so as to calm him down. It seems that he guessed Huang Lao's idea. At the end of the dialogue, Chu Zhongshan directly mobilized the power of God and two souls to block the whole sea of knowledge, so that Huang Lao can neither leave the sea of knowledge nor launch an attack through the sea of knowledge. Although it is said that with Huang Lao's supreme strength, it is not difficult to break through the blockade of knowing the sea. When breaking through the sea, it will certainly hurt his spirit. Chu Zhongshan believes that Huang Lao does not have the heart to do so. Smelly boy. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan used the secret method he taught to deal with himself, old Huang was angry and almost smoked on his head. The power of the spirit that had been mobilized could only be dispersed. Chu Zhongshan's guess is right. Huang really doesn't have the heart to hurt his spirit. He doesn't mention that he needs Chu Zhongshan's help to reshape his body in the future. After a period of time, he and Chu Zhongshan have formed a relationship that is not a teacher and apprentice, but more like a teacher and apprentice. Anyway, he won't hurt Chu Zhongshan. Brother Kong, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of some other things just now, which delayed the time to tell you the case. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Chu Zhongshan knew that he was right after he found that there was no movement in the sea. Old Huang really didn't have the heart to hurt himself, so he apologized to Kong Rulin, who was sitting quietly at the guest table. It doesn't matter, Brother Chu. I was thinking about other things just now. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's accomplishments were much higher than his own, he took the initiative to apologize to himself. Kong Rulin quickly waved his hand to show that he was okay. Brother Kong, according to the records of my sect, there were people like Brother Kong in the central region more than 1,000,000 years ago. Chu Zhongshan said with a look of memory. Although Huang Lao didn't give a similar example, it's not very difficult for Chu Zhongshan to make up such a story, so he combined the growth experience of the Demon King, and then after his careful transformation, finally formed an example that can not only convince Kong Rulin, but also give him a certain warning. Brother Chu, that Demon King is really so crazy that he dares to use all the creatures in the world as the victims of his promotion to a higher level. Hearing the case after Chu Zhongshan's adaptation, Kong Rulin said in disbelief. At first, after he accidentally killed the village head, he hid in the cave for more than a month before he reluctantly accepted the fact that he killed himself. Moreover, in the past 2 years when he went out to practice with others, he basically focused on repelling each other and rarely took his life. Except for those who really threaten him and want to take his life. Brother Kong, although your accomplishments are good, you have experienced too few things, so you don't know the dangers of the world and the complexity of people's hearts. Many people seem to be like gentlemen, but in fact, they don't do things behind their backs as well as animals, so you must keep an eye on others in the future. Seeing that Kong Rulin couldn't accept what the Demon King did and was very simple, Chu Zhongshan increasingly doubted whether Huang Lao's speculation was correct. At the same time, he was also worried about Kong Rulin's too simple idea, so he persuaded him. Brother Kong, I hope you won't mention the true origin of the spirit knife in your hand to anyone, even the person closest to you. Because not everyone in the world doesn't believe in the origin of the spirit knife, and not everyone is as greedy as I am. The spirit knife in your hand can assist in practice. Brother Chu, I remember. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Kong Rulin, who never knew what it was like to be cared about, felt a warm current in his heart. Brother Kong, can you lend me your mental skills and martial arts you are practicing now? Kong Rulin saw the changes in his mind and face clearly. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. At the same time, he planned to continue to deepen the feelings between the two people. In fact, Chu Zhongshan doesn't believe Huang Lao's speculation, but he has his own ideas about Kong Rulin, who may become a Demon King in the future. He wants to become a true friend and a brother who can live and die together with Kong Rulin. Because the Oriental tyrant once predicted his future fate and said that his future would be bloody, he needs to find some brothers who can share some pressure for himself on the bloody road. Kong Rulin, who can become the Demon King in the future, is the best candidate. Yes! For Chu Zhongshan's excessive demands, Kong Rulin not only didn't feel any displeasure, but very readily took out his cultivation skills. Rubbish! After only reading a few pages, Chu Zhongshan threw the mental skill directly onto the table, and then took out a local high-level mental skill from the storage ring and handed it to Kong Rulin. Brother Kong, the mental skills and martial arts you practice are just junk goods at the lower level of yellow goods. It will not only waste your talent, but also cannot improve the speed of your practice. This is a high-level mental skill of local products. You should practice it first. When I look for heaven-level mental skill in the future, you will change it. As for the mental skill and martial arts, there are still a lot of inventory in the Chu Zhongshan storage ring. After all, more than 1,000 martial artists have died in his hands in more than a year, and he has gained a lot of mental skills. There are 6 mental skills of Dipin alone. The mental skill he just selected is not the best, but it is the most suitable for Kong Rulin. Brother Chu, it's too precious for me to accept. Seeing that the mental skill presented by Chu Zhongshan was actually a high-level mental skill of Dipin, Kong Rulin directly stood up and said, after leaving the mountain village, he has experienced a lot and seen a lot in the past 2 years. He knows the value of mental skills of different grades. Like the real overlord of the Michaelis kingdom, the mental skills and martial arts practiced by the Michaelis royal family are only the first level. It's because he knows the value of mental skill that he can't accept it. Brother Kong, what do you think of Chu Zhongshan? Seeing Kong Rulin's refusal to accept it, Chu Zhongshan was neither angry nor anxious, but asked calmly with his high-level mental skills. Brother Chu, you are the most righteous person I have ever seen in my life, and you are also the first person who sincerely treats me well. Kong Rulin told the truth. Brother Kong, if I have trouble in the future, will you help me? For Kong Rulin's evaluation, Chu Zhongshan didn't have any emotion and asked calmly. Of course I will help. Without thinking at all, Kong Rulin responded directly. Brother Kong, to tell you the truth, I'm now a cultivation in the spirit period. If I can't deal with the enemy, my cultivation will be higher. How can you help me in the face of such an opponent? Chu Zhongshan asked. This. Kong Rulin didn't know how to answer the question of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, he was also shocked by the cultivation of the divine soul period in the middle of Chu. Kong Rulin felt that the speed of his practice had been very terrible since his arm changed into a spirit knife. Even so, it took him nearly 2 years to improve his cultivation to the 7th floor of the gasification period. From his inadvertent introduction just now, Kong Rulin knew that he was only 18 years old this year. At the age of 18, he was already a spiritual cultivation, which shocked him and gave him endless admiration. There Kong, only when you improve your cultivation will you be able to help me in the future, so I give you mental skills, not only for you but also for me, Chu Tianxi said without concealing her purpose. All right. Reaching out to take over the high-level mental skills of Daipin, Kong Rulin stood up again, picked up the magic knife in his hand and swore directly. I Kong Rulin swore with a spirit knife that Brother Chu will be sent in the future. I Kong Rulin will do my best to help. If I break the oath, the knife will break and people will die. Huang Lao see. Just as Kong Rulin was about to swear, Chu Zhongshan directly untied the blockade of knowing the sea and asked Huang to look at Kong Rulin who was swearing. Chu boy, how did you do it? Seeing Kong Rulin not only swear, but also swear with his magic knife, old Huang was surprised and asked, treat people with sincerity and they will respect me. Chu Zhongshan responded to Huang Lao's sentence, but then his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Because just after Kong Rulin swore with the magic knife, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the magic knife had a trace of evil fluctuation, and the spearhead of the evil fluctuation pointed at himself. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan can basically confirm that the magic knife in Kong Rulin's hand is likely to be the life magic knife of the Demon King 1,000,000 years ago. Fortunately, no matter the grade of your magic knife is high or the power is strong, as long as you don't degenerate into a magic weapon and get rid of the restriction of the law of heaven, Kong Rulin's oath will be effective. In other words, whether Kong Rulin will degenerate into a devil or not in the future, there is no danger for himself. Since you want Kong Rulin to accept his own human feelings, let him accept more human feelings so that we can deepen our friendship. So after seeing the slightly damaged storage bag at Kong Rulin's waist, he directly took out a storage bag with an area of 60 cubic meters from the storage ring, and then prepared some spiritual stones and pills and stuffed them into Kong Rulin's hands, said, Brother Kong, if you want to improve your accomplishments quickly, you need some cultivation resources in addition to high-grade mental skills. Take these spiritual stones and pills first. Thank you, Brother Chu. After taking the oath, Kong Rulin had an inexplicable idea in his heart, that is, to seize the time to improve his cultivation so that he could help Chu Zhongshan one day earlier. Therefore, he didn't have too much hesitation to accept the spirit stone and pill presented by Chu Zhongshan. Just after Kong Rulin accepted the storage bag containing the spirit stone and pill, bursts of neat and uniform footsteps came like 10,000 horses galloping. Shenian passed through the inn and extended to the street. Chu Zhongshan soon saw a group of neat soldiers approaching the inn in a murderous manner. "Here they are," said to Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongshan grabbed the wine jar, poured himself and Kong Rulin a cup, and then motioned him to continue drinking. Chu Zhongshan has just explained that his real cultivation is a period of divine soul. As a peerless strong man in the southern region, there is really no need to be nervous in the face of the top experts whose cultivation is only in the period of Qi. So Kong Rulin relaxed and sat down again, and then continued to drink and chat with Chu Zhongshan. The time was not very long. With a burst of rapid footsteps, a burly middle-aged man rushed into the inn like a trot, with 10 bodyguards wearing black armor and whose accomplishments were all in the Qi transformation period. After seeing the 5 princes lying in the corner and others, the middle-aged man changed his face and immediately flashed around the 5 princes. After discovering that he was really stunned, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Take out a lower-level 8-product Jingqi pill for calming qi and concentration from the storage bag, and take it for the 5th prince. Just 3 seconds later, the 5 princes who were stunned woke up. After seeing the middle-aged man, the awakened 5 princes almost cried. As a beloved prince, His Highness since his birth, when has the 5th prince been humiliated, stunned, and ignored? When Yu Guang saw Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin, he saw 2 people talking and laughing, drinking wine and tasting delicious food. After a long time, he didn't pay attention to himself and the middle-aged man who came. He stood up angrily. Then he pointed to Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin and shouted loudly, "City Lord, arrest them for me. I'll torture them severely. I'll let them experience what life is better than death. I'll let them know the consequences of offending Miri." "Your Highness, calm down." Seeing the red face of the 5th prince because of anger, the city lord hurriedly comforted him for fear that he would be angry. "Your Highness, don't worry. I not only led more than 10,000 elite soldiers to surround the inn, but also brought the 10 peak bodyguards I carefully trained. I'm sure I can dispel your hatred. Lord Migang, as long as you can take revenge today, I will speak for you in front of my father and grandfather when I return to the palace." The city lord's attention to himself made the 5 princes very proud and couldn't help making a commitment. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing that his efforts have finally paid off, City Lord Milan is also very happy. Then he walked 10 meters away from Chu Zhongshan and said coldly, "Are you going to surrender obediently, or do I let the bodyguard catch you with my own hands?" After drinking the wine in the cup, Chu Zhongshan casually glanced at the city lord, and a slight contempt flashed on his face. Then he grabbed the wine jar and poured himself wine again, a gesture of ignoring the city lord. In fact, it can't be blamed that Chu Zhongshan despised the city master and others. Because these dozen people who broke into the inn, the city master with the highest cultivation is just a second-floor cultivation in the period of Qi, and he is also a top expert with ordinary momentum, obviously relying on the accumulation of pills. A martial artist like the city master doesn't need to stand up. With the power of the divine soul and the divine mind, he can kill him like killing Dragon 8 just now. Take them. The contempt in Chu Zhongshan's eyes was obviously despised by the city lord. It was a naked humiliation. In his anger, he ordered the guards around him. "Brother Chu, is it you or me?" Seeing that the bodyguards around him had achieved great accomplishments on the 10th floor during the Qi transformation period, Kong Rulin planned to do it without fear. If a martial artist wants to quickly improve his cultivation and strength, mental skills and cultivation resources are very important, but rich combat experience and the honing between life and death are also more important. After taking a look at Kong Rulin, Shenian took another look at the bodyguards around him. Chu Zhongshan thought a little and decided to let Kong Rulin do it. First, it is to temper his combat experience. I hope he can improve his strength through real life and death, so that he can help himself in the future. Second, he also wanted to see the amazing power of the magic knife that made old Huang extremely afraid. "Brother Kong, you pick one opponent and I'll hold the rest for you so that they won't disturb you." "Brother Chu, thank you." choose only one of the bodyguards, and the rest will not disturb himself. Kong Rulin knows that this is the chance Chu Zhongshan gave him to fort. After thanking him, he picked up the magic knife on the table and chose an opponent after removing the black cloth wrapped on the magic knife. Seeing Kong Rulin's chosen opponent, Chu Zhongshan nodded secretly. Because Kong Rulin chose the opponent, who was the weakest opponent in the 10 Qi transformation periods, that is to say, he had a clear judgment of his strength, not a reckless and impulsive person. Seeing that Kong Rulin, whose accomplishments are only 7 floors in the Qi transforming period, can compete with his carefully trained bodyguard with a spirit sword and a set of basic knife techniques. Some city masters who can't hang on their faces indicate that the bodyguard with the strongest momentum among the 10 people comes forward to attack. But Chu Zhongshan's murderous voice makes the bodyguard who draws out the spirit sword and plans to come forward to help stop abruptly. Whoever dares to intervene in the battle between them, I'll take his life. Seeing the bodyguard who took out the spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan said coldly, "Jia, capture him." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's arrogant threat and thinking of his disregard for himself just now, the city lord ignored Kong Rulin, who was tearing up, and signaled that his bodyguard was the strongest, that is, the Gao who planned to siege Kong Rulin just now, and asked him to capture Chu Zhongshan. Yes. With a reply, Jiao De, holding the spirit sword, directly showed a move to calm the sand and fall the swallow, pointing directly at the right wrist of Chu Zhongshan holding the wine cup. Seeing Jiao De assassinated with a sword, Chu Zhongshan neither fought back nor got up to avoid. Instead, he held a wine glass in his hand and looked coldly at Jiao De assassinated. When Jiao De's spirit sword was less than half a meter away from his right wrist, his left hand, which had been vacant, was like a poisonous snake preying on him, and directly grabbed the spirit sword stabbed by Jiao De. Breaking through the 6 grades in the flesh is equivalent to the cultivation of the spirit and soul period. That is to say, with the power of the flesh alone, Chu Zhongshan can ignore the attack of the spirit weapon below the middle grade, let alone the inferior spirit sword of Jiao De, an ordinary commodity. Reach out and grasp the inferior spirit sword from Jiao De's stab. Chu Zhongshan uses the powerful power of Liu Pin's body to pull forward with his left hand. The dual effects of impulse and pull directly pull Jiao De with unstable footwall to his body. At the same time, the vacant right hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly clasping Jiao De's neck. Remember, you should be smart in your next life and choose a master with vision. The 5 fingers made a sudden force, and Jiao De's weak neck made a crisp sound. Then, his head tilted, his body softened, and his whole breath disappeared. Take down the storage bag hanging at the waist, reach out, and throw Jiao De's body directly to the city master of Milan. Chu Zhongshan seems to have nothing to do. According to his head, he looks at Kong Rulin, who is tearing up with the other party. Chu Zhongshan's completely contemptuous attitude made City Lord Milan very angry, but he could only suppress his anger in his heart for the time being. Because Jiao De is the most powerful among the experts he has carefully trained. Although his cultivation is only the top 10 perfection in the Qi transformation period, his real strength is no less than that of the top experts in the half-step Qi C period. The top expert in the half-step Qi C period didn't even hold up a move under the other party's hand, and even the other party didn't get up. A single point is enough to show the strength of the young man in front of him. Therefore, City Lord Milan didn't act rashly for the time being, but thought about whether to let the outside army in, and then cooperate with the crowd tactics to solve the young man in front of him. So it is. After only watching the fight between the two sides, Chu Zhongshan finally knew the reason why Kong Rulin was able to step up the challenge. Although Kong Rulin is not as good as the other party in cultivation, with the cooperation of the magic knife, the power of his basic saber technique is not weaker than the general Huangpin high-level martial arts. At the same time, although the grade of the magic knife is only inferior, the sharpness and hardness far exceed the level of the inferior spirit weapon, which leads to a small injury when each other's spirit sword collides with the magic knife. This life spirit tool is still connected with the warrior's mind and spirit. This life spirit tool is traumatized, and the warrior himself in the Qi transformation period is severely damaged. Therefore, Kong Rulin's opponent will spit blood and cut some of his breath every time the spirit tool collides. After more than a dozen moves, Kong Rulin fought more and more fiercely, and his essence, Qi and spirit became more and more peak. It was time to improve. His opponent's breath has not only weakened to the 7th floor of the Qi transformation period, but also the gap in Benaming Spirit Sword has made the Spirit Sword close to the edge of falling level. Endless Sword Spirit. Using Huang Pin's medium-level sword skills, Kong Rulin was forced to step back and defend. His opponent took the opportunity to step back and planned to ask his companions to deal with Kong Rulin together. Looking at Kong Rulin, who is about to break through, he can break through and cultivate accomplishments with the help of the instant rise of his spirit when killing his opponent. How can Chu Zhongshan make his opportunity disappear? After picking up the wine cup in his hand and injecting part of Zhenyuan, Chu Zhongshan stretched out his finger and hit the back of the bodyguard who wanted to retreat, which frustrated his idea of retreating and summoning his companions. After defending his opponent with all his strength, Kong Rulin uses a basic saber technique to split the opponent whose old strength has been exhausted and whose new strength has not been born into two partners. Looking at the opponent split in two, Kong Rulin felt that the real Yuan in Danshan was boiling like hot blood, and the boiling real Yuan constantly impacted his bottleneck, making him continue to advance towards the 8th floor of the gasification period. Whoever dares to disturb my brother's breakthrough, I will kill him. Kong Rulin is about to break through the state of the realm. Everyone at the scene can see that Chu Zhongshan is worried that someone will disturb him, so he warned in advance. Don't move. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's warning, Milan immediately stopped several bodyguards who wanted to avenge the slain brother, then looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and asked, "Who are you?" "You don't care who I am, but what I can tell you is that I want to kill you, just one move." Coldly glanced at Milan, Chu Zhongshan gave a warning, and then continued to pay attention to Kong Rulin who was breaking through. In just 1 minute, Kong Rulin's accomplishments successively crossed the initial, middle, and later stages of the 7th floor of the gasification period, and directly rose to the peak of the 7th floor of the gasification period. However, at this time, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the Zhenyuan in his Danshan was not strong enough. I'm afraid he was reluctant to break through the 8th floor of the gasification period with the current Zhenyuan impact. However, since the opportunity has arrived, we must seize it, so Chu Zhongshan took out a high-quality pill from the storage ring and planned to help Kong Rulin. However, just as he took out the pill and intended to remind Kong Rulin to take it, he accidentally found that a trace of black gas quietly appeared at the handle of his magic knife. This trace of black gas entered his body along the right hand holding the handle. Later, Chu Zhongshan found that Zhenyuan, who had some weak successors, seemed to take a tonic. The impact of Zhenyuan instantly increased by more than 10 times, directly broke through the bottleneck of the 8th floor of the gasification period, and let him enter the 8th floor of the gasification period smoothly. Until then, Chu Zhongshan finally knew why Kong Rulin could maintain the speed of breaking through a small realm in a month. It turned out that all this was the secret input of energy by the magic knife to help him improve his strength. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why his basic saber technique was so fierce. In addition to the special quality of the magic knife itself, the energy input by the magic knife was too pure, even more pure than the energy transformed by the spirit beast in the independent space of the sea. With such pure energy, how can we not improve the power of his saber attack? Huang Lao, you're right. No matter whether Kong Rulin is the reincarnation of the Demon King or not, as long as the magic knife is always by his side, sooner or later he will become the Demon King. Chu Zhongshan finally felt a little worried about the changes of Magic Knife and Kong Rulin. Chu boy, things are not as serious as you think. Huang Lao, who had been worried that Kong Rulin would transform into a Demon King and bring endless killing to the Eternal Continent, was very relaxed at this time. Huang Lao, why are you so confident all of a sudden? Chu Zhongshan asked puzzled. Chu boy, don't you treat people sincerely and let the boy surnamed Kong swear in the name of himself and the magic knife, and make a poisonous oath of death? Although Chu Zhongshan's accomplishments have improved rapidly, after all, he is still young, has too little experience, has too little knowledge, and doesn't understand some advanced information, so old Huang plans to explain it to him. I know that the oath can restrict Kong Rulin and the magic knife, but with the help of the magic knife, Kong Rulin will not lose to me in the improvement of cultivation in the future, and even far surpass me in understanding the power of the law. In case the magic knife helps Kong Rulin and is promoted to the magic wear, I'm worried that the law of heaven may not be able to restrain Kong Rulin and the magic knife. Of course, Chu Zhongshan will not forget Huang Lao's oath of Kong Rulin. The reason why he refused to kill Kong Rulin at the beginning and made him take the initiative to swear by means of sincere treatment is that he believes that his cultivation can always suppress Kong Rulin. Even if Kong Rulin really degenerates into a demon king in the future, he can restrain him from harming the world. However, the strange auxiliary promotion method of magic knife just now made him feel a lot of pressure. If Kong Rulin continues to maintain the speed of raising a small level a month, it is not very difficult to catch up with and surpass him. In case, the magic knife is promoted to the magic weapon with the help of Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongshan is worried that the law of heaven formed by the oath may not continue to suppress the magic knife. At that time, in order to gain more power, Kong Rulin will repeat the journey of the Demon King slaughtering the central region, and he will really become a sinner of the eternal continent. Chu boy, you also underestimate the law of heaven in the eternal continent. I can tell you clearly that even if the magic knife really promotes the magic tool, the boy surnamed Kong surpasses the title of supreme. It is difficult to break through the constraints of the law of heaven and will still be affected by the law of heaven. I said that even if the boy surnamed Kong has more accomplishments than you in the future and wants to bring disaster to the world under the influence of the magic knife, you can also use his oath to lead him to death, such as the endless abyss or the hopeless Dead Sea. Huang explained and suggested. Well, this is a way. Chu Zhongshan thought carefully about Huang Lao's proposal and felt that this method was feasible, but he secretly decided that he must work harder to improve his accomplishments next. He must not let Kong Rulin surpass himself, so as to prevent his kindness and selfishness from harming countless innocent people in the future. The magic knife inputs the pure energy to help Kong Rulin break through. After helping him break through the realm, it does not completely consume the rest of the pure energy to quickly help him consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough. Brother Chu, thank you. Kong Rulin, who opened his eyes, bowed to Chu Zhongshan and thanked him in a hoarse voice. The opponent's original retreat trend was forcibly interrupted, threatening others not to interrupt his breakthrough. What Chu Zhongshan had just done was to enable him to successfully break through the 8th floor of the gasification period. Kong Rulin understood this and knew it in his heart. He really didn't know how to repay Chu Zhongshan's kindness. If it weren't for his arm, he even wanted to give it to Chu Zhongshan. Brother Kong, it's my duty to help you. If you keep being so polite, I'll be really angry. Chu Zhongshan got up with a smile and comforted. Brother Chu, I still say that no matter when and where you need my help in the future, even if you give up your life, I will go all out. Kong Rulin patted his chest and promised. Brother Kong, it's getting late. Let's go. After taking a look at the sky outside, the sun has begun to set in the west and needs to find the whereabouts of the secret place. Chu Zhongshan did not continue to sit down, but asked Kong Rulin to leave. Boy, don't you pay too much attention to me, the Lord of Surabaya City. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had no intention to leave the inn, Mi Lan sneered that he could not suppress his anger. Yes, I just don't pay attention to you, so what? Turning his head and looking at Mi Lan, Chu Zhongshan directly slapped him in the face. Boy, Mi Lan has been in charge of Surabaya City for more than 10 years. On the contrary, I offend Mi Lan and the people of the Mi family. I have never left Surabaya City alive, and you are no exception. The humiliation of Chu Zhongshan's face-to-face makes Mi Lan decide to kill Chu Zhongshan regardless of everything to vent her anger. The soldiers outside listened and surrounded the inn. Without my own order, anyone who left the inn would shoot me into a horse peak nest. Facing more than 10,000 elite soldiers outside the inn, Mi Lan shouted. With a slight frown, Chu Zhongshan threatened in an unhappy tone. Milan, do you know that your order just now is forcing me to kill you? Kill me, it's up to you. Mi Lan sneered, took out the spirit weapon he carried, and then greeted the remaining 8 peak bodyguards in the Qi transformation period, planning to jointly attack Chu Zhongshan. The 5th prince asked the bodyguards of Longyi and other Qi transforming periods to cooperate with Mi Lan to deal with Chu Zhongshan together. Seeing Mi Lan and others who plan to attack themselves together, Chu Zhongshan knows that he can't kill today. He mobilizes the power of 6 flesh bodies. Chu Zhongshan plans to kill these people in front of him with a pair of fists. Boy Chu, capture the city master surnamed me alive. Just as Chu Zhongshan was going to kill Mi Lan with one punch, Huang Lao's voice came from his mind. When he was about to do it himself, Huang Lao suddenly reminded him that he definitely found a great secret, so he quickly dispersed the power of the flesh, and then stimulated the power of the divine soul period. He planned to frighten Milan with momentum and force him to surrender. A momentum that made the whole inn shake unceasingly rose from Chu Zhongshan, and controlled this momentum to directly envelop Milan and others, which changed the face of Milan and others who originally wanted to jointly siege. Zhu Ling didn't know that his weapon fell underground. Milan, I warned you just now, don't try to provoke me, because you can't afford the consequences of provoking me. While intimidating Milan, Chu Zhongshan asks Huang Lao in his mind why he can't kill Milan. Chu boy, take a closer look at the weapon in your hand, Huang Lao reminded. If Huang didn't remind him, Chu Zhongshan wouldn't pay attention to the level of the spirit tool used by Milan, who has only the second floor of Kihai period. However, under Huang's reminder, he soon found that the spirit tool used by Milan was special. First of all, the weapon used by Milan is not a life spirit weapon. Secondly, the weapon used by Milan is not a medium-class spirit weapon, but a top-notch spirit weapon. Finally, he felt an ancient and simple smell from the top-grade spirit weapon used by Milan. It would take at least 1,000,000 years for the weapon to form such a smell. Old Huang, do you mean to say that the secret place clues we have been looking for are related to this spirit tool? Chu Zhongshan asked excitedly. Yes, the secret place we are looking for this time has existed for at least 2,000,000 years. The primitive temperament of the spirit tool in his hand is likely to be related to the secret place, so I asked you to keep him alive. Huang Lao also said his guess. In that case, let others keep it for the time being. Since Milan may know the clue of the secret place, if he wants to get the clue from his mouth, he can't completely annoy him, and leaving the 5 princes and others may be the means to force him to give in at last. The spirit thought mobilized the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao. Chu Zhongshan roared directly. The sound wave formed by the low roar directly stunned everyone in the whole hall except Milan and Kang Rulin. Then he chose an empty table and chair, sat down and waved to Milan and said, "Lord Mi, come and sit down." At this moment, facing Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Milan is completely stupid. At first, he planned to attack Chu Zhongshan together with everyone. After Chu Zhongshan showed his spiritual cultivation, he knew that he was completely finished. Not only his life was completely finished, but also his family in Surabaya city. Because at the age of 17 or 18, it is definitely not ordinary people to break through the divine soul period. 9 times out of 10, they are evil disciples from the 9 forces. In the face of the 9 forces that have dominated the southern region for hundreds of thousands of years, not to mention Sishui city, even the Mi kingdom can't bear the revenge of the ordinary disciples of the 9 forces, let alone the gifted disciples of demons and. However, with his back to the sky, who can take care of the things behind him, so Milan has obediently planned to be killed, but Chu Zhongshan next not only put away his momentum, but very kindly asked himself to sit over, which made Milan completely confused. Confused to confused, it's the most important to keep her life, so Milan hurried to Chu Zhongshan's desk and chair, but he didn't sit down. Instead, he said with a very flattering attitude, "Young Zia, if there's anything you can tell me, I'll try my best if Milan can do it." The speed of Milan's face changing made Kang Rulin, who was standing next to him, unacceptable, but it was normal for Chu Zhongshan. Because before crossing, he not only saw many such people, but also he was good at changing faces in different situations. "Lord Mi, I want to ask the origin of the spirit weapon in your hand." Without too much courtesy, Chu Zhongshan said directly, "This." Seeing the purpose of Chu Zhongshan, it turned out that it was the spirit instrument in his own hand. Milan felt tight in her heart and didn't know how to answer. Then he thought he could save his life, or it was because of the spirit tool in his hand. Compared with the origin of the spirit tool, Xiaming was still reborn, so he didn't think too much and responded truthfully. "Young Zia, this artifact was found in my back garden." "There is a rockery in my back garden?" Then, Milan told Chu Zhongshan exactly how she found the spirit weapon and the process of finding it. After hearing Milan's story, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help feeling happy, and old Huang affirmed in words, "Chu boy, the secret place is in the back garden of the main city. Lord Mi, I warned you at the beginning, don't provoke me. You can't afford the consequences of provoking me." Chu Zhongshan said murderously. After getting the specific clues of the secret place, Chu Zhongshan wants to fly to the city master's residence immediately, but before leaving, he must deal with the things in front of little Zia, I'm the one who should die. I'm the one who has eyes and doesn't know Mount Tai. I hope you can spare your life." Chu Zhongshan said that he would change his face if he changed his face. The speed of changing his face exceeded his imagination, so Mi Lan knelt down on the ground and begged for mercy. "Lord, am I, according to my character, I would have slaughtered you, the people in the hall and more than 10,000 soldiers outside, but I can spare you for providing very important clues." Chu Zhongshan's tone changed and he didn't say murderously, "Thank you for not killing, young Xia. Thank you for not killing." Hearing that Chu Zhongshan is willing to spare his life, Milan quickly kowtows to thank him. "Don't worry yet, Shane." Reaching out to stop Milan from kowtowing, Chu Zhongshan said, "In order to prevent you from secretly informing me after I leave, so I need you to stay in this inn for 3 days. Young Xia, what do you want me to do? Just stay in the inn for 3 days." After hearing Chu Zhongshan's request, Mi Lan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can save his life, let alone stay for 3 days, he is willing to stay for 3 years. "You order that the soldiers outside completely surround the inn and no one is allowed to come out for 3 days, Chu Zhongshan ordered. "No problem." After a reply, Mi Lan gave orders directly to the soldiers outside according to the orders of Chu Zhongshan. "Next, in order to prevent you from being bored, maybe you should have some thoughts. I will wake you up for 3 days. The best way to let a person stay in a place honestly is to make him dizzy." Therefore, after Chu Zhongshan reminded him of this, he knocked Mi Lan out with a heavy fist. "Huang Lao, is there any way to make these people heavy for 3 days? After knocking Mi Lan out, Chu Zhongshan negotiated with Huang Lao. "Yes, I have a printing method that can make people sleep. According to the number of seals, you can control the sleeping time of each other." When Chu Zhongshan knocked out Mi Lan, old Huang knew his idea, so he had figured out a way to deal with it in advance. "That's good." Hearing that old Huang had a way, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but feel happy. Then he used the mark taught by old Huang to let Mi Lan and others fall asleep completely. "Brother Kong, next I'll take you to a place." After greeting Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan turned and walked to the ladder. However, before leaving, he took down the storage bag around Mi Lan's waist. Without questioning where Chu Zhongshan wanted to take him, Kong Rulin quickened his pace and followed him closely. Yiju Inn is a 6-story building. The elegant room on the last floor is specially designed. Standing in front of the window of the elegant room, you can clearly see the outside situation, but people outside can't see the situation in the elegant room. It is definitely a good place for leisure and monitoring. Perhaps it is because Mi Lan has absolute awe in Surabaya city. More than 10,000 soldiers besieged a Ju Inn. No one dared to look around, which is convenient for Chu Zhongshan to leave. "Go," reaching out to catch Kong Rulin's left arm, Chu Zhongshan reminded him for a moment, and then used all Zhenyuan to leave the inn at a lightning speed without anyone noticing around the inn. Just after Chu Zhongshan left Yiju Inn with Kong Rulin, the wall of the elegant room on the 6th floor was suddenly pushed away, and then an old man in his 50s came out. If Chu Zhongshan sees this old man, he will know him, because he is the shopkeeper of Yiju Inn. After seeing the people lying in the hall, the shopkeeper's face changed and hurried to the 5th prince. He was relieved to find that the 5th prince just fainted. If the 5 princes whom the ancestors of the Michaelis royal family liked died in a Ju Inn, he would definitely have something to do with the inn. "Your Highness, wake up." He shook the 5 princes vigorously. The shopkeeper shouted loudly, but the result was useless. After thinking about it, the shopkeeper finally gritted his teeth and took out a pill of grade 8, which can be used to calm qi and concentrate. He took it for the 5th prince, but the result was still useless. After the shouting and pill failed, the shopkeeper got up and left the hall directly, returned to his own room, and then used special channels to ask for help from the Michaelis royal family. As a Surabaya city near mountains and rivers, the area of the main city is not large, because most of the dignitaries who chose to build other homes in Surabaya city built other homes outside the city, so Chu Zhongshan didn't spend much time coming to the city master's house. After determining the back garden where the entrance of the secret place was hidden, he fell directly into the back garden. Combined with the clues provided by Mi Lan and the careful inspection of his mind, he soon found the entrance of the secret place. The entrance to the secret place is on a decorated rockery. There is a crack about 1.3 meters high in the middle of the rockery. This crack is the entrance to the secret place. At the beginning, Milan found the entrance in order to avoid the chase of her fierce wife at home. She had no choice but to choose a hiding place. It was precisely because he found this secret place and got some treasures in it that his strength soared. He not only completely conquered his fierce wife, but also became his ambition to go further. Bending into the crack of the rockery, Chu Zhongshan took out a night pearl and slowly went deep into the channel with the help of the light of the night pearl. Kong Rulin, who followed behind Chu Zhongshan, still didn't ask anything and followed him into the crack. Although the rockery is not big, the narrow passage formed by the crack is from top to bottom, so the passage to the secret place is not short. A minute later, the narrow passage began to be spacious, and Chu Zhongshan began to speed up the pace of deepening. 3 minutes later, a floating white aperture came into the eyes of Chu Zhongshan. When he came to the floating white aperture, Chu Zhongshan found that there was also a crack in the middle of the aperture, and the crack was obviously forcibly torn. Huang Lao, can you tell the time when the crack was torn? Although Mi Lan mentioned that there was a crack on the milky white aperture entering the secret place, from Mi Lan's perspective, he could not see the real reason for the formation of the crack, so Chu Zhongshan began to have a fantasy that the crack on the milky white aperture was naturally formed and not human, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help mentioning it. Don't worry, Chu boy. The crack in front of you has been formed for more than 1,000,000 years. That is to say, those who enter the secret realm either die in it or leave. Huang Lao comforted. However, Huang's relief did not play much role. Whether the people who enter the secret place are the strong ones millions of years ago or the experts who enter the secret place now, their purpose of entering the secret place must be the precious treasures in the secret place. Because of her accomplishments and strength, Mi Lan stayed at the edge of the secret realm to practice. She didn't go deep into the secret realm. The spirit tool was only accidentally found at the edge. Otherwise, Chu Zhongshan could not easily let him go. Now, I'm afraid the treasures in the secret territory have long been taken away, which frustrated his original idea of improving his cultivation and strength through the secret territory. How can he not be disappointed? Chu boy, is there any treasure in the secret territory? Go in and see it. It's useless to think too much at this time. Feeling Chu Zhongshan's disappointment, old Huang comforted. Yes. He took a deep breath and adjusted his disappointment. Chu Zhongshan nodded to Kong Rulin behind him and then stepped into the crack. After passing through the crack, Chu Zhongshan was immediately startled by the heaven and earth aura of the secret territory, and Kong Rulin, who followed him into the secret territory, was shocked and foolish there. Since he was able to practice again, Chu Zhongshan has seen many places with sufficient aura in heaven and earth, especially the secret room used by Zhang Zhufeng to break through the realm, where the concentration of aura is not much, close to atomization. However, compared with the secret place standing at your feet, the Reiki concentration in the practice chamber of Zhang Zhufeng is far different. Even if you can't make a world difference, it can be said to be more than 1,000 times. Until this time, the genius in Chu finally Mi Lan's words. Even if he stayed at the edge of the secret realm, the improvement rate of cultivation was also very amazing. Chu boy, there are at least 1 top 2 level spirit pulse and 3 top 3 level spirit pulses in this secret territory. Otherwise, such a dense aura of heaven and earth cannot be formed in the secret territory. Chu Zhongshan and Huang Lao in his mind were also shocked by the abundant heaven and earth aura in the secret territory. However, as a supreme strong man, he immediately thought of the specific reason for the formation of sufficient aura. Second-grade spirit pulse. Hearing that old Huang mentioned that there was a second-grade spiritual pulse in the secret territory, Chu Zhongshan felt a little shortness of breath. When he thought of the experience of Tianwang's secret place, he heard the best waste stone, milk and fat from the 3 waste veins. His voice was trembling. Huang Lao, is the core of the second-grade spirit pulse also the best spirit stone, 10,000-year spirit milk and spirit fat containing the law of time? Impossible. Looking forward to the interrogation of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang directly denied. The reason why Sampan famine pulse can form Wanian famine milk and famine fat is because of the special environment of the secret land of famine and the special energy contained in the chi of famine. And the spirit veins cannot form the spirit milk of more than 10,000 years and the spirit grease containing the law of time. Otherwise, there will not be so few supreme and powerful people on the eternal continent, because there are many spirit veins of more than 3 grades on the eternal continent. Really? After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan sighed a little disappointed, but when he thought of the best spirit stone bred in the spirit pulse of more than 3 grades, his disappointment disappeared instantly, then dispersed his mind and began to look for the exact location of the spirit pulse. Chu Boy, 60 degrees northwest. Just when Chu Zhongshan used his divine mind to find the exact location of the spiritual pulse, Huang had long used his supreme divine mind to search a large area of the secret territory. He soon found a strange place and immediately reminded him. "Come with me." Without any hesitation, he greeted Kong Rulin, who was still in shock behind him. Chu Zhongshan showed Huang Pin's body method and martial arts and accelerated to the position designated by Huang Lao. "Brother Chu, why don't you choose to fly?" Chu Zhongshan's reminder woke Kong Rulin from his shock, forcibly suppressed the impulse to meditate and practice in situ, and tried his best to catch up with Chu Zhongshan, who still retained most of his strength, and asked in confusion. "Brother Kong, with the improvement of your cultivation and strength, you will certainly enter different secret territories in the future. One thing you must remember is that the secret territories of experience refining, whether large or small, basically have rules bred by the secret territories themselves. These rules will more or less form some prohibitions, such as banning flying, banning the exertion of power beyond a certain realm, and so on. So, after entering the secret place, remember not to take off," Chu Zhongshan warned. He had learned the lesson of banning the air in the secret land of the wilderness when he first practiced in the secret land of the wilderness, so he would not fly rashly without really determining the specific situation of the secret land. "Thanks for Brother Chu's reminder. I remember it." After thanking, Kong Rulin remembered the reminder just made by Chu Zhongshan. Nearly 1,000 miles before the trip, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that Kong Rulin's speed slowed down, and his breathing began to increase, knowing that he had reached the limit. It's thousands of miles away from the position designated by Old Huang. In Kong Rulin's current state, it's difficult to maintain such a speed, so Chu Zhongshan directly reached out and grabbed him, and then took him on his way. Since he was on the way with him, there was no need to retain too much strength. The body method and martial arts of Xuan Pin's lower peak made him reach the position designated by Old Huang in less than 3 minutes. When he saw the 3 dead bones without any flesh and blood in front of him, a glimmer of vigilance flashed in his heart. Let go of the hand holding Kong Rulin and motioned him to be vigilant. Chu Zhongshan quickly mobilized Genuine and the Danshan to form a layer of defense cover outside his body, then dispersed his mind in the sea and kept alert to the situation around him. After confirming that he had no flaws, he slowly approached the bones. The 3 corpses are white bones without any flesh and blood, giving people a gloomy feeling. Each bone is intact without any injury. "Huang Lao, how did these 3 people die? What was the state of cultivation before death, and how long did they die?" After a general observation of 3 corpses, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao for evidence. Although he can also use his mind to check the specific situation of the bones based on the cultivation of the 2nd floor of his soul period, the difference between the mind formed by the power of 2 souls and the mind formed by Huang Lao's supreme cultivation is like a world apart. Moreover, he doesn't know whether there is danger on the 3 bones, so Huang Lao needs to check it in person. "Chu Boy, the cultivation of these 3 people before their death is only the first stage of the Qi transformation period, and the death time will not exceed 1 month. I can't see the specific reason why they died." After 3 times of careful inspection, Old Huang looked puzzled and said, "The time of death shall not exceed 1 month." Huang's observation surprised Chu. If the time of death is less than 1 month, it means that there must be an unknown danger in the secret territory, and the time of death is less than 1 month. The 3 experts at the beginning of the Qi transformation period are likely to be the men arranged by Milan to dig the secret territory. More importantly, in less than a month, the blood and flesh on the bones disappeared completely. It is likely that it was the murderer who killed them, not human beings. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan scattered his thoughts and used his thoughts to thoroughly check the situation of the 3 bones. He carefully observed them up and down, inside and outside. His thoughts finally noticed the eyes in the skull of the bones. He took back his mind and took out an inferior spirit sword from the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan bent over and picked up the head of one of the corpses. Through the light naturally formed in the secret place, he carefully observed the eyes of the skull with the naked eye and found a small wound. The wound in the orbit is very small. If you don't look at it bit by bit, you won't notice it at all. Put the picked-up head back to its original place. He picked up the heads of the other 2 corpses and observed the same place. He found that there was a small wound in the eye socket of each corpse's head. Chu boy, maybe I know how these 3 people died, and why the aura of heaven and earth is so thick in this not too big secret territory. Chu Zhongshan just carefully observed each bone and stared at the eye socket of the bone, which immediately attracted Huang Lao's attention. Using the double observation of the naked eye and mind, he also found a very small wound in the skull and orbit, which is easy to be ignored. After the same small wounds in the skull and orbit of the 3 corpses, combined with the records seen before, Huang said in a frightened tone, "Huang Lao, say it." Feeling the fear in Huang Lao's tone, Chu Zhongshan was surprised, and a trace of panic gradually rose in his heart. The time spent with Huang Lao is not too short. No matter what kind of crisis he encounters, he rarely panics, and he has never been frightened. Now, since he feels frightened, it shows that the hidden crisis in the secret territory is likely to be beyond Huang Lao's ability to deal with. In the face of this situation, how can Chu Zhongshan not panic? Chu boy, you also know that there are thousands of strange animals living in the eternal continent. No one can know all kinds of strange animals, even the most top title, but among the known strange animals, 10 kinds of strange animals are listed as the most dangerous. Among the top 10 animals that may exist in this secret territory, the 7th most dangerous is the spirit-eating ant. Spirit-eating ant? Hearing that Huang Lao mentioned the spirit-eating ant, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath. As for the information about the spirit-eating ant, there are detailed records of the top 10 dangerous animals in the mainland secret that Zhao and Jun gave him at the beginning. Spirit-devouring ant, ranking 7th among the top 10 dangerous monsters, is a beast with the title of Supreme Lord who has to hide and walk when he sees it. Spirit-devouring ant is an unlimited alien. The newly born spirit-devouring ant is just an ordinary beast. It can improve the energy of survival and promotion by devouring the treasures and creatures containing aura. There is no restriction on the grade bottleneck of spirit-eating ant. As long as there are enough treasures and creatures containing aura, its grade can be improved indefinitely. Therefore, spirit-eating ant is also one of the most promising alien species to break through the first grade and upgrade to the holy beast. The shape of the spirit-eating ant is similar to that of the ant he had seen before crossing, but its size and character are completely opposite. The newly born spirit-eating ant is more than half a meter tall and more than 1 meter long. When it reaches the top 10, its body size will double to more than 1 meter tall and more than 2 meters long. When the grade is upgraded to grade 9, the body size still doubles, reaching more than 2 meters high, 4 meters long, and so on. Spirit-eating ants belong to social animals. A single spirit-eating ant is not dangerous. Although the spirit-devouring ant can ignore the improvement of blood and grade bottleneck, its IQ is basically 0, and its attack means are very simple. Even if the spirit-devouring ant reaches grade 5, the experts in the Qi stage can also kill it. However, the spirit-devouring ant belongs to a social alien, and the number of more than 100 spirit-devouring ants has times more powerful attack power. Generally, the number of soul-eating ants living in groups is at least tens of thousands and at most hundreds of millions. It is definitely a terrible beast that no one dares to provoke. According to the records in the secret news of the mainland, the Eternal Continent once suffered a disaster formed by spirit-eating ants 300,000 years ago. Because the survival and promotion of spirit-eating ants depend on swallowing the treasures and creatures containing aura, the places where spirit-eating ants pass can be said to be barren. The emergence of spirit-eating ants is absolutely a devastating disaster. At that time, in the face of the disaster caused by the spirit-eating ant, all the strong people in the 5 regions of the Eternal Continent who were above the gas melting period, under the leadership of all the most powerful people, slaughtered the spirit-eating ant. After losing nearly a quarter of the strong people, it was considered that the spirit-eating ant was wiped out. No. Recalling the records in the esoteric books, the place where the spirit-eater ant passed was basically barren, but the scene in front of him was green grass, one blue and thousands of miles, which was not like the environment in which the spirit-eater ant lived, so Chu Zhongshan informed Huang Lao of his doubts. Who? Originally, there was no need to breathe, but Huang Lao took a deep breath to relieve his inner tension. Chu boy, in fact, the world's understanding of spirit-eating ants is not comprehensive. The world has always believed that spirit-eating ants lack intelligence. Even the queen who commands the whole king of spirit-eating ants only has the wisdom to simply issue orders, but this is not the case. According to the records I saw from the ruins, when the number of a group of spirit-eating ants exceeds a certain number, the queen of spirit-eating ants in this group will advance to a new realm, a realm with no less wisdom than adult humans. This realm is called the Emperor of Spirit-Eating Ants. Devouring Ant Emperor. Chu Zhongshan repeated a sentence to himself, then his eyes widened and asked in panic, "Old Huang, do you mean to say that the spirit-eating ant emperor is more than a holy beast?" That's right. Although I don't want to tell Chu Zhongshan, the next step is not to practice in the secret place, but to consider how to save my life, how to leave the secret place safely, how to return to the sect, and inform the sect's title of the supreme power. Brother Kong, there are great dangers hidden in this secret place, which can't be experienced by martial artists like you and me, so we must leave here quickly. After getting the reply confirmed by Old Huang, Chu Zhongshan, who had been frightened, calmed down instantly. No matter how terrible the devouring ant colony is, and whether the queen devouring ant is really promoted to the holy beast, what needs to be considered now is how to leave the secret place. Fortunately, the distance to enter the secret territory is not long, and there is still a chance to escape from the secret territory. Therefore, after reminding Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan directly grabbed his arm, burst out the fastest speed in his life, and fled to the exit of the secret territory. It can make Chu Zhongshan flee in a panic, which shows that the hidden danger in the secret territory has exceeded his imagination, so he neither opened his mouth for interrogation nor disturbed him, and let him escape from the secret territory with himself. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan, who used all his strength to show his martial arts skills, suddenly stopped and looked at the sky with a gloomy face. "Brother Chu, what's the matter?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan suddenly stop, Kong Rulin asked puzzled. "We are trapped and can't leave the secret place for the time being." The gloomy face did not ease at all, Chu Zhongshan said in a low tone. When he first entered the secret place, Chu Zhongshan, in order to prevent accidents, used the secret method taught by Old Huang to leave a special mark at the entrance of the secret place, and his distance into the secret place was only more than 5,000 miles. When he returned with all his strength just now, he had traveled more than 6,000 miles in 3 minutes. Not only did he not see the exit of the secret territory, but he could not even feel the mark left at the entrance of the secret territory. He knew he was trapped in the Huanglao. How are you? Since the mark he reserved in advance has disappeared, Chu Zhongshan can only place all his hopes on Huanglao. "Chu boy, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Because I can't feel the mark left at the entrance of the secret territory, and my mind is suppressed so much that I can only barely check the range of 100 miles. Huanglao said in a more gloomy tone. When Chu Zhongshan returned to the entrance of the secret place with Kong Rulin, Old Huang had sensed the mark left by the entrance of the secret place in advance. After losing contact with the mark, he immediately used his mind to check. When he found that his mind had been suppressed by nearly 1/10,000th, he knew that his guess was almost close to the truth. In other words, the queen devouring spirit in the secret territory is likely to break through the first grade and be promoted to the holy beast. Otherwise, the mind will not be suppressed so much. Have you been suppressed so much? After hearing that Huanglao said that his mind could only be suppressed for 100 miles, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and whispered to himself while spreading his mind. Later, he was surprised to find that his mind was not suppressed, but promoted a lot. After the cultivation broke through the second floor of the Divine Soul period, the extended range of the Divine Mind reached more than 20,000 li. Just now, after his mind extended, it reached more than 20,000 kilometers, that is, more than 40,000 kilometers, which was fully doubled, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very confused. Tell Huanglao the doubts in his heart. Chu Zhongshan expects him to give himself a reasonable explanation, but after considering for a long time, Huanglao finally gives the answer that he doesn't know. Chu boy, no matter why your mind is doubled, it will be of great help for how to avoid spirit-eating ants next. It can also be regarded as a good thing that can make people feel at ease. Huanglao, what do you think we should do next? Since he can't leave the secret place, what should be considered next is what to do. Although Chu Zhongshan has paid attention in his heart, he wants to listen to Huang Lao's opinions. Since we can't leave the secret place in a short time, we'll take a risk to continue to go deep into the secret place, see what's hidden in the depths of the secret place, and see if the queen-devouring ant is really promoted to the holy beast, Huang Lao suggested. Okay. Old Huang's proposal is the same as what Chu Zhongshan thought, so after answering Old Huang, he said to Kong Rulin, "Brother Kong, now we are trapped in the secret territory, and I'm afraid we can't leave in a short time, so I'm going to take a risk to go deep into the secret territory, see what's hidden in the depths of the secret territory, and see if I can find a way to leave here in the depths of the secret territory." Brother Chu, everything follows your arrangement. Kong Rulin agreed with Chu Zhongshan's decision without any hesitation. The city lord's residence is in the secret territory. After obtaining Kong Rulin's consent, Chu Zhongshan took him deep into the secret realm. Because of the fear of encountering the spirit-devouring ant colony, the speed of going deep did not dare to be too fast, but kept the speed of Huang Pin's primary body method and martial arts. An hour later, looking at the environment that basically hasn't changed in front of you, Old Huang, who frowned in Chu Zhongshan, asked, "Old Huang, when your mind hasn't been suppressed, have you thoroughly checked the scope of the whole secret territory?" "Yes," Huang Lao responded. Then, he said with the same frown as Chu Zhongshan, "After entering the secret realm, the first thing is to see the exact range of the secret realm, so as to confirm the strength of the secret realm rules, but my mind at that time only extended less than half, and then touched the barrier of the secret realm. It extends half of the mind, that is, the range of 5 million kilometers." After hearing Huang Lao's description, Chu Zhongshan calculated a little and gave the general scope of the secret realm after Huang Lao's mind was extended. "That's almost the range," nodded, and Old Huang agreed with the result calculated by Huang Lao. If so, then something is wrong. After taking a look around, he even ventured to use flying skills and slowly rose more than 20 meters. After taking a look at the distance where he still couldn't see the edge, Chu Zhongshan vaguely felt a trace of something wrong. "Chu boy, what's the matter?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan taking off at risk, listening to him muttering something wrong, Old Huang hurriedly asked. "Huang Lao, as like as 2 peas, Kong Rulin and I used to use yellow products to start their martial arts, and the distance traveled by 1 hour was more than 30,000 li, and I just looked at the situation in front of me for 40,000 seconds, and found that the environment ahead is exactly the same as the immediate environment. I suspect that we may be trapped in a dream." Chu Zhongshan said his guess. "Impossible." After hearing Chu Zhongshan's guess, Old Huang immediately denied. "Chu boy, whether it's a fairyland formed by array or a natural fairyland, it contains a special force of law. As an array master, I can recognize it at a glance, so I can clearly tell you that everything you see is true. In that case, I'll speed up and continue to go deep into the secret realm to see what's going on." Old Huang used the theory of the array master to deny his guess just now, which made Chu Zhongshan somewhat uncertain about his guess just now. In order to further check the real situation of the secret place, Chu Zhongshan decided to take a risk. Yes, for Chu Zhongshan's plan to increase the speed and take a risk, Huang also chose to support it. After all, as like as 2 peas of distance, the journey is almost the same as 100,000. Chu boy, when you increase the speed, your mind can observe less than 5,000 miles. Because the smell of spirit-eating ants is very developed, they can detect any creatures and treasures containing aura within 1,000 miles. Huang Lao reminded. "I see." In response to Old Huang, Chu Zhongshan explained to Kong Rulin and then took him to speed up and go deep into the secret realm. An hour has passed. At this time, not only Chu Zhongshan's face was gloomy, but also Huang Lao's face seemed to drop water. The speed of the as like as 2 peas, the more than 30 times the skill of the lower body, and the distance of 1 hour, the distance of the journey is nearly 1 million li, and the environment in front of us is just the same as it was just now. Huang Lao also began to doubt whether he or she really fell into a fantasy. "Chu boy, take a rest first. I'll use a set of secret methods to verify whether we are in a dreamland. You can't go on aimlessly in this way. Otherwise, the irritable mood will lead to devils and eventually lead to devils." So Old Huang plans to overdraw part of the power of the soul and use a taboo technique to see what's going on in the secret place in front of him. Fortunately, The innate Lingbao Dinghun God Gourd has completely refined the soul of the top strong in the king's territory, and Chu Zhongshan broke through the soul period in advance, and the refined soul energy is not used for the time being, so he doesn't have to worry about overdrawing the power of the soul, which will affect his strength. When Old Huang used the secret method to thoroughly check what was going on in the secret territory, Chu Zhongshan was not idle. While absorbing the dense heaven and earth aura in the secret territory and improving the true yuan, he tempered the third soul center separated from the 3 souls and 7 souls. As the central spirit that can affect the middle and lower danshan, the difficulty of training is not only far more than that of Wei Jing and Ying but also needs to endure the pain caused by the involvement of the central spirit in danshan. Fortunately, the central spirit is involved in the pain caused by danshan. Compared with the pain he has experienced before, the pain is much weaker. He can temper the central spirit without changing his face and beating his heart. In addition to improving cultivation and training the central spirit, Chu Zhongshan devoted himself to 3 parts, divided a small part of his energy to control his mind, and began to take him as the origin to check the situation around him bit by bit. To improve cultivation to the divine soul stage, you want to simply rely on absorbing the aura between heaven and earth to improve cultivation. The speed is very slow, even if the aura of heaven and earth in the secret territory is extremely sufficient. After absorbing for more than an hour, the genius in Chu reluctantly felt that there was a slight improvement in the real yuan in danshan, which made him sigh uncontrollably. Although the perfect elixir field gives him the fighting power to surpass his own 4 to 5 small realms, it also makes his demand for the aura of heaven and earth reach a terrible level. If he wants to continue to improve his cultivation rapidly, in addition to using some precious elixirs and spiritual fruits, he also needs higher-grade spiritual stones. Just when he lamented that he only relied on absorbing Reiki and his cultivation improved slowly, he extended his mind outside his body and found a trace of abnormality more than 20,000 meters away from him. "Brother Kong, you stay here and don't move. I'll go ahead and have a look." After telling Kong Rulin that Chu Zhongshan left a trace of mark on him, he quickly showed his body skills and rushed to the place where God thought found the abnormality. When he was 50 meters away from the place where Shenian found the abnormality, Chu Zhongshan stopped, opened his eyelids fiercely, and his breathing began to increase. As like as 2 peas in the front, 50 meters away, a height of about 6 meters, 12 meters long, and 2 long tentacles on top of the head, shaped like the same animal that he had seen before. The only difference is that there are 2 long, thin, and cold fangs in the sharp mouth of the beast in front of us. Looking at the ferocious and frightening beast in front of him, Chu Zhongshan didn't need to think about it at all. He knew that the beast in front of him was the spirit-eating ant that frightened countless people. It is 6 meters tall and 12 meters long. Judging by the body shape of the spirit-eating ant, the spirit-eating ant in front of us is a 5-grade beast, which is equivalent to the longevity of human warriors. However, although the grade of a single spirit-eating ant is high, its strength is not strong. It is equivalent to the spirit-eating ant in Wanbang period. The strength that can be really exerted is at the peak of Kihai period, which is not a great threat to Chu Zhongshan. For the time being, Chu Zhongshan didn't kill the spirit-eating ant. Chu Zhongshan wanted Huang to see if he could figure out some secrets of the secret place through the spirit-eating ant in front of him. "Old Huang, look at what's ahead." God thought to know the sea, and Chu Zhongshan shouted loudly. Unfortunately, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he didn't get any response from Huang Lao. When he thought that Huang Lao used the secret method to check the real situation of the secret place, he felt that the secret method used by Huang Lao was very powerful and needed to be concentrated. Therefore, he didn't continue to call Huang Lao, but took out his own life spirit knife to solve the spirit-eating ant in front of him. Spirit-devouring ants are single-minded and bloodthirsty. They like to devour all the creatures and treasures containing aura in front of them. Therefore, when they see the Queen of Chu, spirit-devouring ants rush to the sky of Chu with strong limbs regardless of whether their opponents are strong or not. Hand up and knife down. Facing the spirit-eating ant, Chu Zhongshan made a move to split Huashan Mountain in the basic saber technique, directly split the spirit-eating ant in half, and then began to check the body split in half. After careful inspection, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that there was no inner pill in the body of the spirit-eating ant, which had reached the 5th grade. Moreover, The whole bones and flesh contained very little energy, which was not consistent with the characteristics of the fifth-grade beast at all. Chuboy, the spirit-eating ant, is different from other gregarious beasts. The main reason why a single spirit-eating ant can't give full play to its own grade strength is that most of their strength after promotion is on the queen ant, so they don't have any source of power. That is, there is no inner alchemy. Just when Chu Zhongshan was puzzled, Huang Lao, who used the taboo secret method, reopened his eyes. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was squatting underground and doubling the body of spirit-eating ants, he muttered from time to time and explained, "Old Huang, the secret technique is over." After hearing Huang Lao's voice, especially when he explained the spirit-eating ant, he regained his previous confident tone, which made Chu Zhongshan happy. "Yes." With a reply, Huang Lao said in a gradually excited tone, "Chu boy, the chance against the sky is coming." A chance against the sky. Being able to make Huang Lao tell the chance of going against the sky shows that unimaginable treasures must be hidden in this secret place. It's like in the secret place of the wilderness. When he predicted the 3 treasures contained in the core of the famine vein in advance, he said the word of going against the sky. That's right. As 2 P's of emotion were used, Huang explained, "I used the taboo secret to look at this secret. I found that the environment of the whole secret environment is almost the same as the 9 layers. The only difference is the true location of the secret. At the same time, after checking the taboo and secret methods and combining the records I have seen before, I finally understand why this secret place is so strange." Then, Huang Lao began to introduce in detail the conclusions he reached through the inspection of taboo and secret methods. Listening to Huang Lao's introduction, Chu Zhongshan's face was first shocked, then happy, and finally ecstatic. According to Huang Lao, the secret place in front of us was not like this. The area at the beginning of the birth of the secret place is almost equivalent to the blood demon secret place of Lian sect. The spirit-eating ants that appeared in the secret place were a small part of the spirit-eating ants that remained when they were slaughtered by countless powerful people in the Eternal Continent. They escaped into the secret place by chance. The original secret territory not only has a boundless area, but also has countless exotic animals and countless natural materials and earth treasures. Among a small number of soul-eating ants that fled into the secret place, there was a newly hatched queen ant. Under the leadership of the queen ant, the remaining soul-eating ants began hunting. With the help of countless exotic animals that survived in the secret place and natural materials and earth treasures containing huge energy, the soul-eating ant colony not only grew gradually, but also the queen's grade became higher and stronger. Since the secret place was not born for a long time, the secret place rules did not produce their own consciousness. Therefore, in the face of the increasingly powerful queen ant, the secret place rules did not fight back and let it continue to be strong. When the queen ant sweeps the whole secret place with the spirit-devouring ant colony and devours all the creatures in the whole secret place and all the treasures containing aura, its grade will also be upgraded to the limit of exotic animals. That is, the peak of a product. Whether human beings are full of wisdom or queen-devouring ant with single thought, it is instinct to pursue a higher level. Therefore, queen-devouring ant wants to break through the first-class restriction of exotic animals and promote to a more powerful holy beast. However, all the creatures and treasures containing Reiki in the secret territory have been swallowed by it, and the energy it needs to upgrade to a higher level is not what ordinary creatures and treasures can provide. So the queen ant's goal of swallowing is to invest in the rules of the secret territory. The secret realm rules are bred from the laws of heaven and earth and countless energy at the beginning of the birth of the secret realm. They not only contain the law of the Great Road, but also contain unimaginable energy. If the queen ant can swallow the rules of the secret place, with the help of the laws and energy contained in the rules of the secret place, she will be able to break through the shackles of one product and promote to the supreme holy beast. Until the queen ant came up with the rule of swallowing the secret place, only the secret place rule with instinct felt the danger. In the face of the danger of being swallowed, the secret place rule began its counterattack. One is conscious swallowing, and the other is just instinctive counterattack. The result of the fight between the two sides can be imagined. With the advantage of gaining the upper hand, the queen ant began to swallow the secret territory rules bit by bit. When half of the secret realm rules are swallowed up, the queen ant is promoted to the holy beast, and the half-swallowed secret realm rules accidentally produce their own consciousness when they are about to collapse. Seeing the queen ant who is about to be promoted to success, considering that she still can't get rid of the fate of being swallowed up after being promoted to an exotic animal, the secret land rules adopted the practice of dying together. The self-explosion of the secret realm rules will directly destroy the spirits of the queen ant who has just been promoted to the holy beast, who has not yet returned to the future and consolidated the realm. Since the rules of the secret place were swallowed up by the queen ant, plus the queen ant who has just been promoted to the holy beast, it has the wisdom of adult human beings. When it can't resist the damage caused by self-explosion, it issued an order to all spirit-eating ants in the secret place, so that they are not allowed to leave the secret place, take good care of their bodies, wait for its blasted soul to condense again, and the spirit returns again. As a secret place bred by the law of the Great Road, although the rules of the secret place were forced to explode, the hard barrier of the secret place did not collapse because of the self-explosion. At the same time, in order to keep the corpse of the holy beast that has just been promoted from being disturbed, so that it can be reborn in the future, the queen ant uses her remaining strength to strengthen the barrier of the secret place before the spirit is afraid of extinction, so that the secret place can be preserved. However, the size of the secret realm is related to the rules of the secret realm. The stronger the rules of the secret realm, the larger the scope of the secret realm, and the weaker the rules of the secret realm, the smaller the scope of the secret realm. After the restoration of the secret realm rules after the self-explosion, the power and energy of the rules are less than 1,000th of the original, and the scope of the secret realm has been reduced to 5 million kilometers. This is why Huang Lao was able to use his mind to check the size of the whole secret realm at the beginning. As for the later suppression of Huang Lao's mind, it was before the queen ant's spirit was afraid to die. It was deliberately prohibited by using the special power of the holy beast just promoted. It was forbidden for the strong people above the Holy Spirit period, who accidentally broke into the secret territory, to easily find the location of the holy beasts at the same time. With the help of the destructive power generated by the self-explosion of the secret territory, an energy that can affect the extension of the divine mind is created in the secret territory. This is why neither Chu Zhongshan nor Huang Lao can find the mark left at the entrance of the secret territory. If they didn't believe too much in God at that time, but searched carefully, they would be able to find the exit to leave the secret land. As for the mind of Chu Zhongshan, instead of being suppressed, it was doubled. The reason for this is not very clear to Huang Lao. Huang Lao, according to the information I learned from the secret information records of the mainland, nearly 300,000 years have passed since the killing of the spirit-eating ant colony. Is it possible for the broken spirit of the queen ant to reunite after such a long time? After listening to Huang's introduction, Chu Zhongshan had a very threatening question in his heart. Chu boy, you underestimate the power of the self-explosion of the secret territory rules. First, he scorned to satirize Chu Zhongshan. Huang then said, although I was only the highest cultivation of the supreme level before my body was damaged, and I didn't know the secret of the realm of holy beast, according to the information I learned from countless classics, the broken spirit means that this person has died, and it's basically impossible to reunite the spirit and resurrect. Even if the queen ant has the means to reunite the spirit, it's a daydream to recover in just a few 100,000 years. And when I used the taboo secret method to calculate the secret realm just now, I feel that although the level of the secret realm is very low, I already have my own consciousness. If the queen ant really reunites the spirit, then the rules of the secret place will never sit idly by. Even if it explodes, it will kill the queen ant. I see, nodded. Chu Zhongshan motioned to understand, but he had another question in Huang Lao. The queen ant has been dead for nearly 300,000 years. Will the spirit-devouring group reborn the queen ant in such a long time? Although a single soul-devouring ant is not a great threat, the soul-devouring ant colony with the queen is even more threatening than the title. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan is worried that after so long, Wanyi in the secret territory will give birth to a new queen ant. What he needs to consider next is not to look for the corpse of the holy beast, but to leave the secret territory immediately. If we follow the normal way of life of the spirit-devouring ant, A new queen ant has appeared for more than 300,000 years, but the queen ant holy beast has been occupied by the newly born queen ant in order to prevent its body. It has completely sealed the possibility of the birth of the new queen ant before the spirit is afraid of extinction. Chu Zhongshan's worry is also one of the factors that Huang Lao is worried about, so when using the taboo secret method, he specially calculated this possibility. That's good. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. As long as there is no queen who commands the spirit-devouring ant colony, he is not afraid of even a spirit-devouring ant in the secret environment. Because after the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, Old Huang can use his body to give full play to the peak strength of the imperial realm. What's more, Old Huang still has the corpse of the supreme wild beast in his hand, which is enough to cope with a product of spirit-eating ants. Huang Lao, did you mean the sacred animal corpse left by the queen ant? Without any worries, Chu Zhongshan's attention returned to the opportunity against the sky. Chu boy, is it an opportunity against the sky? I need to see the body of the holy beast with my own eyes before I can give you an accurate answer. All right, nodded. Chu Zhongshan didn't continue to ask questions, but returned to Kong Rulin without explaining anything. He simply said, "Follow me," and then took him further into the secret realm. Just as Chu Zhongshan continued to go deep into the secret territory and look for the body of the queen ant holy beast, some people suddenly broke into Surabaya City, and the three people in the front are all dressed in purple dragon robes. They are magnificent. At a glance, they know that they are the top strength of the royal family of the Michaelis kingdom. And behind the three strong men was the city master Milan, who was pale and whose breath had weakened to the 7th floor of the gas refining period. At this time, Lan was not only pale and weak, but also carried by an expert at the peak of the Qi transformation period, without the demeanor of the city lord. The entrance of the secret place is in the back garden. After the group broke into the city master's residence, among the three top experts walking in the front, the youngest middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Lan. After feeling the chill in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lan said quickly. Then, the group hurried to the back garden. Under the guidance of Lan, they soon found the rockery leading to the secret land. Longsan, gather 100,000 elite soldiers to surround the city master's house. No one is allowed to enter or leave the city master's house without the command of any of us. If there is any violation of the order, kill. When they came to the rockery, one of the three top experts, the strongest old man, told a guard who was half a step away from the Sea of Qi. Yes, Grandpa. The bodyguard called Longda gave an order and then went down to mobilize elite soldiers. After Longda went down, the old man turned his head and looked at Milan, and then ordered the peak expert of Qi transformation period who was carrying Milan. Mi-Ching, take him to the rockery. Yes, Grandpa. The middle-aged man, known as Mi-Ching, reached out and grabbed Milan's back neck, then carried him into a crack only 1 meter 3 or 4 high. However, due to his low head, no one found the hatred and expectation in Milan's eyes. The corpse of the holy beast is located in the central position of the secret place. After having a general direction, Chu Zhongshan speeds up to the central position. However, considering that the closer he is to the corpse of the holy beast, the more likely the spirit-eating ant appears and the higher the grade, he just displays the high-level body method and martial arts of Huangpin, so that he can fight back or avoid when he meets the spirit-eating ant. After the self-explosion of the rules, the restored secret land covers a total area of more than 5 million kilometers. Based on his current position, it is nearly 2.5 million kilometers away from the central position. Nearly 2.5 million kilometers away, it takes at least 3 days and 3 nights to get to the central area with Xuanpin's lower-level body skills, and he is still on his way. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan plans to use his flying skills to get on the way, but before he comes and takes off, Old Huang stops him. Chu boy, even if you delay a little time, don't risk flying in the air. Why? The uninterrupted journey for 3 days and 3 nights is a great test for the body and perseverance. If it is not a fatal danger, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to delay the journey. Chu boy, before the spirit is afraid of extinction, the queen ant forms an energy interference with the destructive power generated by the self-explosion of the secret environment rules and the corpse of the upgraded holy beast. If you don't want to get lost after rising into the air, you can use flying skills to get on the way. Huang Lao warned. All right. Old Huang's warning made Chu Zhongshan put out the idea of taking risks. He had to rely on his body method and martial arts to move forward. Fortunately, Old Huang also knew that it would take too much time to travel only by body method and martial arts skills, so he directly mobilized the power of the Supreme Spirit and asked him to use the power of the Supreme Spirit to travel. Such a speed is not much worse than flying. 2 hours later, Chu Zhongshan, who went deep into the secret territory, began to encounter spirit-eating ants. Fortunately, most of the spirit-devouring ants encountered at this time are grade 6 and grade 7. Occasionally, they can also encounter grade 5 spirit-devouring ants. Grade 7 is equivalent to the cultivation of Kihai period among human warriors, and grade 6 is equivalent to the cultivation of divine soul period among human warriors. The strength of spirit-devouring ants in these two realms is not strong, so most of Chu Zhongshan handed them to Kong Rulin to improve his strength by killing spirit-devouring ants. 5 hours later, when it was more than 30,000 kilometers away from the central position of the secret place, the number of spirit-eating ants encountered at this time began to increase, and most of the grades were grade IV and grade V, and occasionally encountered grade III spirit-eating ants. Fortunately, the spirit-eating ants encountered at this time are of high grade, but they still act alone and still do not delay the progress of Chu Zhongshan. 6 hours later, more than 1,000 miles away from the central position, Chu Zhongshan encountered spirit-eating ants. The grade was not only higher, but also began to appear in groups. Fortunately, without the command of the queen ant, hordes of spirit-eating ants still could not bring him fatal danger, but it greatly affected his speed. 7 hours later, it was less than 300 miles from the central position. At this time, Chu Zhongshan not only used all his strength, but even Huang Lao had to use some imprinting secret methods to secretly attack. Because at this time, the grade of the spirit-eating ants encountered has reached the 3rd grade, and most of the 3-grade spirit-eating ants are 10, or 20, or 30, and occasionally encounter the 2nd-grade ant-eating animals, which makes it difficult for Chu Zhongshan to deal with alone. Chu boy, take a break, and then restore the power of Genuine and the spirit, and then it's time to really test your strength and perseverance. After the last 2nd-class spirit-eating ant was killed with the help of Old Huang reminded. Yes. With a reply, Chu Zhongshan said to Kong Rulin, Brother Kong, hurry up to restore Genuine. Next, we will encounter stronger monsters. Although Kong Rulin is only the cultivation of the 8th floor during the Qi transformation period, his speed and number of killing spirit-eating ants are no less than that of Chu Zhongshan, mainly due to the magic knife in his hand. Whenever Kong Rulin encounters an invincible spirit-eater ant or encounters danger, the magic knife will shoot a black energy. This black energy ignores any spirit-eater of any grade and is basically killed in one blow. Therefore, nearly 1/5 of the 3-grade spirit-eating ants just encountered were killed by Kong Rulin, which saved him a lot of physical strength and real yuan. Brother Chu, I know, nodded. Kong Rulin sat down directly and began to restore Genuine. Chu Zhongshan also sat down, and then contacted the spirit beast in the independent space of the sea to input pure energy immediately, so as to help him recover the consumed power of Genuine and divine soul. 20 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin resumed their consumption at the same time. They glanced at each other. Then they held weapons and continued to go deep into the secret territory with the lower-level body method and martial arts of Huang Pin. The magic knife in Kong Rulin's hand can kill the 3-grade spirit-eating ants. Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to separate energy to look after him. With the help of the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao, he can kill the spirit-eating ants and practice his own knife technique at the same time. With the killing of one and after another, Chu Zhongshan has a deeper and deeper understanding of the saber technique, especially the basic saber technique, which gradually has a trend of integration with the trend of heaven and earth. 5 minutes later, the basic saber technique gradually integrated with the trend of heaven and earth was as powerful as Xuanpin's lower-level saber technique, which made him have no difficulty at the beginning when dealing with Sanpin's spirit-eating ant. He could even fight with Erpin's spirit-eating ant without losing the upper hand. The unity of heaven and man, using the secret method of imprinting to help Chu Zhongshan kill him, Huang Lao, who couldn't take into account the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant for the time being, and was ready to help when he was at a disadvantage, suddenly felt a force familiar to him. Through endless knowledge of the sea, old Huang soon found the particularity of Chu Zhongshan's saber technique. He carefully felt the power formed when the saber technique was applied. A special state appeared in old Huang's mind. Chu boy, find a way to integrate this state into your knowledge of the sea. This state can not only improve your mind, but also speed up your soul training. After determining that the state entered by Chu Zhongshan is still the most mysterious state of the unity of heaven and man, Huang quickly reminded him of the promotion effect of this state on the 3 souls and 7 souls. In fact, even if Huang didn't remind him, Chu Zhongshan had begun to consciously guide this state to integrate with the mind and the 3 souls, but he didn't know what the state he was entering at this time and whether he could be involved with the mind and the soul, so he was very slow at the beginning. After being reminded by Huang Lao, Chu Zhang Tianma accelerated the speed of guidance. When the mind and 3 souls were fully integrated into the trend of heaven and earth, he immediately felt that the distance extended by the mind was constantly improved, and the distance increased several times each time. At the same time, after the separated 3 souls and 7 souls are integrated into the potential of heaven and earth, the speed of 7 souls being tempered has increased by dozens of times. Only less than 1% of the central spirit was tempered. Under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, he was thoroughly tempered in just 3 minutes, making his realm successfully break through the 3rd level of the divine soul period. It was only due to the influence of Shinwon in Danshan that he only broke through the 3rd layer of the divine soul period in the realm, but the real cultivation is still the 2nd layer of the divine soul period. However, if you have a spirit beast that can transform pure energy and want to improve your cultivation, it is as simple as eating and drinking water. The realm of the unity of heaven and man is a mysterious realm that countless strong people dream of entering. In this state, the improvement of cultivation and strength is immeasurable, and the longer they stay in this state, the more they improve their cultivation and strength. Therefore, Huang Lao not only helped Chu Zhongshan resist the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant, but also actively attracted the 3rd-grade spirit-eating ant so that he could continue to maintain this mysterious state. 1 move, 1 move, 1 move entangled, 1 move stabbed, a soul-eating ant about to be promoted to the 2nd grade was killed. In 1 move, a spirit-eating ant at the top of the 3rd grade was killed. 1 move, 1 move, 1 move, 1 move. The longer he entered the state of the unity of heaven and man, the more powerful Chu Zhongshan not only exerted the basic saber technique, but also consciously integrated the different levels of saber techniques he mastered into the basic saber technique. Originally, he wanted to kill a 3-grade soul-eating ant. It took at least 5 to 10 moves to kill it reluctantly. When he realized that heaven and man were in one state, it only needed 2 to 3 moves to kill the 3-grade soul-eating ant. When the state of the unity of heaven and man begins to improve his mind and temper his 3 souls, you can easily kill the 3-grade spirit-eating ants with only 1 move, and even the 2-grade spirit-eating ants only need 2 to 3 moves. The thought of spirit-eating ant is single, and there are only thoughts of bloodthirsty and phagocytosis in its mind. As more and more 3rd-class and 2nd-class spirit-eaters were killed, the smell of blood on the scene became stronger and stronger, attracting more and more spirit-eaters. Originally, the 2nd-grade spirit-devouring ant still needs Huang Lao's hand to help him resist, in case he can't deal with the powerful 2nd-grade spirit-devouring ant. But when he can easily kill the 3rd-grade spirit-devouring ant with 1 move and is not afraid of the 2nd-grade spirit-devouring ant, Huang Lao's chance to fight is less and less, so that he just looks at Chu Zhongshan with envy and jealousy. Like pyramids, the lower the grade, the more the number of spirit-eating ants, and the higher the grade, the less the number of spirit-eating ants. For half an hour, Chu Zhongshan also needs to dodge to deal with the ubiquitous spirit-eating ants. 2 hours later, he needs to keep looking for and chasing the 2nd-grade spirit-eating ant, because behind him, countless huge bodies of spirit-eating ants lie there quietly like black rocks, looking like a quarry from a distance. Cut. With one end of the site reaching the peak of grade II, after the spirit-eater ant about to be promoted to grade I was easily killed by Chu Zhongshan, there was no living spirit-eater ant except a pile of dead spirit-eater ants. Without the spirit-eating ant at the scene, there was no chance for the sword technique to integrate into the power of heaven and earth. He gradually woke up from this state. When he just woke up from this state and felt that he had not yet come into this state, a strong real yuan fluctuation immediately attracted his attention to the change of his own strength. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found Kong Rulin standing with his eyes closed, the tip of the magic knife propped to the ground, and a strong suction was frantically swallowing countless auras of heaven and earth around him. Chu boy, don't pay attention to the boy surnamed Kong. This fight beyond the limit has not only improved his understanding of saber martial arts, the use of his own genuine, and the control of his body. This time, his breakthrough will at least reach the top 10 levels of Qi transformation period. Seeing the end of the killing of Chu Zhongshan, his attention was directly attracted by Kong Rulin, who was breaking through the realm. He didn't care what he meant at all. Huang, who was eager to know what the state of cultivation and strength of Chu Zhongshan, who was separated from the state of unity of heaven and man, was burning with anxiety. So he quickly explained Kong Rulin's state at this time and his possible achievements. He began to interrogate Chu Zhongshan about the change of the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Chu boy, how do you feel? How does that state improve your strength? Huang Lao, let me feel it carefully first. After hearing Huang Lao's introduction to Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan was surprised for him and immediately returned to himself. When entering the realm of the unity of heaven and man, he only realized that he could constantly kill the spirit-eating ants besieged. He didn't have a clear feeling about the changes of his cultivation and strength, so he could only signal Huang Lao not to be anxious for the time being, and then feel the realm of the unity of heaven and man and the changes of his real strength. First of all, it is the change of his own martial arts. Whether it is the basic saber technique, the Huangpin saber technique, or even the saber intention and Miki fist, they become very transparent and simple in the state of the unity of heaven and man. He can give full play to the strongest power of the saber technique by relying on his own understanding. The second is the improvement of mind and soul. Before entering the realm of the unity of heaven and man, his mind can only extend more than 20,000 miles. With the improvement of the realm of the unity of heaven and man, the extension has increased dozens of times, reaching more than 1 million kilometers. Through the soaring mind, he can clearly see that there are at least a few tens of thousands of giant spirit eaters in front of him, who are huge and reach the first grade. In the middle of tens of thousands of first-grade spirit eaters, a body of pure white spirit eaters with a height of less than 2 meters and a length of less than 4 meters immediately attracted his attention. There was no need to think about it at all. He knew that the white corpse of the spirit-eating ant must be the queen of the holy beast that was feared by the spirit after it was exploded by the rules of the secret place. Without informing Huang Lao in advance, the soaring mind slowly approached the body of the spirit-eating ant. The closer it was, the more Chu Zhongshan felt a heavy pressure. This pressure was like Tianwei, a force he had never realized. When the mind just came into contact with the body of the white spirit-eating ant, an incomparably powerful force containing the momentum of destroying the sky and earth erupted directly from the body of the white spirit-eating ant. The mind that just came into contact with the white body was instantly destroyed, so that he could not see the power formed after the outbreak of power. When his mind was destroyed, Chu Zhongshan's first feeling was that the whole sea seemed to be blown open, and the pain was unbearable. And this great pain made him scream. Chu boy, what's the matter with you? Just feel the change of their own strength. How can they suddenly scream? The scream response of Chu Zhongshan makes Huang Lao nervous at the moment. Huang Lao, I'm fine. The power of the spirit nourishes the wounded mind and reduces the pain caused by the destruction of the mind. Remembering the power of the explosion of the white spirit-eating ant corpse just now, Chu Zhongshan has a palpitation in his heart. Before his mind was destroyed, he felt the power of the explosive force. Chu Zhongshan knew that with his current strength, it was difficult to resist the impact of this force. Therefore, after the pain of knowing the sea weakened, he immediately turned around and planned to ask Kong Rulin to escape from the secret place temporarily. In the face of the terrorist power of the outbreak of the white spirit-eating ant corpse, after slowing down the pain caused by the trauma of the mind, the reaction of the consciousness of the world in Chu was to take Kong Rulin to flee the secret place and temporarily avoid the upcoming terrorist power. However, when he turned around, he found that Kong Rulin had reached the critical juncture of breaking through the realm and could not tolerate a trace of interruption. Although the breakthrough of the realm is very important, compared with Xiaming, the cooked light and the cooked heavy are clear at a glance. So Chu Zhongshan plans to wake Kong Rulin directly and then seize the time to escape. However, just as he was close to Kong Rulin, before he came and spoke, the magic knife with the original blade pointed to the ground suddenly raised, and a fierce killing intention directly faced him, as if the magic knife would attack as long as he was close. Although the magic knife took the initiative to lift up and the tip of the knife was aimed at himself, Chu Zhongshan knew that this was the self-consciousness of the magic knife, and Kong Rulin didn't mean to do it, so he didn't get angry, but explained calmly. Magic knife, I know your origin and your purpose. The reason why I didn't kill Brother Kong in advance and seal you completely is that I really regard Brother Kong as a brother. Now the supreme body of the Queen Ant in the center of the secret territory has exploded with unimaginable destructive power. If we don't leave the secret territory quickly, Brother Kong and I will be doomed. So, I hope you can wake up Brother Kong and let me run away with him. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, although the tip of the magic knife is still aimed at Chu Zhongshan, the fierce killing intention revealed by the magic knife has disappeared. At the same time, dark energy is emitted from the handle. These energy are formed in a defense cover, which directly covers Kong Rulin. Seeing that the magic knife planned to rely on its own strength to resist the destructive power of the holy beast corpse, Chu Zhongshan knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he had to give up this useless work. Chu boy, what happened that made you want to escape from the secret place immediately? Huang Lao, whose mind was suppressed and could not see what was happening ahead, asked eagerly. He simply told old Huang what he saw. Chu Zhongshan turned around and planned to leave the secret place temporarily. When the destructive power disappeared, he returned to the secret place again. As for Kong Rulin, with the protection of magic knife, there should be no life threatening. Chu boy, give me the control of the body and let me deal with the destructive power of the holy beast corpse. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction, old Huang flashed a light in his eyes and quickly proposed. Huang Lao, if you want to use my body to resist the power of destruction, you might as well use the supreme corpse of the wild beast. Hearing that Huang Lao planned to use his body to resist the destructive power of the holy beast corpse, Chu Zhongshan horse refused. You're kidding. Just before his mind was destroyed, he felt the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. Chu Zhongshan knew that his 6th-grade flesh body, that is, a relatively strong ant, could not resist before this terrible destructive force. Chu boy, my spirit body is in the sea. It can be said that I share life and death with you. How can I make fun of my life? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan refused to hand over control of his body, Huang quickly explained. Huang Lao, I believe you have no malice towards me, but I need to know your real purpose, perhaps what means you have, so that I can decide whether to give you the control of my body. Chu Zhongshan certainly understands Huang Lao's explanation, but Huang Lao, whose mind is suppressed, doesn't know the terrible power of terror, so he needs to know what means Huang Lao has. Chu boy, I have a set of secret skills that can absorb the destructive power of the holy beast corpse, so as to temporarily raise your physical level to the supreme level. Although your physical level will jump to the 6th level again later, because your physical level has experienced the promotion from the 6th level to the 1st level, you only need to absorb the waste gas in the waste stone to improve your physical level in the future. Chu Zhongshan's cautious character, Huang Lao, was very clear, so he informed Chu Zhongshan of his thoughts in detail in order to expect him to agree to his requirements. Okay. It can not only resist the destructive power of the holy beast, but also use this power to improve the physical quality. For such good things, it is absolutely worth taking a risk, so Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed without worry. Subsequently, his consciousness broke away from the sea center and temporarily handed over the control of his body to Huang Lao. After the consciousness breaks away from the control of the body, whether it is to resist the destructive power or improve the physical grade with the help of the destructive power, it is all handled by Huang Lao. The idle Chu Zhongshan starts to check the changes of his own realm and strength after breaking away from the realm of the unity of heaven and man. The martial arts of saber, body, fist, and sword have been qualitatively improved, and the mind has been extended dozens of times. But what really excites Chu Zhongshan is that the realm of the unity of heaven and man is for the improvement of the soul. Before entering the realm of the unity of heaven and man, he had just begun to temper the 3rd of the 7 spirits, the central spirit. After breaking away from the realm of the unity of heaven and man, not only the central soul has been successfully tempered, but also all the remaining 4 souls have been successfully tempered. Even the life soul and earth soul among the 3 souls have been successfully tempered, leaving only half of the sky soul. At this moment, his realm has reached the 9th floor of the divine soul period, and the time consumed is only more than an hour. If the number of spirit-eating ants of grade 3 and grade 2 was a little more, he could stay in the state of unity of heaven and man for a long time, and perhaps the most difficult soul among the 3 souls was successfully tempered. Then he could start to break through the longevity period. Of course, this disappointment only stayed for less than 3 seconds and disappeared completely. It saved him at least half a year to upgrade his realm from the 3rd floor of the Divine Soul stage to the 9th floor of the Divine Soul stage in just 1 hour. Such a harvest was enough to make him ecstatic. Huang Lao, who took over the control of his body, immediately found that his suppressed mind immediately returned to normal after a simple adaptation. At the same time, he clearly saw the destructive power of the holy beast corpse through his divine mind. After carefully feeling the power of destructive power and the energy attribute contained in destructive power, Huang Lao controlled Chu Zhongshan's body and showed a smile. Chu boy, the reason why you feel terrible about the power of the holy beast corpse is that it has a high quality of power, but the power of destruction is far less powerful than you think. At the same time, this high-quality power attribute may make your physical grade temporarily break through the title of Supreme. Really. Chu Zhongshan, who is feeling the change of his own strength after breaking away from the realm of the unity of heaven and man, asked a question after hearing Huang Lao's judgment. Use the secret method to contain the destructive power and improve the physical quality to the supreme level. Chu Zhongshan believes that Huang Lao can do it. After all, before Huang Lao's body was damaged, he was the supreme peak strong man. However, the highest level of the title is a realm that even Huang Lao has never set foot. How can he be sure to break through this realm? Chu boy, whether it's true or not, you can know after trying. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't believe that the physical grade could break through the title of Supreme, old Huang didn't explain too much. He planned to use his actions and results to confirm his judgment just now. Mobilize the power of the divine soul belonging to the supreme level and burst out the strength of the imperial realm and the peak realm. Huang Lao controlled the body of Chu Zhongshan and directly rushed to the destructive power that constantly spread. Seeing that Huang Lao didn't stay in place to resist, but directly rushed to the destructive force and stayed in Chu Zhongshan, who knew the edge of the sea, he was startled by Huang Lao's suicidal behavior. Fortunately, he knew that this was not the time to disturb Huang Lao, so he stared closely at the coming destructive force in front of him and watched with fear how Huang Lao dealt with the destructive force. 10,000 dharmas belong to the sect and contain everything. When he was about to collide with the destructive force, with the help of the roar of Huang Liabao of Chu Zhongshan's body, a strong suction suddenly came out between his forehead. This suction directly acted on the destructive force, devouring and guiding the destructive force into the position where the suction was generated between his forehead. At the same time, Huang Lao, who used the peak strength of the imperial territory, directly took tens of millions of spiritual stones of different levels from the storage bag, specially stored in Chu Zhongshan, and then used these spiritual stones to form one defense and self-explosion array after another to delay the sweeping speed of destructive power. After the destructive power was forcibly absorbed into the body, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the grade of the body was rising rapidly. 3 seconds later, the grade of the flesh body breaks through to 5 grades. 7 seconds later, the grade of the flesh will be increased to 4 grades. 15 seconds later, the grade of the flesh body will be upgraded to grade 3. 30 seconds later, the grade of the body will be upgraded to grade 2. After 1 minute, the grade of the flesh body is upgraded to grade 1, that is, the supreme grade of the flesh body. When the grade of the flesh body is upgraded to grade I, it is also the time when the destruction power of the holy beast corpse is the most powerful. At this time, Huang Lao directly put away the spirit stone used to arrange the array, and then used the supreme body to resist the strongest blow of destructive power. At the same time, Chu Zhang, who knew the sea, clenched his fists and prayed that the supreme body could resist the blow. The most powerful destructive force collided with the supreme-level flesh body without making any sound. Huang Lao was not hurt or repulsed. Those destructive forces directly integrated into the flesh body through countless pores on the surface of the body, so as to continue to improve the grade of the flesh body. The duration of the strongest destructive power is not long, just 1 second, but in this second, his physical grade directly broke through the shackles of the supreme level and promoted to the title of supreme. When the body broke through the title of supreme, a special message directly appeared in the heart sea of Chu Zhongshan in the Sea of Knowledge. Just simply reading a small part of the information, Chu Zhongshan's face showed an uncontrollable surprise. Because the message that just appeared in the heart is the reward of heaven when his body breaks through the title of supreme. The reward of heaven contains a special power of law, which is the power of destruction law, which ranks the 26th among thousands of laws. In other words, the power of the law of destruction that just appeared in his heart made him get the ticket to enter the avenue period in advance. As long as he is thoroughly familiar with the power of the law of destruction, his realm can smoothly enter the avenue more importantly. Because the power of the law of destruction is the reward of the way of heaven, he can try to understand the power of the law of destruction when he is in the realm of the soul period, which allows him to use the means of the avenue period in the realm of the soul period. In other words, from now on, his strength is about to enter a half-step road period, which will provide unimaginable assistance for the competition for the Hidden Dragon list 6 months later. When the strongest blow of the destructive power is over, the destructive power inspired by the Holy Beast Corpse disappears completely. With the help of the destructive power, the supreme flesh grade gradually begins to decline and finally stays at the peak of the 6th grade. Chu boy, do you have any special harvest? After the grade of the flesh retreated to the peak of 6 grades, Huang Lao took the initiative to hand over the control of the body and let Chu Zhongshan's consciousness return to the sea center. Great harvest, Chu Zhongshan said in a low voice. If according to the close and distant relationship, as Jiao Jun, who bears his 3 worship rites, the relationship should be closer, but from the perspective of his cultivation, Huang's role is more prominent. In such a short time, he can directly improve his strength to the half-step road period, and Huang Lao accounts for at least 60% of the credit. At this moment, Huang Lao's position in his mind can be the same as that of the first elder in the Chu family who is really recognized by him. He is a relative that no one can replace. Oh, I don't know what to gain. When the body was promoted to the supreme level, Huang Lao didn't notice that the information in Chu Zhongshan's heart suddenly appeared, so he didn't know the real harvest of Chu Zhongshan. The level of the flesh is raised to the peak of the 6th grade. It only takes 10 3rd-grade stones to break through the 5th grade. Chu Zhongshan said. After the consciousness regained control of the body, Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was to carefully feel the changes in himself after the destructive power improved the physical after careful experience. He found that the promotion of the grade of the flesh, as Huang said, only needs to absorb the natural gas to improve the grade of the flesh, and there is no bottleneck in the mentioned process. Besides that, Huang Lao knows more about the changes of the flesh than he does. He needs to know if Chu Zhongshan has any other harvest. When I was promoted to the highest rank, it seemed that I was accidentally rewarded by the way of heaven. The prize was the power of the law containing the power of destruction. As long as I could fully understand the power of the law of destruction, I could directly advance to the avenue period with the power of the law of destruction. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide anything about the reward of heaven and told Huang Lao in detail. Because the credit of this reward comes entirely from Huang Lao, heaven's reward. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction, Huang returned to the Sea of Knowledge and nearly rushed out of the Sea of Knowledge. Before the body was damaged, as the Supreme Array Master, old Huang knew many strong people with the title of Supreme, among which there was no lack of strong people with the title of Supreme. However, he had never heard of anyone who could get the reward of heaven when the body broke through the title of Supreme. Chu Zhongshan is the illegitimate son of heaven. Mi Yun, Mi Wu, am I lie, I curse you not to die. At a distance of more than 1 million kilometers from the edge of the secret place, 3 top experts in the Kihai period and more than a dozen experts above the high level in the Kihua period gathered around the secret place and worked together to stimulate a defense spirit weapon with semi-prime quality to deal with the destructive power that is about to sweep over. Carrying the peak expert of the Qi transformation period, who had been abandoned by more than half of MI Lan, the strongest old man at the scene motioned, and threw him directly to the destructive power sweeping over. For one thing, losing Milan is tantamount to losing the burden, which can enable the peak experts in the Qi transformation period to exert their full strength, so as to better stimulate the defense spirit weapon. Second, I also hope to test the power of destructive power through Milan and see whether the semi-prime defense spirit weapon, inspired by the joint efforts of all people, can resist the sweeping destructive power. If you can, then the 3 strong men in the gas sea period will try their best to help everyone tide over the difficulties together. If not, the 3 strong men in the Qi sea period will order all the strong men in the Qi sea period to delay the sweeping speed of destructive forces so that they can safely escape from the secret place. Looking at his ruthless abandonment, Surabaya city master Milan's heart is full of resentment. Although Chu Zhongshan is arrogant and overbearing, he is still a trustworthy person. After getting the information he wants, he just let himself faint and didn't hurt himself. After getting the information they wanted, the people belonging to the royal family not only used cruel lynching on him in order to verify the authenticity of the information, but also damaged his foundation in order to prevent his future revenge. The meridians are broken and the elixir field is damaged. It takes 10 years to restore the peak state, even using the top 4 pills. In the southern region where the strong are respected, his current state is basically abandoned. Milan was filled with resentment towards the people who created her own miserable Michaelis kingdom. The reason why he obediently took the strong man of Mi kingdom into the secret territory was to help him avenge blood hatred with the help of Chu Zhongshan's. Unfortunately, now he can't see the picture of his enemy being killed, which makes him feel dead, and the strong resentment makes him issue the final curse. When the destructive force sweeping over was about to collide with Milan, the sweeping speed suddenly stopped and then disappeared like a bubble. If it were not for the destruction of everything in front and the formation of an endless wilderness, the destruction force would seem to have never appeared. Chu boy, in addition to the power of the law of destruction rewarded by heaven, do you have any other gains? Mobilize the power of the soul to forcibly suppress the envy of the heart. Old Huang continued to ask. No, only the reward of the power of the law of destruction. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan's language was calm and did not respond with a trace of waves. If you can get the power of the law of destruction rewarded by heaven, Chu boy, you're satisfied. Seeing that there were no other rewards, Huang Lao's envy and jealousy, which was difficult to suppress, was finally calmer, but his tone inevitably revealed some sour taste. Huang Lao, I'm very satisfied that I can get the ticket to enter the avenue period in advance. Chu Zhongshan did not refute or show off the admiration shown in Huang Lao's tone. He said calmly for a long time, Chu boy, I have to say that you are the luckiest person I have ever seen. You don't need to bother to face the destructive power of the outbreak of the Holy Beast Corpse. The flesh grade has not only experienced the process of promotion from 6 grades to more than 1 grade, but also won the legendary Heaven Reward. What's more maddening is that the Holy Beast Corpse is readily available. Chu Zhongshan was able to adjust the emotional changes caused by the reward of heaven so quickly. When Huang was satisfied with his state of mind and cultivation, he also gave a heartfelt sigh for his bad luck. The corpse of the Holy Beast is readily available. After hearing Huang Lao's evaluation, Chu Zhongshan murmured to himself, then dispersed his thoughts and swept directly at the body of the Holy Beast. When Shenian saw the corpse of the Holy Beast, an ecstatic smile flashed on Chu Zhongshan's face. Because when the destruction power of the Holy Beast corpse broke out, the first objects to be destroyed were the tens of thousands of first-class spirit-eating ants who had been guarding it. Although the realm has been raised to the 9th floor of the Divine Soul period, and although various martial arts have been qualitatively improved, in the face of tens of thousands of first-class spirit-eating ants, Chu Zhongshan has no means to deal with it except to let Huang Lao use the corpse of the wild animal saint. Now tens of thousands of Yipin's spirit-eating ants have been destroyed, which is equivalent to clearing the way to the Holy Beast's body, so that he can easily get close to the Holy Beast's body. No wonder Huang Leigang said with envy and jealousy that he could easily get the body of the Holy Beast without doing anything. It turned out that he had long found this situation. After turning his head and looking at the whole like forest, Chu Zhongshan found that he was now the peak cultivation of the 9th floor in the gasification period, and was attacking the great fullness of the 10th floor in the gasification period, while the magic knife continued to maintain the black energy defense shield to protect his safety. Since Kong Rulin is guarded by the magic knife, Chu Zhongshan is relieved to let him continue to break through the realm. Then he holds the life spirit knife and approaches the Chu Zhongshan's forehead, picked slightly when he was 10 miles away from the holy beast's body. But he didn't say anything and continued to approach the holy beast's body. Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows began to wrinkle when he was 5 miles away from the holy beast's body, but he still suppressed his inner doubts and continued to approach the holy when he was more than 100 meters away from the body of the holy beast. The footsteps approaching suddenly stopped, and Chu Zhongshan looked at the body of the holy beast with a dignified face. "Chu boy, what's the matter with you?" When Chu Zhongshan raised his forehead, Old Huang didn't notice, but when Chu Zhongshan frowned, he found a trace of something wrong. When Chu Zhongshan stopped and continued the footsteps of the holy beast body, Old Huang asked, puzzled. "Huang Lao, as a queen ant corpse beyond the 1st grade, even the corpse of the holy beast after death should also contain terrible energy. These terrible energy will produce very strong pressure to prevent people who want to get close to the corpse. Why can't I feel a little pressure now?" Chu Zhongshan said his doubts. After breaking away from the realm of the unity of heaven and man, Chu Zhongshan once observed the corpse of the holy beast when feeling the extension of God. At that time, when God thought was close to the body of the holy beast, he once felt the powerful pressure emanating from the body of the holy beast. Fortunately, as the soul of the upgraded divine product, the divine mind after the transformation of the soul can bear the majesty of this terror, which makes the divine mind finally come into contact with the body of the holy beast, which triggers the body of the holy beast and stimulates the destructive power of terror. Now, when the body is close to the holy beast body, not only can it not feel the slightest threat, but there are even a trace of cracks on the white queen ant body in front of us. Milan, who escaped from death, looked at the destruction power that disappeared in an instant, and his face showed a look of happiness and joy. Better live than die. Although his meridians were broken, his dantian was damaged, and his foundation was seriously damaged, he was still alive after all. As long as he was alive, everything could happen. Seeing the sudden disappearance of destructive power, all the people who tried their best to stimulate the defense spirit tools showed a look of great ease and joy. Especially those experts in the Qi transformation period, almost cheered with excitement. However, the old man with the strongest on-site cultivation and the highest identity and status turned gloomy. The inexplicable explosion of destructive power and the inexplicable disappearance of destructive power are enough to show that some changes are taking place in the depths of the secret territory, and the root of this change is likely to be the young man who entered the secret territory ahead of time. Thinking of this, the old man flashed around Milan and asked in a gloomy tone, "Milan, have you ever gone deep into the secret realm? What's in the depths of the secret realm?" "Mi-yun, before entering the secret realm, you asked me this question more than once, and I answered you more than once. I just practiced at the edge of the secret realm for a period of time and never went deep into the secret realm." Facing the interrogation of the strongest old man, Milan retorted strongly. Then, he sarcastically said, "Mi-yun, if you are afraid now, you'd better return the way you are. No one jokes that you are a coward." In the face of Mi Lan's irony, the old man snorted coldly, then waved his sleeve and patted Milan's mouth directly with a strong force, so that all his teeth fell off and couldn't say anything for the time being. "Take him on!" The most powerful old man motioned the people to continue to go deep into the secret place. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Huang immediately used his mind to check although the mind was suppressed and expanded for less than 100 miles, it was only 100 meters away from the body of the holy beast. The mind could still be viewed. However, after Huang Lao dispersed the mind, he unexpectedly found that the restrictions on suppressing the mind had disappeared, and his mind could spread wantonly. Without investigating the reason why the divine mind restriction disappeared, Old Huang quickly used the supreme divine mind to check the body of the holy beast. Through the examination of the supreme mind, Old Huang soon found the strangeness of the holy beast's body. As Chu Zhongshan just said, as a sacred animal corpse beyond the 1st grade, the corpse should contain unimaginable terrorist forces, which will form a natural pressure to prevent any living creature who wants to get close to the corpse. This is the reason why he used the taboo secret method to calculate that the queen ant was promoted to the holy beast, and after he was killed by the secret environment rules, he said he gave Chu Zhongshan an opportunity against the sky. Because he has a taboo means, he can make Chu Zhongshan absorb the residual energy of the sacred animal bones through taboo means. The residual energy in the holy beast corpse is a kind of high-quality energy beyond the true yuan. If Chu Zhongshan can absorb the residual energy in the bones of the holy beast, he can not only break through the peak of the divine soul period and easily enter the longevity period in the shortest time, but also break through the grade of the flesh more easily through the improvement of high-quality energy. More importantly, the high-quality energy contained in the holy beast corpse is the energy that transcends and integrates into the law. Moreover, the power of the law mastered by the queen-devouring ant is just the power of the law of destruction, which has unimaginable improvement for him to rely on, control, and integrate into the power of the law of destruction in the future. With the help of the power of the law below the third floor, it is the main road period. With the help of the power of the law from the fourth floor to the sixth floor, it is the king's territory period. With the help of the law from the seventh floor to the ninth floor, it is the emperor's being able to control the power of law is a chaotic period. Among the thousands of rules, the top 365 rules are the supreme level. If you can integrate the power of the law, you will be granted the supreme title. As long as Chu Zhongshan can absorb the energy in the corpse of the holy beast, the probability of promotion to the supreme title in the future has increased by at least 40%. Now there is not a trace of energy in the holy beast body, and even there is a gap in the bones. In addition to being strange, Huang Lao motioned Chu Zhongshan to approach the holy beast body. Although the corpse of the holy beast didn't show any authority, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to risk approaching. He didn't approach the corpse until his defense reached the limit. Even when he was close to the body of the holy beast, he didn't dare to touch it. Instead, he took an inferior spirit sword from the storage ring and directly touched the body of the holy beast with the spirit sword. When the tip of the inferior spirit sword just touched the body of the holy beast, the crack on the original white bone expanded instantly. In less than 3 seconds, the whole body of the holy beast was completely crushed, turned into a push of fragments, and fell to the ground. Looking at the white broken bones scattered on the ground, the Sky and Chu was staring and stunned, while Huang Lao was making a seal with 10 fingers. He calculated the cause of the matter through the broken sacred animal bones. Chu boy, it seems that you and me, the rules of the secret place, and all the spirit-eating ants in the whole secret place have been cheated by the queen ant. After the calculation of the secret method, old Huang said in a heavy tone, "Huang Lao, what's going on?" Although Huang didn't give him a detailed description of the use of the holy animal body, as a holy animal that surpasses other animals, the residual energy in the holy animal body must have unimaginable benefits to him. Now, the body of the holy beast is suddenly broken. Chu Zhongshan wants to know what happened to Dao Yu. Chu boy, after my calculation using the secret method just now, the course of the matter is like this. Later, Huang told Chu Zhongshan the result of his calculation by using the secret method. After hearing Huang Lao's introduction, Chu Zhongshan showed an extremely shocked look on his face. According to Huang Lao, when facing the self-explosion of the secret territory rules, the queen ant, who is promoted to the holy beast and has the wisdom of adult human beings, immediately emptied the energy in most soul-eating ants when predicting that it was difficult to resist the destructive power generated by the self-explosion of the secret territory rules. And then with the help of the energy regained after promotion, the queen ant forced to tear down the barrier of the secret territory. Then it overdraw the energy of the holy beast's flesh, temporarily delayed the destruction power generated by the self-explosion of the secret territory rules, and then with the help of the delay time, through the tear gap, the holy soul of the queen ant left the secret territory, avoiding the crisis of the destruction of the holy beast. After the beast is promoted to the holy beast, the original beast power will be transformed into a more advanced power, which has its own white aperture. The white aperture at the entrance of the secret place is the residual power when the queen ant used the holy power to tear down the barrier of the secret place. In other words, the gap at the entrance of the secret place is not artificially torn, but left when the holy soul of the queen ant fled the secret place. Huang Lao, reincarnation has never been recorded, and it is even more difficult to seize or give up rebirth. Where did the queen ant's holy soul go after escaping from the secret place? What have you done in recent years? After Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan admired the queen ant's decision to abandon the holy body in the face of crisis, and was very interested in where the holy soul of the queen ant left the secret place. After all, like other beasts, as long as the cultivation breaks through the longevity period, the spirit can be independent of overseas knowledge and can basically survive for a period of time. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the longer the spirit will survive. The supreme spirit, like Huang Lao, has survived for more than 1,000,000 years, so as a supreme soul beyond the title, I'm afraid it can survive longer than I can imagine. I don't know. The holy beast is still beyond the title of supremacy and gets rid of the peeping existence of the law of life. It's basically impossible to visit its situation through taboo's secret method or prophecy, unless it's a forecaster with the same cultivation. With a sigh, old Huang said, "The body of holy soul is essentially different from the body of divine soul. Although the body of the divine soul can survive for a long time after leaving the physical body, the body of the divine soul has no strong attack power and is very dangerous to be alone, except that it can use the divine mind." The reason why he was able to give full play to the peak strength of the imperial realm was entirely because he obtained a top congenital treasure by chance. Even so, he did not dare to expose the body of the spirit too much. The body of the holy soul is not. The body of the holy soul has been upgraded to another form of life. It can not only leave the physical body and stay outside for a long time, but also have the strength of the 9 layers of the body. In other words, the queen ant who escapes from the secret place does not need reincarnation or rebirth. She just needs to find the treasure that can enhance the holy soul and continue to improve her strength. However, Huang didn't tell Chu Zhongshan about the strength and mystery of the holy soul. He didn't want to interfere with Chu Zhongshan's practice because of the queen ant. After all, just experience the realm of the unity of heaven and man, Chu Zhongshan is the time to quickly improve his strength, and he can't tolerate too much distraction. Seeing that old Huang could not speculate on the trend of the queen ant fleeing the secret place, Chu Zhongshan temporarily suppressed his mind, then took out an empty storage bag and collected the broken body fragments. Chu boy, the corpse of the holy beast that has lost its power is no different from the corpse of ordinary people. What do you collect it for? Seeing Chu Zhongshan put away the body fragments, old Huang was puzzled and asked, "Huang Lao, this is the corpse of the legendary holy beast. Even if it is useless, it will be a capital to show off in the future." While collecting body fragments, Chu Zhongshan responded to Huang Lao's questions. The capital used to show off. Chu Zhongshan's answer to the collection of sacred animal body fragments made Huang Lao only smile bitterly. After collecting all the corpse fragments, Chu Zhongshan looked around and then consulted with Huang Lao in his mind. "Huang Lao, since the corpse of the holy beast has no effect and the whole secret place was swept up by spirit-eating ants at the beginning, there must be no precious treasures. I wonder if I will leave the secret place next. Chu boy, wait a minute. I seem to have found something terrible." When Chu Zhongshan collected the fragments of the holy beast's body, Huang Lao had already begun to use his uncontrollable mind to check the situation in the whole secret territory. Huang only paid a little attention to the strong men of Mi who are going deep into the central region. Among more than a dozen people, the strongest one is not the peak of the 9th floor of Kihai period, which is not enough to be cut by Chu Zhongshan, so he skipped directly and continued to search other areas of the secret territory. When Shenian searched 10,000 meters away from the body of the holy beast, a long, clear color grass immediately attracted his attention. After determining that the grass is the spirit grass in the rumor, old Huang immediately reminded, "Chu boy, there is a spirit grass with unique shape 10,000 meters to the east. Let's see if you know it." According to Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhongshan's mind soon found the strange spirit grass. The spirit grass with strange shape has only one branch, but this branch is very long and wraps the whole trunk of the spirit grass in a spiral shape. When the mind came into contact with the spirit grass, Chu Zhongshan was shocked to find that the power of the spatial law floating in the danshan began to beat inexplicably, as if he smelled delicious food. Huang Lao, is this spirit grass the legendary hanging grass? Chu Zhongshan asked incredulously. According to Huang Lao's previous introduction and the records in the Secret News of the Mainland, a martial artist who wants to understand the space law can not only harvest the power of the formed space law, but also obtain the opportunity to understand the space law through several space treasures. Among the few treasures, hanging grass is one of them, and it is also the most suitable space treasure for beginners. I didn't expect your boy to really recognize that the spirit grass in front of him is still hanging grass. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan guessed the origin of Lingkou, old Huang was surprised and said, if it weren't for his spirit body, he had seen records about the hanging grass in the ruins with countless ancient books. It would be difficult for him to recognize the spirit grass, even if it was the hanging grass. Then, by what means did Chu Zhongshan know that this is hanging grass? It's really hanging grass. Although the spirit grass at 10,000 meters can trigger the beating of the force of spatial law in the Danshan, Chu Zhongshan can't really confirm that the spirit grass is a hanging grass. After all, as a treasure of space, the preciousness of the hanging grass is similar to that of the spirit grass above the second grade. It is rare to meet one in hundreds of years. Yes, it is the hanging grass that can assist in understanding the laws of space. Huang Lao's tone was very positive and confirmed. Then, his tone changed and said with regret, as the second space law among the thousands of laws, it is too difficult to understand the space law and obtain the power of the space law. It is impossible to understand the space law simply by relying on a hanging grass in front of him that is no more than 1,000 years old. For Huang old deeply regretful sigh, Chu Zhongshan's heart is ecstatic. When his cultivation broke through the divine soul period, his consciousness had really come into contact with the power of space law in Danshan, but because his consciousness was too weak, it was difficult to really understand the mystery of space law. When the consciousness degenerates, especially when the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period and the soul is upgraded to divine products, the deep contact of the divine mind with the laws of space makes him feel the power of the laws of space. However, because the perceived power of the law is too shallow, we can't use the space law at all, so we can't give full play to the power of the space law. The mind stared at the hanging grass, and Chu Zhongshan's heart was full of joy. With the hanging grass that can assist in understanding the spatial law, he can be familiar with and use the spatial law faster and earlier, and use the means of the power of the spatial law to enhance his strength, so as to add chips to his next competition for the hidden dragon list and win the championship. As for the number of hanging grass, for Chu Zhongshan, who has a copy and paste program, the number of hanging grass is not a problem at all. With the number of spirit stones he now has, he can paste as many hanging grass as he wants to copy. Using the martial arts of the lower-level body method of Xuanpin, Chu Zhongshan appeared next to the hanging grass, carefully pulled up the hanging grass and the soil, put it into the jade box, and then put it into the storage ring. Then, Chu Zhongshan scattered his thoughts and carefully looked at the situation in the secret territory to see if he could find a treasure that could improve cultivation or the power of law like Huang Lao. After all, Huang Lao's mind is suppressed, and the scope of view is limited. Perhaps there are more precious treasures hidden in other areas. In this regard, old Huang quickly stopped and said, Chu boy, after the destruction of the holy beast body, the power to suppress the divine mind in the whole secret territory has disappeared. I have just used the divine mind to thoroughly investigate the whole secret territory. Like the second-grade spiritual pulse I mentioned at the beginning, it doesn't exist at all. Only this hanging grass is a good treasure. Really. Without the power to suppress the divine mind, old Huang can play the supreme divine mind. It should be a good thing, but it's just the harvest of hanging grass, which makes him feel a little disappointed. Chu boy, people don't want snakes to swallow elephants. This time, the harvest in the secret place has far exceeded the goal we set at the beginning, so you should learn to be satisfied. Feeling Chu Zhongshan's disappointment, old Huang criticized. Huang Lao, I know I'm wrong. I'll change it. Huang's criticism made Chu Zhongshan realize that his greedy psychology was affecting his mood. He immediately readjusted his mood, and then sincerely apologized to Huang. Children can be taught. Chu Zhongshan accepted the criticism with an open mind, which made old Huang praise with satisfaction, and then reminded him that he could leave the secret land. The corpse of the holy beast was not too far away from Kong Rulin. It only took him more than 10 seconds to show his high-level body method and martial arts of Huangpin. At this time, Kong Rulin is a perfect state of 10 floors in the gasification period. In a short period of more than 2 hours, cultivation has been improved by 2 small levels in succession. If others see Kong Rulin's performance, they will be shocked, but for Chu Zhongshan, his performance is very normal and not worth much surprise. After carefully feeling Kong Rulin's state, he found that he was consolidating the realm he had just broken through and needed some time to wake up. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan chose a place not too far away from him to sit down and plan to improve his accomplishments while waiting for Kong Rulin to wake up. The state of the unity of heaven and man makes all of the separated 3 souls and 7 souls, except the heavenly soul, successfully tempered. Next, he only needs to absorb the aura to improve the cultivation of Zhenyuan and raise the cultivation to the 9th floor of the divine soul period. The aura of heaven and earth in the whole secret territory is very sufficient, so he doesn't need to use the spirit stone. He just needs to use the aura in the secret territory and the pure energy input by the spirit beast who knows the C-independent space. As time went by, with the pure energy input by the spirit beast and the sufficient aura in the secret territory, the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan improved steadily, and soon reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the divine soul period. The divine mind contacted the spirit beast in the independent space and ordered it to increase the input of pure energy, so as to easily break through the 3rd layer of the divine soul period. Just when Chu Zhongshan broke through the 3rd floor of the divine soul period, Kong Rulin just consolidated the state after the breakthrough. When he opened his eyes and saw Chu Zhongshan not far away, Kong Rulin quickly stood up and wanted to rush to him to be grateful, but the magic knife trembled slightly, which made Kong Rulin stop. Chu boy, the magic knife has begun to use its own ideas to let the boy surnamed Kong accept the influence of the devil's consciousness. I'm afraid that in a short time, the new devil will reappear in the southern region. Kong Rulin's strange performance attracted Huang Lao's attention. After using his mind to feel Kong Rulin's state, Huang Lao said solemnly, "I see." Chu Zhongshan responded and walked to Kong Rulin. "Brother Kong, with the improvement of cultivation, don't you look down on me, Chu Zhongshan?" While walking, Chu Zhongshan said sarcastically, "Brother Chu, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's sarcastic words, Kong Rulin quickly explained, "Brother Chu, I don't know what's going on. To consolidate the state after the breakthrough, my first thought is to thank Brother Chu for his care, but there is a sudden sense in my body. He controls my body and asks me not to approach you." Kong Rulin said anxiously, "Brother Kong, stick to your heart and rely on your own ideas to overcome another consciousness." Kong Rulin's explanation let Chu Zhongshan know that the magic knife intends to completely awaken the evil side of Kong Rulin's body, let him be possessed before breaking through the Sea of Qi period, and then embark on the road of the Devil King again. How could Chu Zhongshan be willing to do this? Maybe it's not time for Kong Rulin to become a demon again. While telling Kong Rulin how to regain control of his consciousness, Chu Zhongshan considered how to help him. "Chu boy, the magic knife is still transformed by Kong Rulin's arm. It has the same heart with him. The possibility of suppressing the change of the magic knife to himself with his own ideas is basically zero." For Chu Zhongshan's advice, old Huang gave a basin of cold water impolitely. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this. His current idea suddenly returned to the temptation of Dongfeng Yuner after he was dizzy when he entered Tianjin Forest alone for the first time. He used a Bodhi verse before he crossed to calm his inner desire. Although he also knows that this Bodhi Sutra is only a song sutra that interprets the teachings of Buddhism, in this case, he can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. "Brother Kong, I'm here to repeat the secret method that can concentrate energy and concentration. I hope it can help you." Wake up Kong Rulin, who is fighting against the consciousness of magic knife. Chu Zhongshan reads Bodhi Sutra aloud. "Bodhi has no tree and the mirror is not a platform. Buddha's nature is always clean where there is dust. The heart is a Bodhi tree and as a mirror platform. The mirror is clean where there is dust. Bodhi has no tree and the mirror is not a platform. There is nothing to provoke dust. Bodhi only looks to the heart, why bother to seek metaphysics? It is said that according to this practice, the West is only at present." Kong Rulin, who was awakened, subconsciously followed Chu Zhongshan to repeat the contents of the Bodhi Sutra. When he read that the mirror was clean and where it was stained with dust, He was awakened by the magic knife, and his growing magic was immediately curbed. When he read that there was nothing and where to provoke the dust, the devil began to be suppressed and constantly weakened. However, as the original life magic weapon of the Supreme Peak Demon King, it is almost upgraded to the magic knife of the Supreme Divine Army. How can you be reconciled to the suppression and continuous weakening of the magic nature aroused by Kong Rulin? Therefore, when Kong Rulin's evil nature was suppressed and weakened by the secret dharma of Bodhi Sutra, a cold black gas containing powerful energy was emitted from the handle of the magic knife. The black gas entered the body along Kong Rulin's palm holding the magic knife, began to enhance the power of magic, began to compete with the growing goodness, and looked forward to enabling Kong Rulin to enter the devil's way again and embark on the road of the Devil King. Seeing that the magic knife took the initiative to improve Kong Rulin's magic nature, Chu Zhongshan accelerated the speed of reading Bodhi Sutra, and Kong Rulin also accelerated the speed of retelling. When he only looked for Bodhi to the heart and he Lao read it out, the magic nourished by black gas, which had not yet come and expanded, was severely suppressed at one time, and the power possessed by the magic was directly weakened by more than half, so that Kong Rulin's goodness occupied an absolute advantage. Although goodness occupies an absolute advantage, the magic power supported by the magic knife still has a strong counterattack ability, so Chu Zhongshan didn't stop reading and Kong Rulin didn't stop repeating. When Kong Rulin repeated that it was only now that the West practiced according to this practice, the magic power seemed to be fatally hit and disappeared into Kong Rulin's sea of knowledge. Brother Chu, thank you. Without the influence of magic power, Kong Rulin regained control of his body. He first thanked Chu Zhongshan sincerely and then asked puzzled, Brother Chu, what happened to me just now? Why did there suddenly appear a kind of consciousness in my body? Moreover, this consciousness wants to control my body and do things against my will? Facing Kong Rulin's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to answer. If you tell Kong Rulin, you may be the reincarnation of the Demon King. The magic knife in your arm is still the original life of the Demon King. Just now, the magic knife is to awaken your demonic side, make you become the Demon King again, and then kill the creatures of the whole continent. Chu Zhongshan is worried that he may not be able to take it and will collapse completely. However, if you don't tell Kong Rulin, how can you explain the sudden surge of consciousness in his body in such a short time? Desperation, Chu Zhongshan had to ask Huang Lao in his mind for help, but no matter how he called, Huang Lao didn't respond, which made him a little confused about what Huang Lao was doing. Brother Chu, no matter how serious the matter is, I hope you can tell me the truth. Even if you die, you should let me understand. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's attitude of wanting to stop talking, Kong Rulinton knew that his situation was not good, which made him more eager to know what was going on. All right. Kong Rulin's urgent look made Chu Zhongshan know that he had to tell him. Otherwise, what happened today may become his heart disease. When he breaks through the gas sea period, I'm afraid his heart disease will become the culprit for his real transformation into the devil. Brother Kong, you are not an ordinary person, but a demon king who ran rampant for a while millions of years ago. At that time, you. Later, Chu Zhongshan told Kong Rulin everything he heard about the demon king and the magic knife from Huang Lao. Knowing his previous life experience and the life he needs to face in this life, Kong Rulin fell into deep thought. Looking at Kong Rulin in deep thought, Chu Zhongshan didn't disturb him. Because he knows very well that knowing his relationship with the devil and the magic knife, his next thought is the key to truly determine his life. With the help of Kong Rulin's meditation time, Chu Zhongshan called Old Huang in his mind again. After waiting for nearly a minute, Old Huang responded, Chu boy, where did you get the secret dharma you just read? Huang Lao's first response was to interrogate the origin of the Bodhi Sutra. Huang Lao, the secret dharma just now is called Bodhi Sutra, which is dedicated to calming the mind. I can't tell you where I got it for the time being. In the face of Kong Rulin, who is gradually controlled by demonic consciousness, Chu Zhongshan's purpose of reading the Bodhi Sutra was just to make a dead horse a living horse doctor. He didn't expect the Bodhi Sutra to play a role at all and didn't consider how to explain the origin of the Bodhi Sutra. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan directly shook his head and refused to ask Huang Laixun about the origin of the Bodhi Sutra. Chu boy, I don't need to inquire about the origin of the Bodhisattva Sutra. But what I want to tell you is that this secret dharma of the Bodhisattva Sutra can not only calm down and concentrate, eliminate heart demons, but also enhance the power of the spirit and help to integrate the law. For Chu Zhongshan's refusal to reveal the origin of the Bodhi Sutra, Huang Lao was not angry, but very understanding. At the same time, according to his harvest just now, he told him, "Chu boy, the secret method you just read has far exceeded the martial arts of Tianpin mind method. I hope that before you break through the title of Supreme, no one should tell you except you, me and the boy surnamed Kong, including your master." "Why?" Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. Whether it helps to integrate the power of the law or not, Chu Zhongshan didn't reach that level and can't feel it for the time being, but he didn't feel the effect of Huang Lao's saying about improving the power of the divine soul. Moreover, Zhao and Jun is his master. If this Bodhi verse can really help to integrate the power of the law, tell Zhao and Jun that improving his strength is also of great benefit to himself. "Chu boy, I can't express in words how powerful the Bodhi Sutra is, but if others know that you master the Bodhi Sutra, which is an anti-heaven secret, you may have to flee to the ends of the earth in the future, because all the most powerful people will fight for the title." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan still didn't realize the importance of Bodhi Sutra, Old Huang reminded him with an emphasis. All the most powerful people will fight for the title. Huang Lao's emphasis reminded Chu Zhongshan that he gradually realized the importance of the Bodhi Sutra and that he didn't know enough about the Bodhi Sutra. Then, he recited the Bodhisattva Sutra in his heart and tried whether the Bodhisattva Sutra he had pressed on it was really as Huang Lao said. Absorbed in the meditation of Bodhi Sutra, a mysterious breath began to nourish his divine soul, gradually strengthen the 2 souls and 7 souls that have been successfully tempered, and speed up the tempering speed of the heavenly soul that has not been successfully tempered, so that he can break through the longevity period as soon as possible. At the same time, the mysterious breath began to nourish his body, let him reach the peak of 6 grades, easily break through 5 grades, and advance to a higher grade earlier than cultivation for the first time. More importantly, the mysterious atmosphere gave him a thorough understanding of the space law in Danshan and the destruction law he was good at. It seemed that as long as he worked hard, he could use the power of these 2 laws to exert the power of space law and destruction law. Huang Lao, I remember. After concentrating on the experience just now, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why Huang Lao gave such solemn instructions. It turned out that the Bodhi Sutra was really so powerful. At the same time, he also knows why he didn't realize the efficacy of Bodhi Sutra before. When he first meditated on the Bodhi Sutra, his cultivation was too low, and the efficacy of the Bodhi Sutra had no effect on him. The second time, that is, when he read aloud just now, he just copied the original text. His mind was not immersed in the artistic conception of poetry and prose. Of course, he could not feel the effect of Bodhigata. Well, just remember. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had realized the importance of Bodhi Sutra, Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because he followed Chu Zhong in repeating the Bodhi Sutra just now, he not only completely restored the body of his wounded spirit, but also significantly improved the power of the integration law. After his physical body is completely recovered, with the help of the secret dharma of Bodhigata, Huang is confident that he will be promoted to the supreme level within 10 years. Then he focused on Kong Rulin and waited for Kong Rulin's choice, just like Chu Zhongshan. After meditating for 5 minutes, Kong Rulin raised his head and directly threw the magic knife in his hand into the distance to show his attitude. However, just when Kong Rulin just threw out the magic knife, Chu Zhongshan wrapped the magic knife with the power of the divine soul and inserted it in front of him again. "Rulin, if you want to be a new self, as long as you can stick to your original heart and cooperate with the secret method I taught you just now, you don't have to abandon the magic knife at all." Chu Zhongshan directly called the last 2 words of his name to show his close attitude, and then persuaded Tao with this attitude. "Brother Chu, I'm afraid I can't resist the influence of the magic knife all the time. I'm afraid I'll become the devil you call." Seeing the magic knife on the ground, Kong Rulin refused to respond to the call of the magic knife to him. Kong Rulin responded very ambitiously. "Rulin, pick up the magic knife and challenge it positively. As long as you can overcome it, you will surpass the devil and become a new self." Chu Zhongshan can understand Kong Rulin's worries, but he doesn't agree with his practice of discarding the magic knife. Knowing that he is likely to be the reincarnation of the Demon King and will become the Demon King in the future under the influence of the magic knife, Chu Zhongshan refused to kill him, not only because he didn't want to kill innocent people in vain, but also because he has the potential of the magic knife and his ability to help himself in the future. Losing the magic knife means losing the means to quickly improve cultivation and strength. Kong Rulin's practice is intolerable by Chu Zhongshan. Brother Chu, I listen to you. I will defeat the magic knife and be a real Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongshan's encouragement made Kong Rulin feel that the blood in his body began to boil. He directly picked up the magic knife inserted in front of him. Kong Rulin said with determination, "Yes, as long as you have this determination and cooperate with the secret method of surpassing the heaven level that I just gave you, you will be able to win the war with the magic knife and achieve your true self." Kong Rulin's practice of picking up the magic knife again satisfied Chu Zhongshan. While encouraging him, he reminded the importance of Bodhi Gata. The secret of surpassing heaven? Chu Zhongshan just taught himself the secret method to suppress the evil nature. It turned out to be a secret method beyond the heaven level. Kong Rulin's face showed an extremely shocked look. Then he clenched his fists and said with increased breath, "Brother Chu, the secret method of surpassing heaven is too important. I really don't know how to repay you. Rulin, I give you the secret dharma of Bodhi Sutra. I just hope you can suppress the magic and enhance your strength through this secret dharma. I don't want to get your reward." Seeing Kong Rulin at a loss, Chu Zhongshan can understand his psychology at this time. If you think in a transposition, you are in the position of Kong Rulin, and I'm afraid your reaction is the same as that of him. Rulin, the secret dharma of Bodhisattva can not only suppress the evil nature in your body, but also improve your cultivation speed and help you reach the peak of martial arts earlier and faster. Therefore, this secret dharma can only be known by yourself and must not be disclosed to others. Brother Chu, don't worry. Even if I die, I will never reveal a word of the secret method. Kong Rulin reinserted the magic knife into the ground and then patted his chest with his Rulin, "I believe you." Nodded, Chu Zhongshan said he believed he could be the first. Then he looked up at the front and said, "Rulin, just now you broke through the realm under the protection of the magic knife. I don't know that a force that can completely destroy the secret realm broke out in the secret realm. Under the destruction of this terrible destructive force, the whole secret realm has no valuable treasures, so let's leave the secret realm immediately." Okay. Kong Rulin would not object to the arrangement of Chu Zhongshan before, and certainly not now. The holy beast's corpse erupted destructive power and destroyed all the first-class and second-class spirit-eating ants that could pose a threat to him in the secret territory, so that he can safely and boldly display his body method and martial arts to leave. An hour later, Chu Zhongshan, who was returning on the same road, suddenly stopped and looked at the front in some surprise. Kong Rulin, who was taken away by him, immediately grasped the magic knife and mobilized genuine Danshan, a posture ready to attack at any time. "Rulin, don't be nervous, just a few small ants in the gas sea period." Seeing Kong Rulin's face like a great enemy, Chu Zhongshan quickly persuaded him. Although it is said that there is no threat to him in the secret territory, caution is a necessary quality for a martial artist. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan has been using his mind to pay attention to the situation within 10,000 meters when returning on the same road. Just now, his mind accidentally found a group of people. Among these people, there was Mi Lan, who was made to sleep by his own secret method. This was what surprised him. At the beginning, Old Huang was close to him when he taught him the secret method. Unless he woke up naturally 3 days later, no one in the world could wake up Mi Lan. Although there was doubt in his heart, Chu Zhongshan did not immediately ask Huang Lao for confirmation, but generally observed the cultivation of this group of people. After determining the cultivation of this group of people and the real state of Mi Lan, Chu Zhongshan worried a little, then changed his direction and went straight to Mi Lan and others. The city lord's residence is in a secret place. "Uncle, I always feel something wrong." Mi Yun and others who went deep into the secret place traveled nearly 1 million kilometers. Among the 3 top experts in the Kihai period, the youngest and the lowest cultivation, and the middle-aged man with only the 3-tier peak in the Kihai period, said to Mi Yun, who had the highest cultivation. "Mixeng, what's the matter?" Hearing the reminder from the middle-aged man, Mi Yun asked with a gloomy face. "Uncle, we used to enter the secret place more than once. No matter how dangerous or ordinary it is, we can basically encounter a strange animal every 300 or 500 miles. Maybe we can change different environments. Today, we have gone deep into the secret territory for nearly 1 million kilometers. Not only have we not met a beast of even 10 grades, but the environment we see has basically not changed much. The middle-aged man, known as Meekshung, said anxiously. Third uncle, I doubt whether we are in a dilemma. Milan, give you one last chance to tell me the secret of the secret realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. After hearing Meekshung's analysis, Mi Yun's gloomy face seemed to drip water. Then he flashed around Milan and threatened with murderous anger. Do it! Coldly glanced at Mi Yun, and Milan said with backbone, how can Milan be afraid of death? Especially for people like him who are in a high position and enjoy all the wealth in the world, the fear of death is stronger than ordinary people. However, in the face of Mi Yun's threat, he knows that he has only one death, whether he says or not. In that case, why not die hard? Well, since you want to die, I'll help you. Seeing Milan's picture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, the angry Mi Yun plans to get rid of Mi Lan in advance to avoid future trouble. Oh, how can the top master in the period of Great Qi and the Lord of Surabaya City fall to this point? When Mi Yun was about to kill Mi Lan, a voice of ridicule came. With the sound of ridicule, two young people appeared in front of everyone. Mi Lan, who had already closed his eyes and waited for death, immediately opened his eyes after hearing the familiar ridicule voice. His desire for survival made him look at Chu. Who are you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin suddenly appear at the scene, Mi Yun, who stopped temporarily, asked unhappily. As a strong man at the peak of the 9th floor in the Kihai period, Mi Yun can see Kong Rulin's cultivation at a glance. Although he was young and his accomplishments had reached the top 10 perfection of the gasification period, and his qualification was excellent, he paid more attention to Chu Zhongshan, because he found that he couldn't see through Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. There are only two reasons why he can't see through the accomplishments. Or the young man in front of us is just an ordinary person. Or the cultivation of such a young man has surpassed himself and is a peerless strong man in the soul period. Ordinary people can't go deep into the secret place, and the desire for survival in Mi Lan's eyes just now reminds him of the reason why he entered the secret place. Chu boy, the reason why the city lord surnamed Mi can wake up in advance is not that the secret method I taught you fails, but that someone uses very sinister means to break his meridians and damage his danshan, so as to form severe pain and get him out of his deep sleep. Chu Zhongshan didn't leave the secret place quickly, but appeared in front of this group of people, which puzzled old Huang. However, when he saw Mi Lan left on the ground and used his mind to check Mi Lan's situation, he immediately knew Chu Zhongshan's idea, so he immediately explained. You have no right to know who I am. With a sneer of disdain, Chu Zhongshan looked directly at Mi Lan. In finding the situation as like as two peas of Huang, Chu Zhongshan's eyes are full of disgust. No matter what the relationship between Mi Lan and the king's room is, just destroying the meridians and hurting his danshan is enough to show that the seemingly kind-hearted old man in front of him is actually a cruel man who is cruel and doesn't recognize his 6 relatives. Lord Mi, you don't look very good now. Do you need my help? Facing Mi Lan lying on the ground, Chu Zhongshan sincerely said his thoughts. Although in Yijuan, because of the reason of the 5 princes, they had an unpleasant relationship with each other. Anyway, if Mi Lan didn't know the truth, he couldn't easily get the clues of the secret place and enter the secret place smoothly. If he doesn't enter the secret realm, he can't meet the spirit-eating ant that gives him infinite pressure, nor can he enter the realm of the unity of heaven and man under infinite pressure, nor can he have the opportunity to raise the realm to the 9th floor of the divine soul period. Not to mention that the flesh experiences the process of promotion from 6 grades to 1 grade, as well as the destruction law of heaven's reward. Therefore, in the face of Migang and crisis, Chu Zhongshan has to help both emotion and reason in order to repay his kindness to inform the secret situation clues. Young Zia, I've been abandoned by these so-called relatives. If you pity me, I hope you can avenge my blood hatred for me, so that I can rest in peace even if I die. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's willingness to help, Mi Lan showed a trace of joy on her face. Mi Lan didn't know the true cultivation of Chu Zhongshan, but when he was in a Jiu Inn and faced with the momentum like Tianwei, he knew that the seemingly young Chu Zhongshan must be a peerless strong man in the spirit period. Therefore, as long as Chu Zhongshan is willing to help, he can not only save his life, but also kill those who abandoned him. Yes! After glancing at more than a dozen people of the MI family, Chu Tianxi nodded and agreed without any consideration. Then he turned to discuss with Kong Rulin and said, "Brother Kong, I'll deal with the top experts in the 3 gas C periods. I'll give you the remaining 10 gas transformation periods. How about it?" "No problem." In response, Kong Rulin directly waved his magic knife and rushed to more than a dozen experts in the Qi transformation period. It seemed that he smelled the smell of blood, and the magic knife in his hand was a trace of scarlet black. "Boy, we are members of the royal family of the Michaelis kingdom. Offending us is tantamount to offending the whole Michaelis royal family. If you get the Michaelis kingdom, you still want to leave Surabaya safely." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan not only agreed to MI Land's request for revenge, but also ignored the independent distribution of opponents, which made Mi Yun, who was used to bullying in ordinary days, very angry. He forcibly suppressed the threat of anger. Coldly glanced at Mi Yun and other 3 people. Chu Zhongshan lazily talked nonsense to him. A huge palm formed by Zhenyuan and the spirit directly patted Mi Yun's 3 top experts in the Sea of Qi into meat cakes. Then, he went to MI Lan and said with a pity, "The meridians are broken and the elixir field is damaged. It needs more than 4 top healing pills to be cured." Facing Chu Zhongshan's sigh of pity, Milan didn't hear it at all. Because at this moment, he was completely shocked by the strong strength of Chu Zhongshan. Mi Yun, who was patted into meat patties, is not an ordinary person. He is still the 3rd top expert in the royal family of the whole Mi kingdom. It is said that his real strength is no less than the peerless strong man in the half-step spirit period. In the MI kingdom, except for the 2 ancestors of the divine soul period, he has the strongest strength and the highest status. Mi Yun, with such a high status and strong strength, was shot to death by Chu Zhongshan without worry. Mi Lan admired his courage and fearlessness in addition to being shocked by Chu Zhongshan's strong strength. Seeing Mi Lan trapped in stagnation, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything more, but turned to watch Kong Rulin's battle. Although 4 of the more than a dozen experts at the scene were full of strength on the 10th floor of the gasification period, and the 2 were half-step in the cultivation of the Kihai period, they had no way to deal with Kong Rulin with the help of the magic knife, and were finally killed by the magic knife one by one. At the same time, all the blood essence of every slain expert in the Qi transformation period was instantly absorbed by the magic knife. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan was not surprised, but a glimmer of joy flashed in his heart. In the past, the magic knife didn't absorb the blood essence of the slain martial arts because the original product of the magic knife was too high and the strength of the slain martial arts was too weak. It couldn't see the blood essence of these ordinary martial arts at all. Now, in the face of Kong Rulin's resistance to his good nature, Chu Zhongshan's help all the time and the mysterious Bodhi Sutra make the magic knife feel a fatal threat. It needs enough energy to enhance the evil nature of Kong Rulin's nature. Therefore, the essence blood of low-level warriors is also absorbed and stored, so that it can accumulate enough energy to defeat the secret method that can suppress the evil nature, absorb the power of martial arts, and enhance the power of magic. The magic knife seems to be doing the right thing, but it is actually farther and farther away from its expectation. After more than a day's contact, Chu Zhongshan also knew something about Kong Rulin's character. Born in a remote mountain village since childhood, he maintained the most simple character and always adhered to the instinct of goodness in his heart. If the magic knife continues to imperceptibly change his character as before, there may be a chance of success, but blatantly absorbing the energy of the martial artist, I'm afraid it will have a greater impact on Kong Rulin and make him more resistant to the magic knife in the bottom of his heart. And the course of things, as expected, did not come out of Chu Zhongshan's expectation. Just after the opponent at the peak of the last Qi transformation period was killed by the chopping mirror, he looked at the corpse that had lost his blood essence and felt the strong blood smell emitted by the magic knife. Kong Rulin's face showed an expression of then he wrapped the magic knife with black cloth and planned to put it in the storage bag. But no matter how he got through the storage bag, he couldn't put the magic knife into it. Rulin, the grade of magic knife is not only very high, but also has independent consciousness. It can be regarded as a life. The storage bag can't include it. Seeing Kong Rulin desperately trying to put the magic knife into the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan quickly persuaded him. "Brother Chu, the magic saber is too powerful. I think I can only use the magic saber in the face of unmanageable enemies in the future. When I don't need it, I want to put it away completely, so as not to affect my mind," Kong Rulin explained. "Rulin, in fact, facing the temptation of the magic knife all the time is a good thing for you. In addition to strengthening your mind, it can also improve your state of mind and cultivation all the time." Stop Kong Rulin's idea of putting away the magic knife, Chu Zhongshan reminded. "All right, improve his state of mind and cultivation all the time." After hearing Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Kong Rulin felt that this was a good way to suppress the consciousness of magic knife all the time, so he directly took off the black cloth wrapped on the magic knife and planned to hold the magic knife all the time and fight against it. "Lord Mi, I've fulfilled your wish. The kindness you told me about the clues of the secret place is clear. There is no involvement between you and me." Seeing that Kong Rulin soon realized the benefits of confrontation with the consciousness of magic knife, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help nodding, and then said to Mi Lan, who had awakened, "Young Xia, you don't owe me anything." Shaking his head, Milan said, "Now you not only save my life, but also help me revenge. I owe you." "Alas!" Speaking of this, Mi Lan couldn't help sighing and said with a lonely look, "Now my meridians are broken and the Danshan is damaged. All the royal strongmen who entered the secret territory at the same time with me are destroyed. I'm afraid the position of the Lord of Surabaya City is not guaranteed, so I can't afford to repay your kindness today. Whether you can continue to sit in the position of the Lord of Surabaya City or not, I don't want you to repay your kindness, so you don't have to take this matter to heart." He waved his hand, and Chu Zhongshan motioned. Then he directly carried Mi Lan, then greeted Kong Rulin and rushed to the exit of the Yiju Inn in the elegant room on the 6th floor. "Rulin, what are your plans next?" "Pour the strong liquor with strong liquor aroma for Kong Rulin," Chu Zhongshan asked with concern. A day ago, after taking Milan and Kong Rulin to leave the secret territory, Milan begged him to use the strong cultivation of the divine soul, to completely fright the 100,000 elite soldiers guarding the city master's residence. Then help him take away all the treasures in the treasure house of the city master's residence, and use flying skills to help him leave the kingdom of Milan. Later, he took Kong Rulin to the largest inn in Surabaya city, which was also the place where they met for the first time, a unique inn. "Brother Chu, I want to practice with you." After a little thought, Kong Rulin said decisively. "This." Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to answer Kong Rulin's request for a moment. Since crossing the southern region of the Eternal Continent, Chu Zhongshan is used to being alone and likes to take risks alone. Although the danger is greatly increased, the harvest is very rich. Kong Rulin, who has a magic knife to help him, doesn't need too much care from him, but he will feel very uncomfortable, and some means are not convenient to use in front of him. "Chu boy, promise him." Seeing Chu Zhongshan in deep thought, Huang Lao, who knew where his concerns were, advised him. "Huang Lao, you also know my practice habit. If I have more people around me, not only will I feel uncomfortable, but also many life-saving cards cannot be easily displayed." After hearing Huang Lao's persuasion, Chu Zhongshan retorted reluctantly. "Chu boy, you don't understand the power of the Demon King and the various means possessed by the magic knife. I'm afraid it's difficult to suppress the magic in his body only with the personal will of Kong Rulin and the assistance of the secret method of Bodhigata. If you let him follow you, you can not only pay attention to his situation at all times, but also help him suppress his demonic nature and prevent him from going on the road of the Devil King." For Chu Zhongshan's unwillingness to take Kong Rulin, old Huang didn't have much, just said what he was worried about. "Huang Lao, Kong Rulin is not a child. He is an adult in his 20s. How to go in the future mainly depends on his own ideas. Too much intervention does not do him much good." Seeing that Huang Yijiu was still worried about Kong Rulin's return to the path of the Demon King, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help retorting. In this regard, Huang Lao was not angry, but from the perspective of interests to persuade Zai Chu Zhongshan to accept Kong Rulin's request. "Chu boy, the magic knife is almost promoted to the top magic weapon. Let Kong Rulin follow you. You can use the magic contained in the magic knife to enhance your will, which will be unimaginable help for controlling and integrating into the law in the future. Fighting the magic knife helps to control and integrate the power of the law." Hearing Huang Lao's persuasion, Chu Zhongshan was a little excited at that time. Now, the possession of Bodhigata can help to improve the speed of controlling and integrating the power of the law. With the help of the magic knife, he may also be like the Demon King to break through the title within 10 years. Chuboy, as the life magic weapon of the Demon King, and the magic knife with independent consciousness. If you work hard, you can even burst out the strength of the highest peak of the title, which is definitely the biggest card to protect your life. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was moved, Old Huang continued to explain the benefits of Kong Rulin's experience together. Rulin, in the next period of time, you can experience it with me. The biggest life-saving card, Old Huang's introduction made Chu Zhongshan finally decide to take Kong Rulin together. Zhongshan, thank you. Kong Rulin, who has been watching Chu Zhongshan nervously, almost jumped up after hearing that Chu Zhongshan agreed to his request. Since he mistakenly killed the village head and fled the village, he has been practicing alone for nearly 2 years. During this period, he has suffered countless hardships, and the effort spent makes him want to stay away from the secular world and live alone. However, since I met Chu Zhongshan, although I have experienced more dangers and battles, I don't need him to bother. I just need to follow Chu Zhongshan and listen to him in everything, and the benefits don't treat him badly, which makes him feel very happy. All right, have a good drink. Seeing Kong Rulin as happy as a child, Chu Zhengxianbian smiled and advised. At the same time, I was also secretly glad that I had listened to Huang Lao's reminder. Otherwise, Kong Rulin, who is disappointed in his heart, may complain about himself. Then, under the influence of the magic knife, the two people may come to the opposite in the future. Although he couldn't do it to himself because of the oath, it ran counter to his idea of helping him at the beginning. Falling Immortal Cliff, located in the east of the southern region and 1.3 million kilometers away from Surabaya City, is one of the more famous, dangerous places in the southern region. Falling Immortal Cliff, as the name suggests, is a cliff that even immortal gods may fall. It is said that a long time ago, when the whole eternal continent had not been divided into 5 regions, the Reiki and cultivation resources in the southern region were not scarce now, and the operation of the law of heaven in the whole continent was also very perfect. The strongest cultivation in the mainland was not the supreme title, but the immortal god known as eternal life. One day, a huge rock like a mountain cliff suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the southern region. In a short time, it formed a land with a radius of millions of kilometers and abundant aura. The blessed land not only has sufficient aura, but also has countless natural materials and earth treasures, many of which are special treasures that the eternal continent does not have. In the face of the sudden arrival of blessed land, all sects, families, and empires in the whole eternal continent fell into madness. Countless powerful people poured into blessed land and began to compete for the control of blessed land. At the beginning of the conflict, everyone was still relatively restrained and only sent strong people below the supreme level to compete. However, when one of the strong people at the peak of the imperial territory harvested a spirit grass that can assist in integrating the power of the law, countless supreme strong people were shocked one after another, and then these supreme strong people poured into the blessed land. If only the supreme power shot, it would not have a great impact on the overall situation of the whole continent at that time. However, when a supreme power found a fairy tree with a grade of more than 1 and hung on the fairy tree with fairy fruit that can help the supreme power break through the fairy god, the whole eternal continent was completely crazy. Facing the immortal fruit that can improve and break through the realm of immortals and gods, not only the powerful ones with the title of supreme level shot, but also those immortals and gods who rarely intervene in secular affairs on weekdays couldn't help thinking about blessed land and appeared in blessed land one after another. When a supreme master of the realm of the pinnacle found a divine soldier who had lost his sense of independence but reached the immortal level, everyone who entered the blessed land was crazy. No matter the martial arts practitioners in the Qi refining period who want to follow behind to pick up the leak, or the immortal gods who are high above, they are all caught in the craziest competition in the face of the endless peerless treasures in the blessed land. The result of the crazy competition is that countless strong people fall, among which there is no lack of immortal level worshippers. Due to the different powers of controlling, integrating, and refining the law in the battle, the strong ones made every effort to completely change the law of the whole falling fairy cliff, and gradually turned the whole falling peace cliff from the original blessed land into a disaster land with lack of aura, disappearance of natural materials and earth treasures, and full of dangers. At the same time, due to the strong hand of the immortal realm, the law of falling immortal cliff has been confused, which makes the whole falling immortal cliff form a taboo of the power of law. That is to say, in the falling immortal cliff, even the powerful people with the title of supreme class can only give play to the strength of longevity under the influence of laws and taboos. It is precisely because of the dangers and taboos of the falling fairy cliff and the disappearance of countless exciting treasures that the whole falling fairy cliff is gradually ignored. Generally, no one is willing to enter except those who have no way to escape, and the traitors who have no way to escape risk breaking into the falling immortal cliff. Of course, the dangers and taboos in the falling fairy cliff are true, but the legend about it is false. No one in the whole southern region believes in the origin of the falling fairy cliff. However, when he was about to approach the falling fairy cliff, Huang told him that the legend about the falling fairy cliff was actually true, and there were still many anti-heaven treasures at the core of the falling fairy cliff. Standing at the top of the cliff, which is tens of thousands of meters high, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath and said to Kong Rulin behind him, "Hold on to my arm and I'll take you down." Tie the magic knife behind his back, hold Chu Zhongshan's arm tightly with one arm, and Kong Rulin signals that he is ready. "Go!" With a greeting, Chu Zhongshan suppressed Genuine in the danshan, dispersed his thoughts and jumped directly off the cliff. The weight of the two people, coupled with gravity, fell freely from tens of thousands of meters high, and the falling speed became faster and faster. After his body crossed the force of colorful laws, he mobilized Genuine in danshan and controlled the falling speed of his body by flying. When his legs just landed on the ground, Chu Zhongshan grabbed Kong Rulin with his backhand and then quickly stepped back. At the place where he had just left the landing, the power formed by dozens of martial arts skills was severely cut at the place where he had just landed. "You want to die." After escaping the sneak attack of more than a dozen experts hiding around, Chu Zhongyuan directly transformed a huge palm with the power of the divine soul, and then slapped the enemy hiding around. In Surabaya City's secret territory, under the realm of the unity of heaven and man, his mind has been greatly improved and can extend to nearly 1 million kilometers. Although under the cliff, due to the interwoven influence of the power of law, the divine mind is greatly limited, but the extended range of divine mind is nearly tens of thousands of kilometers. Therefore, when he planned to jump down the cliff, he had found the people hidden under the cliff. The reason why he didn't shoot these people before landing was that he didn't want to offend some people for no reason and affect his purpose of entering the cliff. However, what he didn't think of was that he didn't want to offend others, but others refused to let him go, which made Chu Zhongshan, who was in a good mood, suddenly angry and didn't leave any kindness. The other party is a peerless strong man in the spirit period. Hurry up. Feeling the power of the divine soul contained in the giant palm, among the dozen people who made a sneak attack, a strong man whose cultivation reached the half-step divine soul stage changed his face, then quickly said hello and took the lead in escaping to the bottom of the mountain. Now that he has planned to fight, how can Chu Zhongshan stay alive? His mind controls the giant palm and directly beats the strong one who is the strongest in the half-step divine at the same time. He stopped Kong Rulin, who planned to help, and then used the True Yuan attribute and the power of the divine soul to conjure up a green dragon and a white tiger, and let them chase and kill the remaining people. Using the spirit of genuine and the illusion of God and soul, he has nearly 8 layers of, in other words, the real strength of the green dragon and white tiger is above the divine in the face of these opponents with insufficient cultivation. Qinglong and Beihu can be described as one claw, one life, and one mouth. When the giant palm forcibly patted the strong man in the half-step divine soul period, who was the first to escape into meat cakes, the illusory green dragon and white tiger also solved their enemies, and then returned to Chu Zhongshan with booty in their mouth. Put away the storage bags from the green dragon and the white tiger, and Chu Zhongshan waved away the magic objects, and then walked deep into the bottom of the mountain. Brother Chu, is the method you just used the unique true element attribute of the realm of Qi transformation period? Closely following the footsteps of Chu Zhongshan, Kong Rulin said with envy on his face. That's right, nodded, Chu Zhongshan admitted. As long as we break through the Qi transformation period and show that we can barely reach the level of peerless genius, we can display the attribute transformation. It can be said that it is a thing known to everyone outside the South and even the whole eternal continent. Why is Kong Rulin so ignorant? Therefore, he asked in a puzzled tone. Rulin, according to your qualifications and the care of the magic knife for you, when you break through the Qi transformation period, you can at least show the talent of peerless genius. With the talent of peerless genius, you can use the means of attribute transformation. Brother Chu, when I broke through the Qi transformation period, the range of heaven and earth aura involved reached 9999 li. I was only one step away from revealing my demon talent. For Chu Zhongshan's question, Kong Rulin also responded very depressed. Generally speaking, I should be able to use the means of attribute transformation, but I don't know what's going on. No matter how deep my perception of attribute power is, I still can't do the means of attribute transformation. No! Chu Zhongshan was puzzled by Kong Rao's explanation. While going deep into the bottom of the mountain, he motioned Kong Rulin to tell himself his understanding of the mysterious attribute of Zhenyuan. As Kong Rulin talked about his understanding of the mysterious nature of Zhenyuan, Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Because according to Kong Rulin's narration, his perception of the true element attribute has reached a very deep level. He can easily turn into a spirit object to assist in combat, but he has been unable to turn it out. Huang Lao, what do you think is going on? Unable to understand, Chu Zhongshan had to ask Huang Lao in his mind for help. Chu boy, I'm sorry to tell you that I don't know what's going on. When Kong Rulin talked about his understanding of the mysterious nature of Zhenyuan, old Huang also listened very carefully. At the same time, he was also recalling the records he knew about the mystery of Zhenyuan attribute, but the final result was nothing. Kong Rulin's aptitude and understanding are not bad. It is reasonable that this situation should not occur. Now that it has appeared, the key is likely to lie in the magic knife or the demon king who may reincarnate. Huang Lao, before you lost your body, you once participated in the pursuit of the demon king. I don't know if you've ever seen a spirit thing transformed by the demon king with the power of God, soul, and law. The magic knife is bent on making Kong Rulin's step on the road of the devil king again, and then help it upgrade to the devil weapon again. It is absolutely impossible to do anything that affects Kong Rulin's strength, so the reason is likely to appear on the devil king, so Chu Zhongshan plans to find the reason from the devil king. Chu boy, I've not only seen the spirit thing transformed by the devil, but also fought with that spirit thing. The strength of that spirit thing is extremely strong. The spirit thing transformed by the devil is still a black dragon about kilometers long. Thinking back to more than 1,000,000 years ago, when people surrounded and killed the demon king, old Huang said with emotion. Black dragon? Hearing that old Huang said that the spirit of the demon king was still a black dragon, Chu Zhongshan suddenly had a flash of light. He felt that he had almost guessed the real reason why Kong Rulin couldn't turn the spirit. Rulin, next, I will turn a spirit object. According to the spirit object I turn, and then combined with your understanding of the mystery of the true meta attribute, see if I can turn a spirit object. Stop, Chu Zhongshan said to Kong Rulin. Brother Chu is in trouble, nodded, Kong Rulin said with a little embarrassment. No trouble. After a sentence, Chu Zhongshan began to recall the picture when Jiao and Jun turned into a black dragon when he was a disciple outside the sect, Dabai, and then began to turn into a black dragon by using the mystery of Zhenyuan attribute. Ow! With a deafening roar, a ferocious black dragon about 60 meters long emerged from the top of Chu Zhongshan's head. Rulin, carefully observe the essence, qi and spirit of the black dragon, and then combine your own perception of the mystery of the true Yuan attribute to see if you can. After the black dragon was fully formed, Chu Zhongshan quickly motioned Kong Rulin to observe the black dragon and see if he could control the means of attribute illusory spirit through his illusory black dragon, but his words were not finished. A black dragon emerged from Kong Rulin's head. The black dragon transformed by Kong Rulin is far more than the black dragon transformed by him, both in terms of shape and the essence, Qi and God contained in himself. So it is. In fact, when Chu Zhongshan transformed the black dragon, old Huang vaguely guessed his purpose. When Kong Rulin easily transformed the Black Dragon, he finally understood the reason why Chu Zhongshan interrogated the Demon King's ability to transform spirits. "Chu boy, how did you think of this?" When Kong Rulin excitedly observed the spirit he had transformed, Old Huang couldn't help asking. Kong Rulin's magical objects, whether in terms of shape or spirit, are far better than those he transformed. Chu Zhongshan is not jealous at all, but some are really happy for him. Therefore, after hearing Huang Lao's interrogation, he said briefly, "The reason for his hand and insight. Chu boy, say it in detail." Huang Lao complained with some dissatisfaction. Kong Rulin was born in a remote mountain village, let alone a divine beast like the Black Dragon. Even some high-grade monsters have never seen it. There is no shape that can transform a spirit in his mind, of course. It is impossible to transform a spirit. Chu Zhongshan said in detail, "Chu boy, how did you think of this reason?" After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Huang couldn't help nodding, but he was surprised that Chu Zhongshan could think of this reason so quickly. "At the beginning, the reason why I was able to master the means of attribute hallucination was that I finally broke through by observing the real object," Chu Zhongshan said with emotion. At the beginning, the reason why he was able to master the means of attribute hallucination was to observe the birds flying down in the Jingyage courtyard. Secondly, the family was besieged and faced the pressure of being destroyed at any time. "I see," nodded, Huang Lao said with the same feeling. At that time, he was able to master the means of attribute transformation, also by observing the real object, but the time was too long to recall for a moment. Due to the interweaving of the power of laws of hundreds of different attributes, the power of laws cannot be used under the whole falling immortal cliff. Therefore, under the falling immortal cliff, the people who can really occupy this place are a group of people who have reached the peak of longevity or reached the high road stage, but can't use the power of laws. After thousands of miles into the falling immortal cliff, Chu Zhongshan found that there was a town controlled by 3 elixirs and 1/2 step elixir. Falling Immortal Cliff has been in the southern region for a long time. Even Liyun sect, which has the longest inheritance, has no detailed record of the real origin of Falling Immortal Cliff. It is precisely because the inheritance time is too long that more and more people enter Fuxian Cliff, gradually forming a force with different strength. The town he just found has formed a relatively ordinary town after thousands of years of development. The town in front of us is not much different from the town outside the Falling Fairy Cliff. There is a central street about more than 10 meters wide on the east-west road in the center of the town. On both sides of the town center, there are inns, pubs, pill shops, weapon shops, and so on. Before entering the town, Chu Zhongshan had already dispersed his mind and thoroughly checked the layout of the whole town and the gathering place of experts. Then he stepped into the town and went straight to the pub on the north side of Central Street. Shenian can only check the general situation of the whole town. If you want to really understand the secrets of this town, you need to go to a tavern with dense people and no consideration for conversation. "Sir, please come inside." When Chu Zhongshan came to the door of the inn, a cultivation had only 3 layers of qi refining period, and a teenager of about 17 or 18 years old greeted him. "Find me a window seat." Without pretending to be generous to reward the waiter with money or lingxi, Chu Zhongshan, led by the waiter, went directly to a window table on the north side of the hall and sat down. The reason why he doesn't reward the waiter is that Chu Zhongshan doesn't know the living habits of this town, what people here rely on for practice, and whether the usual transaction is with money or spirit stone. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he can only choose to act cautiously. Prepare some specialty dishes and the signature wine in your store. After sitting down, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be skilled and ordered. "Good." The waiter who didn't get a reward didn't get any displeasure. He still greeted him warmly. Alas, life is getting harder and harder now. While Chu Zhongshan was waiting for wine and vegetables, among the diners not far from him, a martial artist whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor of the qi transformation period said with worry, "Yes, the only Liupin spirit vein in Finglin town is about to be mined. At that time, in addition to continuing to go deep into the Falling Fairy Cliff, we have to find a way to leave the Falling Fairy Cliff." Another guest whose cultivation reached the peak of qi transformation period said with the same worried look, "Leave the Falling Fairy Cliff." The martial artist at the peak of the 9th floor in the qi transformation period shook his head and smiled bitterly. His tone was very desperate and said, Falling Immortal Cliff, it's a dangerous place to enter or leave. Don't say that we martial artists in the Chi transformation period, even those big people who are high above and have reached the peak of longevity, can't leave Falling Immortal Cliff. That said, but when I'm forced to have no way back, I'm still going to take a risk. The martial artist, whose cultivation reached the peak of Chi melting period, said, gnashing his teeth. Brother Chi, don't worry. I think the town owner of Maple Leaf Town and the other 3 deputy town owners must have a way. The martial artist at the peak of the 9th floor in the Chi transformation period saw that his life and death friends had the idea of adventure, so he quickly relieved the way. Brother Liu, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who is hot-headed and ignores any consequences. I'll take a risk after I break through the air-sea period and master flying skills. After drinking the wine in the cup, the warrior surnamed Chi said, Huang Lao, is falling on the immortal cliff a dangerous place without going out? Hearing the conversation of the guests at the table, Chu Zhongshan's face became gloomy for a moment, and his tone was a little complaining. The reason why I chose to enter the Falling Immortal Cliff was to improve my strength through Falling Immortal Cliff, which is still a well-known dangerous place, so that I can get a good enough position in the competition for the list of hidden dragons 5 months later. If he is finally trapped here because of the special situation of Falling Immortal Cliff, and then misses the competition for the diving dragon list, he will regret it all his life. It's impossible. Although the law of falling to the immortal cliff was confused because of the action of the strong man in the immortal realm, and the strong man above the avenue stage could not exert the power of the law, it did not affect the free access. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's question, Old Huang quickly explained. At the beginning, the reason why he recommended the Falling Immortal Cliff as one of the places for the calendar of heaven in the middle of Chu was not only that the Falling Immortal Cliff hid a secret that only he could know, but also that the environment in which the Falling Immortal Cliff limited the power of the law would not expose the middle of Chu to too deadly danger. If the Falling Immortal Cliff is like what the diner said just now, there is no going in or out, there is no need for Chu Zhongshan to complain, and he will regret. Because he is too aware of the benefits of the competition for the hidden dragon list to the contestants, especially for Chu Zhongshan, who is far better than the demon-level genius. Therefore, he comforted Chu Zhongshan for a while, then dispersed his mind and began to thoroughly check the situation of the whole Falling Immortal Cliff. However, when his mind extended to thousands of kilometers, it seemed to encounter an endless barrier, and his mind could not continue to extend. Chu boy, how far can your mind extend now? Even the highest level of the gods were suppressed for only thousands of kilometers, which raised a trace of uncertainty in Huang Lao's heart. He felt that the Falling Immortal Cliff was very different from the records he had seen before. Therefore, he needed to determine the restrictions of the Falling Immortal Cliff on different realms through the extension of the heavenly gods in the middle of Chu. Although the extension of the divine mind has been limited due to the confusion of the power of the law of Falling Immortal Cliff, there is still half of the original range. Before entering Fuxian Cliff, Chu Zhongshan had used his mind to check the situation of Falling Immortal Cliff. The mind that could have extended 1 million kilometers was suppressed by nearly half, that is, the range of more than 500,000 kilometers. So he didn't experiment at all, he responded directly. Chu boy, you'd better try it yourself. Look at the environment here. How many layers are there for the suppression of God? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all, Huang was patient and warned. All right, Huang Lao is not a wordy person. Since he mentioned the problem of divine thoughts twice in a row, he must have found some problems, so Chu Zhongshan was busy spreading his divine thoughts. 100 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. When the extension of the divine mind finally reached more than 100,000 kilometers, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, which made the divine mind unable to continue to extend. Huang Lao, the environment here suppresses the mind too much. My mind has been suppressed for nearly 9 floors, and now it can barely extend 100,000 kilometers. Chu Zhongshan said in a dignified tone. What, 100,000 kilometers? After hearing the results of Chu Zhongshan's test, Huang was very shocked. In Surabaya City's secret realm, the mind is suppressed because the Queen Ant Holy Body uses the destructive power generated by the self-explosion of the secret realm rules to suppress the mind of the strong who can threaten its holy body. It is understandable that the mind of the cultivation of the spirit in the spirit period of the middle heaven of Chu cannot be suppressed. However, the situation of falling immortal cliff should be treated equally. Why did his mind only be suppressed for 1,000 years? Is this chaotic law of falling immortal cliff also aimed at the restriction that the higher the cultivation is, the stronger the suppression is? Chu boy, leave here immediately, and then go out to find a warrior in the spirit period and a warrior in the longevity period. Look at the range that the warrior in these two realms can extend. Whether it is specifically aimed at the requirements of higher cultivation and stronger restrictions, Old Huang hopes to verify it through more martial artists in different realms. Old Huang, it's very simple for a martial artist who wants to find the realm of divine soul period and longevity period. He only needs to check the general idea of God, so you introduce me to listen for a while. For Huang's request, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to do it right away, but the diner who just talked about the vein whispered a topic that interested him very much. All right. At the same time, Huang Lao, who paid attention to the content of the diner's conversation, could only temporarily suppress his inner impulse and eavesdrop on the diner's conversation like Chu Zhongshan. Elder brother Qi, I don't think you should hurry to leave the falling immortal cliff for the time being, because I heard from a senior bodyguard in the Kihai period in the town master's house some time ago that it is on the Tiger Leaping Mountain 30,000 miles away from our Maple Leaf town. Speaking of this, Wu Ji surnamed Liu looked up at the hall and found that no one in the hall noticed their conversation, and then said in a low voice, "It is said that someone found a lower-level 4-grade wrongling grass in a cave in Haiyu Mountain. With the help of wrongling grass, the man directly broke through the spirit period. Brother Liu, although we all know that the legend of falling off the cliff is false, as a dangerous place with sufficient aura and more than 1,000,000 years of existence, it is not surprising that there is a lower-level 4-grade spirit grass. It's said that someone accidentally got the lower-level 4th-grade wrongling grass, and with the help of breaking through the divine soul period, although Wu surnamed Qi was very envious and jealous, he didn't have too many accidents. Because in the last 10 years, every 1 or 2 months, it will be reported that someone accidentally gets some kind of high-grade spiritual grass or spiritual fruit. Brother Qi, don't worry. Listen to me carefully." Seeing that the other party didn't have much interest in his disclosure, Wu Ji surnamed Liu said in a slightly raised voice. Just after the warrior who accidentally got the spirit melting grass broke through the spirit period, he harvested another soul-clearing grass with a grade of up to level 4 and a sky soul-breaking barrier grass with a grade of down to level 3. What? That man was found in the same place. After hearing the introduction of Wu surnamed Liu, Wu surnamed Qi almost stood up in shock. Fortunately, he knew that the current occasion was not suitable for being too excited, so he forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and then whispered for confirmation. That's right. Besides Qinghun grass and Tianhun broken barrier grass, there are many high-grade spirit grass and spirit fruit. As if feeling that the shock of Wu surnamed Qi was not strong enough, Wu surnamed Liu continued to stimulate. Who? After taking 3 deep breaths, the Wu surnamed Qi said, "Brother Liu, is what you just said true? Elder brother Qi, the warrior who got the adventure in Haiyu Mountain, is the son of the town leader of Maple Leaf Town. Now, the town leader is quietly gathering people to develop Haiyu Mountain alone." Speaking of this, Wu Ji surnamed Liu looked around again and found that no one had noticed his conversation just now, and then said in a lower voice, "Elder brother Qi, I have a good relationship with the close bodyguard of the town lord's son, which can give you and me a chance to enter Haiyu Mountain." Qi Wu is very excited to get the opportunity to enter Haiyu Mountain to collect spirit grass and fruit. As long as he can get the spiritual grass and fruit that can improve his cultivation, he can break through the Sea of Qi period in the shortest time. As long as the cultivation can break through the gas sea period, whether it is to venture away from the falling immortal cliff or continue to go to the depths of the falling immortal cliff with more abundant aura and resources, there will be a lot of opportunities to settle down. However, to survive in the so-called dangerous falling immortal cliff for so long, the Wu surnamed Qi not only has strong strength, but also has a mature mind. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his mind and began to consider the other party's real intention. Brother Liu, although the relationship between you and me is good, it's not good enough for you to take so much trouble for me. So, what's your purpose? You'd better tell me the truth. No matter how he guessed, he couldn't guess the other party's real intention. Helpless, he had to ask with a clear attitude. Elder brother Qi, you and I have lived together in Dioxyan Cliff for more than 10 years. We know the survival rules of Dioxyan Cliff very well. In the face of treasures that can improve cultivation and realm, even our brothers will turn against each other and then make a big move. Finally, we will fight for life and death, not to mention friends. In the face of the outspoken interrogation of Wu surnamed Qi, Wu surnamed Liu didn't hide his thoughts and said it truthfully. Elder brother Qi, I have only 2 requirements. First, I hope you can take an oath according to the law of chaos on the falling immortal cliff. No matter what precious spiritual herbs you find in Haiyu Mountain, you can't give them to me. Second, if I am in danger, you should help me unconditionally. Brother Liu, I can agree to your first condition, but I won't agree to the second condition. After hearing the 2 requests put forward by the Wu surnamed Liu, the Wu surnamed Qi pondered a little and replied with half accept and half reject. Why? The opportunity to enter Haiyu Mountain to find the spirit grass and fruit is probably an opportunity that countless martial artists in the whole falling immortal cliff dream of. For this opportunity, even if they pay for their freedom, they will be willing. How come there is an accident in each other's mouth? If it is not because the martial artist surnamed Qi is not an ordinary martial artist, but a genius who can surpass the rank and challenge, and can kill an ordinary master of Kihai period in the peak of Kiki period, he will definitely turn his face and leave directly. Brother Liu, when looking for spirit grass and spirit fruit, if you provoke a peerless strong man above the spirit period, my surname Qi can't fight with each other with my own life. Qi Wu was also worried about the 2 requests. He was worried that the other party would leave the table after being angry, but he was unwilling to put himself into crisis because of the oath. Brother Qi is worried about this. After hearing the other party's explanation, the man surnamed Wu Liu showed a sudden enlightenment on his face, but he was very disappointed in his heart. Just as Wu surnamed Qi was worried, Wu surnamed Liu left such a good opportunity to find Lingkao and Linguo to Wu surnamed Qi. In addition to the security guarantee, after the 2 formed an alliance, he also hoped to help him get rid of several sworn enemies with the help of Wu surnamed Qi. However, since the other party has made it clear, those surnamed Wu Liu finally choose the spirit grass and spirit fruit that are beneficial to themselves between the spirit grass and spirit fruit and the elimination of their dead rivals in advance. As long as this adventure can harvest enough spirit grass and fruit, his strength will soar in a short time. At that time, he can kill those dead enemies with his strength. Rulin, eat quickly and let's go after eating. After getting the information he wanted, Chu Zhongshan was suddenly distracted, but now he got up and left, which will surely arouse the suspicion of those surnamed Qi and Liu. If they don't want to let someone leak the news in advance, they will kill them. The fight will certainly cause unnecessary trouble, so Chu Zhongshan can only be patient and say after tasting the wine and food first. Fortunately, Wu Qi and Wu Liu did not stay in the tavern after they agreed to find treasure together, but got up and left to prepare for the treasure hunt. After leaving a 10-grade lower-level spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan left the tavern with Kong Rulin. As early as the Wu surnamed Liu mentioned Haiyu Mountain, Chu Zhongshan had already used his mind to find out the specific location of Haiyu Mountain, so after leaving the tavern, he went straight to Haiyu Mountain. Huang Lao, you want to find the warrior in the spirit period and longevity period. At this time, there are several on Haiyu Mountain. While going straight to Haiyu Mountain, Chu Zhongshan explained to Huang Lao in his mind. Chu boy, it's not urgent. Let's go to Haiyu Mountain first, because I feel that the abnormality of Haiyu Mountain may be related to a secret of falling immortal cliff. Liu Wu's introduction to the frequent emergence of Lingkao and Linguo in Haiyu Mountain recently made Huang suddenly think of a record he had seen when he saw the records about Dioxyan Cliff in the ruins. In that record, it was mentioned that Dioxyan Cliff was not an ordinary mortal, but a medicine field used by a supreme saint to cultivate Lingkao and Linguo at the beginning of heaven and earth. Since it is the medicine field refined by the supreme saint, it is definitely not destroyed by a group of immortal gods. Therefore, Old Huang speculated that the immortal gods only made the falling immortal cliff fall into a state of deep sleep in advance. After countless years of rest, it has now reached the point of waking up. Huang Lao, what's the secret behind the falling fairy cliff? The abnormality of Haiyu Mountain even involves the secret of falling immortal cliff. Chu Zhongshan suddenly became interested. Chu boy, this is just my guess. I won't reveal the secret until I reach Haiyu Mountain or find out the reason for the abnormality in Haiyu Mountain. The secret of falling immortal cliff involves the Supreme Saint. Before he is really sure, Old Huang doesn't want to make Chu Zhongshan confused because of the saint. All right, shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said with an indifferent expression. Haiyu Mountain is only 30,000 miles away from Fenghai Town. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't use flying skills, he didn't slow down to use Xuanpin lower step body method. Just 10 minutes later, he and Kong Rulin appeared at the foot of Haiyu Mountain. Looking up at the peak about 3,000 meters high in front of him, Chu Zhongshan finally knew why the peak was called Haiyu Mountain. Because the whole mountain is not a straight mountain, but a disorderly shape extending from east to west. On the east side of the whole mountain peak, a huge rock protrudes. The whole rock is like a tiger's head roaring up to the sky. On the west side of the mountain peak, a curved cliff extends like a tiger's giant tail. From a distance, the whole mountain is like a giant tiger leaping. The spirit extended and began to cover the whole Haiyu Mountain. After determining the specific location of the strong ones in the spirit period and longevity period on Haiyu Mountain, Chu Zhongshan consciously avoided these people, and then chose a more remote mountain road to climb Haiyu Mountain easily. Compared with Maple Leaf Town, the heaven and earth aura on Haiyu Mountain is relatively sufficient. In such an environment, there may be some precious spirit grass for a long time. However, with Chu Zhongshan's current cultivation, his own realm and his understanding of the law, the general precious spirit grass is of no use to him. Only the spirit grass and spirit fruit with a grade of more than the 4th grade of the upper level can help to improve his therefore. After looking for some areas, he took Kong Rulin to choose a relatively hidden place and hid temporarily. As a place with sufficient aura, many casual martial artists who are unwilling to join various forces will choose Haiyu Mountain as a place of practice. Therefore, hundreds of martial artists with different accomplishments exist on the whole Haiyu Mountain. These warriors have been staying in Haiyu Mountain for cultivation, but they have never found precious spirit grass and spirit fruit, which shows that the location of spirit grass and spirit fruit is very hidden. Moreover, he has just used his mind to search the whole Haiyu Mountain up and down for 10 times and did not find the cave mentioned by the warrior surnamed Liu. Therefore, he just needs to hide temporarily and then wait for the experts in Maple Leaf Town to arrive. At that time, they will find the cave where the spirit grass and spirit fruit appear. After sitting on a hidden rock, Chu Zhongshan took out some of the barren stones and began to absorb the natural qi in the barren stones to improve the quality of the flesh. The reason why he didn't take out the top-grade spirit stone to improve his cultivation is that, although the heaven and earth spirit of the whole Haiyu Mountain is sufficient, the thickness of the spirit is at most equivalent to the 7th grade middle-grade spirit stone, which is similar to the spirit concentration. In the secret room of his practice in Qianlong, he was worried that, when he absorbed the aura in the top-grade aura stone, the aura fluctuation would attract the attention of the elixir on Haiyu Mountain. So he had to choose the barren stone that would not cause the aura fluctuation. As time went by, Chu Zhongshan consumed more and more middle-grade barren stones, and his physical grade became higher and higher. When his physical grade reached the peak of the 1st grade of 5 grades and was about to break through the middle grade of 5 grades, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminded him. Chu boy, those people in Maple Leaf Town appear. Although Huang Lao's mind was suppressed only by 1,000th by the special environment of falling immortal cliff, as a strong person in the supreme peak, his mind can still extend thousands of miles. The whole area of Haiyu Mountain is thousands of kilometers, so anyone who enters Haiyu Mountain can find it at the first time. After hearing Huang Lao's reminder, the heavenly horse in the middle of Chu put away the unused waste stones and then carefully dispersed his mind. He soon found that in addition to the 2 men surnamed Wu Liu and Wu Qi who had been seen in the tavern, there was also a strong man at the peak of longevity, 3 strong men at the peak of spirit age, and 4 strong men at the junior middle level of spirit age. and more than a dozen experts in the gas C period and gasification period. The strong man at the peak of longevity period and 3 soul periods was the one who felt the breath of the 4 strong men when he just entered Maple Leaf Town. Without leaving the hiding place in a hurry, Chu Zhongshan quietly left a unique mark given to him by Huang Lejiao on those surnamed Wu Liu, and a young man who had just broken through the spirit period and whose breath had not been fully consolidated so as to monitor the actions of these people. Then he stayed where he was and waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the strongmen in Fenghai Town, which had entered Haiyu Mountain, did not continue to climb up, but chose a more spacious place to repair. At the same time, send a strong man at the top of the 6 floors of the Divine Soul period and 4 experts at the top of the Kihai period to spread in all directions. The 5 scattered masters returned by the same route after they were nearly 100 miles away from the gathering place. When they returned, they not only kept alert to the surrounding conditions, but also set traps without any danger behind them from time to after the 5 experts returned to the gathering place again. The strong men in Maple Leaf Town got up and continued to climb Haiyu Mountain. Half an hour later, the strongmen of Maple Leaf Town came to the hillside of Haiyu Mountain, in front of a smooth cliff. According to the shape of the whole tiger leaping mountain, this smooth cliff is just under the belly of the tiger. The leader of Maple Leaf Town, who is also the strongest peak of longevity among the people, soared directly for 20 meters, and then a wave of divine thoughts dispersed from him. The wave of divine thoughts only extended for 100 miles and then quietly stopped. The strong man at the peak of longevity who exudes divine thoughts shows a hard look on his face. Chu boy, you are a freak. When the strong man at the peak of longevity took back his mind, Huang couldn't help but say with envy and jealousy, Huang Lao, maybe it's because my physique is special and my mind is not suppressed so badly. How can I be a freak? Chu Zhongshan can understand Huang's envy and jealousy, but for his evaluation, Chu Zhongshan is absolutely unacceptable. Cut. In Surabaya City's secret realm, the divine mind has been doubled. Not to mention, the divine mind in Falling Immortal Cliff has only been suppressed by 9/10. What are you, not a freak? In the face of Chu Zhongshan's retort, Old Huang said sour. All right, Old Huang, just say what you say. Originally, I wanted to explain to Old Huang, but the changes in the distance made him lazy to continue to distinguish, just casually cope with the way. When the strong man at the peak of longevity regained his mind and returned to the people, the young man who had just broken through the spirit period and whose realm had not been fully consolidated suddenly came out of the crowd and then raced straight to the cliff. He cut his palm directly and then pressed his bloody palm directly on the cliff. Then, the originally smooth cliff suddenly began to vibrate. To Chu Zhongshan's surprise, the cliffs with an area of hundreds of square meters vibrated without any sound, and even the mountains connected with the cliffs were not affected, as if the whole cliff was independent of the mountains. The trembling time of the cliff is not very long, that is, it only takes more than 10 seconds. The original smooth cliff surface exposes a hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Father, you can go in. When the smooth cliff exposed the hole, the young man who had just broken through the spirit period said to the longevity peak behind him, Listen, everyone. According to the rules we set in advance, no one is allowed to take risks. Before entering the cave, the strong man at the peak of longevity threatened fiercely. If I find that someone sees the prophet uprising or uses the means behind his back, don't blame my ruthlessness under Zhou Tiyun. After threatening the people, the strong man who claimed to be Zhou Tiyun's longevity peak took the lead in entering the cave with his son, who had just broken through the spirit period. The remaining warriors entered the cave one by one according to their accomplishments and identity. Originally, those surnamed Wu Qi entered the cave earlier than those surnamed Wu Liu, but the 2 people who had already formed an alliance chose to enter the cave one before the other. When the last person entered the hole with the original diameter of 2 meters began to close quickly, and the cage closed for 10 centimeters in just 1 second. Huang Lao, with the help of your supreme spirit, help me. Just when Zhou Tiyun and his son entered the cave, Chu Zhongshan got up and left his hiding place. Then he used the lower body method and martial arts of Xuanpin to rush to the cave. However, the mountain road is different from the flatland. The rugged mountain road has a great impact on the body method and martial arts. As a result, he was nearly 1,700 miles away from the hole when he closed the cage at the hole. According to the current speed and the closing speed of the hole, it is impossible for him to rush into the hole before the hole is completely closed. Helpless, he had to ask Huang Lao in his mind for help. Chu boy, if you can't, just use flying skills. While injecting the power of the divine soul into the dantian of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang suggested, "No need to use flying skills." After the power of the Supreme Spirit was injected into the elixir field, Chu Zhongshan directly carried the 5 kinds of flesh body, and then rushed to the hole in a rampant way. Just as the cave was about to close, Chu Zhongshan rushed into the cave with the hole as dangerous as a forest. At the same time, he immediately dispersed his mind to see whether there was danger at the entrance, or whether the group of people entering the entrance would ambush behind the entrance in advance. Fortunately, Shenian didn't find any abnormality and let him rush into the hole smoothly. What a dense aura of heaven and earth! Just after stabilizing his body, Kong Rulanton was stunned by the aura of heaven and earth in the cave and couldn't help talking to himself. Yes! Not to mention Kong Rulan, even Chu Zhongshan, who is used to seeing countless blessed places, was also shocked by the dense aura of heaven and earth in the cave. If we compare the aura in the hidden Dragon Peak practice chamber to a drop of water, the aura in the cave is almost equivalent to an endless sea. What is more strange is that such a dense aura of heaven and earth has neither liquefaction nor gasification. Chu boy, according to the concentration of aura in the cave, there must be at least one top spirit vein with grade 1 hidden in the depths of Haiyu Mountain. Huang Lao's reaction to the unusually abundant aura in the cave is very calm. The calm reaction was not because he had often seen such an environment before, but because according to the records in the relic secret script, as the supreme saint who opened the world and cultivated far more than immortal gods, it is very normal to use several first-class spiritual veins to provide Reiki. I see. Chu Zhongshan's response to the news that there was a spiritual pulse hidden at the bottom of Haiyu Mountain was very peaceful. In Surabaya City's secret territory, when he just entered the secret territory, Old Huang also calculated that there were spiritual veins with a grade of at least 3 or more in the whole secret territory, according to the concentration of heaven and earth aura in the secret territory. But the final result was that the spiritual veins did not exist at all. Those sufficient heaven and earth auras are only the auras left after the self-explosion of the secret environment rules and the evolution of the rules, which belong to absorbing less auras. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan will not hold any expectations until he really sees the spiritual pulse. He spread his mind and began to extend bit by bit along the expanded channel of the cave. He soon caught up with the strong people in Maple Leaf Town who entered the cave in advance. After discovering that these strong people had not encountered any crisis, he greeted Kong Rulan and then followed up without delay. Chu boy, how far can your mind extend now? After following Zhou Tian and others for less than 5 minutes, old Huang in his mind suddenly asked, "I'll try." Because Shenian had been staring at Zhou Tian and others, Chu Zhongshan did not try to extend the distance of Shenian. At this time, when he heard Huang mention it, he remembered to test the extension range of Shenian. Shenian crossed Zhou Tian and others and began to extend bit by bit. When Shenian extended a distance of 99.19 meters, it seemed to encounter a hard barrier. No matter how hard Shenian tried, it could not go further 1 meter. Huang Lao, I don't know what's going on. The whole channel suppresses the divine mind too much. Now my divine mind only extends less than 10,000 meters. Chu Zhongshan said since the cultivation broke through the divine soul period, and the divine mind could extend tens of thousands of kilometers, he gradually found that the divine mind was more and more useful and helpful to himself, which made him gradually form a dependence on the divine mind. Now, the mind can only extend less than 10,000 meters, which makes me feel more stressed. Chu boy, it's good that my mind can extend nearly 10,000 meters. You know, I can't even expand a trace of my mind now. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan's mind can still extend nearly 10,000 meters, Huang Lao said in a sour tone for a long time. Huang Lao, if even your supreme mind can't leave the sea of knowledge, I'm afraid those people surnamed Zhou can't use their mind. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about Huang's sour tone. What he really cared about was that even Huang couldn't use the chain reaction produced by his mind. As for whether he can use his mind, I'm not sure, but I think he should be like me and can't use his mind. As for Chu Zhongshan's inability to use his mind, he immediately associated it with Zhou Tian and others who were following him. While Huang was satisfied, he was not sure whether Zhou Tian's mind was also limited. If you want to determine whether Zhou Tian is also suppressed by the channel, your mind can't leave the sea. The method is very simple, but it's a little risky, because you need your mind to be within 10 meters of Zhou Tian. After entering a strange environment, the first thing for a martial artist who breaks through the divine soul period is to spread his mind and pay attention to the surrounding situation anytime and anywhere, so as to prevent accidents. If Zhou Tian's mind, like Huang Lao, can't get away from knowing the sea, it won't arouse any vigilance within 10 meters of his body. If Zhou Tian's mind can be separated from the sea, he will find it when it approaches his body. Although doing so will certainly expose his own existence, Chu Zhongshan feels this risk in order to determine whether the other party's mind can be separated from the sea. The mind approached Zhou Tian bit by bit, and Chu Zhongshan's heart also mentioned it bit by bit. When his mind approached Zhou Tian and was about to reach 10 meters, his breathing began to stand still. Fortunately, after the mind crossed the range of 10 meters, Zhou Tian was still not alert, which made Chu Zhongshan feel relieved. After determining that Zhou Tian and others were unable to use their thoughts, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. At this moment, except for myself, all the spirits of the strong above the spirit period entering the channel are limited to the sea, so those who can still use the spirits will seize the first opportunity, whether tracking Zhou Tian and others or looking for spiritual grass and fruit. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan left 2 thoughts on Zhou Tian's son and those surnamed Wu Liu, and then began to observe the walls around the passage. At first, in order to follow Zhou Tian and others, he didn't carefully observe the walls around the channel. At this time, he found that the walls around the channel were not simple after he had the energy to observe carefully, because the walls around the whole channel are very smooth and completely treated. In other words, this channel is not only artificially excavated, but also the excavation process is very leisurely. Otherwise, the walls around the passage will not be so smooth. In addition to the relatively smooth wall, there will be a very shallow fingerprint on the east wall every 39 meters. If you don't observe it carefully, you won't find it. According to the size and shape of the fingerprints left on the wall, Chu Zhongshan found that it was not human who pressed the fingerprints, but a very tall and strong beast. Because the fingerprints left on the wall are more than twice as big as his thumb. Huang Lao, for the falling immortal cliff and the tiger leaping mountain, I don't know if you have any information you can disclose in advance. The well-designed passage leaves unknown animal fingerprints every 39 meters on the wall. All kinds of strange phenomena make Chu Zhongshan want to know some secrets about falling immortal cliff in advance. Chu boy, I'm still saying that. Before the time comes, I won't pass through any secrets about falling immortal cliff. Facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Huang Lao said firmly. In his opinion, it is for the good of Chu Zhongshan not to disclose the secret of falling immortal cliff in advance. Knowing the origin of the falling immortal cliff in advance, he will be awed by the supreme saint at the beginning of heaven and earth, which will affect his next adventure. Forget it, you'll tell me sooner or later. In fact, Chu Zhongshan is only trying to interrogate Huang Lao about the secret of falling into immortal cliff. He knows Huang Lao's personality. As long as it is a secret he doesn't want to disclose in advance, it's useless no matter how you ask him. An hour later, Chu Zhongshan, who had always looked very calm, suddenly showed a happy look on his face, and his pace, which was not urgent or slow, suddenly began to accelerate. Because just now, the marks he left on Zhou Tian's son and those surnamed Wu Liu suddenly began to accelerate, which made him immediately use his mind to check and then see the end of the channel. God crossed the end of the passage, and he was immediately stunned by the scene behind the end of the passage. Because at the end of the passage, there is a valley far better than the fairyland on earth. If the aura of heaven and earth in the channel is like the boundless sea, then the aura in the valley at the end of the channel is dozens of boundless seas. More importantly, the valley is full of aura, which is different from that in the channel. Although the Reiki in the channel is extremely abundant, I don't know why. These Reiki are neither atomized nor liquefied, but the Reiki in the valley is different. Over the whole valley, colorful Reiki clouds are dripping with Reiki rain. On the ground, streams formed by Lingshui are like white snakes in the valley. On both sides of the Linksy River, countless spiritual grasses, herbs, and fruits stand there at will. Some of them have long passed their maturity, but the spiritual fruits that fell to the ground because they were not picked have begun to rot. Deeper in the valley, due to the suppression of the divine mind, it cannot be really observed, but there is a faint feeling in the sky in the middle of Chu that there is a fatal danger hidden in the deep valley. Suck! Take a few deep breaths, suppress the excitement in your heart, say hello to Kong Rulin, and then display the martial arts skills of Huang Pin's lower body method to reach the end of the passage as soon as possible. Rulin, wait a minute. After arriving at the end of the passage, Chu Zhongshan didn't rush into the valley. Instead, he first told Kong Rulin, who had completely fallen into a dull state, and then his mind tightly watched Zhou Tian and others entering the valley. As the leader of Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Tian can easily suppress his subordinates in the peak of longevity. However, in the face of the valley with far better environment than Fairyland, especially the stream with completely liquefied aura in the mountain, with the spirit grass, medicine, and fruit on both sides of the stream, the majesty he formed in his daily life disappeared in an instant. Not to mention the 3 deputy town leaders who reached the peak of the spirit period, even the high-level subordinates in the Qi period seemed to forget his first command and rush to the stream transformed by Reiki. And to the high-grade spiritual grass, medicine, although Zhou Tian was very angry about this, the endless treasures in the valley made his anger disappear quickly. Even his son forgot to take care of him and rushed directly to a spirit grass that reached the 3rd grade of the lower level. Chu boy, those people have been dispersed and cooperate with the power of the spirit I injected into your danshan. These people can't find you at all. Why don't you enter the valley? Seeing those people entering the valley, they were frantically looking for spiritual grass and fruit. They didn't pay attention to the situation behind them. At this time, it was a good time to enter the valley, but Chu Zhongshan stood still, which made Huang very confused. Wait. Just now, when his mind reached the limit, he vaguely felt the fatal danger in the deep valley, so that he didn't want to venture into the valley for the time being. He wanted to see if these people could lead to the danger in the deep valley. As the people rushed into the valley, they found that the deeper they went into the valley, the more abundant their aura was. The grade of spirit grass and spirit fruit everywhere was higher. Some strong people who could keep awake began to control their impulse to find spirit grass and spirit fruit and accelerated their rush to the depths of the valley. Among these people was Zhou Tian. The people who rushed into the valley didn't find it. Zhou Tian's son, who had just broken through the spirit period and was left in place, gradually turned red in his original Kingaming eyes. At the same time, the momentum of just breaking through the divine soul period will soon rise to the longevity period. With the improvement of his momentum, his body gradually began to increase. When his momentum reached the longevity period, his height had reached more than 2 meters. When the momentum of his body stayed at the peak of longevity, he tore off his clothes directly. Like an ape, he jumped and rushed to the warrior who was collecting spirit grass and fruit or soaking in the spirit spring.